This is Chapter 8 of the Ridiculously Effective Parenting Training. What are we going to learn in this chapter? Well, shouldn't be too great a surprise. It's always about loving and teaching. Always. There are variations, but love and teach over and over. We must learn how. If we simply stop trying and stop trying to love and teach, and we stay with conventional therapies, we've already proven that that will fail. With all these problems that we've looked at many times, they're all expressions of pain. We need to treat that, the pain. How? Loving and teaching. Choices increased by teaching, and the power to make these choices increased by loving. Now, we've discussed ways to love. No anger, touching, listening, looking. If we do those things, loving and teaching all the time, that is how our children heal. And we're going to repeat it over and over and over with them until they heal, which is part of the reason that I say this over and over. Sometimes you're going to think, well, but this is the 30th time I've had to do this. And what have you got better to do? So now you go and you do it the 31st time. That's how the pain stops. And then those behaviors we've talked about just naturally tend to stop. Sometimes, in addition to generalized loving and teaching, specific approaches are required. And we've talked about a number of approaches to very specific problems, responsibility, whining, and so on. And now we're going to talk about some more. Then after this training, we'll give you more specific discussions, a lot more, of loving and teaching, as we have been doing from the beginning. We're going to be giving you videos every week of answers to questions that you send, emails that contain answers to questions that you have sent in, and archives of conference calls and so on. Seminars. We're going to give you lots of ways to answer your specific questions, because there's no possibility I'm going to address everybody's specific question in this training, even though it's been pretty long. So we've talked about addictions to gaming, smartphone, other electronic devices. We'll just call this screen addiction. They all overlap because we use smartphones to play video games and watch porn and more, and social media addiction is one form of screen addiction. In Chapter 4, we talked extensively about the nature of addiction, what it really is. It's not a disease. We recognize addiction to alcohol and drugs, but those are just a scratch on the surface of the enormous cancer of addiction in our lives, in our families, in the world. Remember the definition of addiction: any behavior or substance that negatively affects our genuine happiness and which we cannot easily stop. That's it. Anything that affects us negatively and we can't stop, well, then we're addicted. Why would we keep using something that hurts us unless we were? Which would include addiction to alcohol, drugs, anger, being right, defensiveness, controlling, whining, acting like a victim, and on and on. It's a trick question to ask people if they have an addiction, which I do, because they almost always say no. And yet we pretty much all are to something. Sometimes it's just to work, and then everybody goes, oh man, he's such a hard-working guy. Yeah, he's never home, never pays attention to his kid. I talked to a man just the other day who, wow, he's just the epitome of hardworking. And after a number of questions, he finally got around to saying, I pretty much don't participate in parenting at all. None. His wife does all of it. And she doesn't know anything about parenting, so you can picture the kids. back to screen addiction, which I mentioned just moments ago. More and more scientists are saying that screen addiction, see, this is a new addiction, so we're just barely learning about it, but they're saying it's as serious, these are studies, serious as alcohol, which we know a lot about, nicotine, a lot, and drugs. They're actually surprised about the results. They didn't go in there trying to prove that it was as addictive as those things. They're discovering it. It has a measurable, significant effect on brain function, on brain, structure. There are certain parts of the brain that get smaller with sufficient screen addiction. It has serious effects on our behavior, on our sense of self-worth, and on our relationships. Yeah, that's a pretty bad addiction. An occasional article comes out that claims that screen use is no problem, and I can just picture those people spending all day on their screens and justifying themselves. But the statistics that they provide, and occasionally they do, are fatally flawed, according to other statisticians, not just me. I'm not a statistician. So, what is screen addiction? It's a compulsive use with damaging consequences and inability to stop of any substance or behavior that generally includes smartphones, video games, social media, Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, and by now there are 12 other forms of social media that I haven't heard about. Television, binge watching, which is more common in older people than it is in teens, addiction to political talk shows, and porn. Porn is just a form of screen addiction. We tend to set it aside and make it separate, but it's not. I'm going to cite a really recent study, like last year, about screen time. But I'm not here to prove that it's harmful. Like I said, I'm not a statistician. I'm not going to kill you with statistics. I'm going to tell you some. If you're here watching this, the chances are very high that you have a child who's addicted. And it's very likely in today's world that your child's addicted to some form of screen time. I'm here to talk to you who have an addicted child and already know the harmful effects. So it really doesn't matter what the statistics are. If your child is addicted to a screen, well, it's 100%, isn't it? But just to give you a brief idea that you're not alone. Briefly, the study by the National Institutes of Health just last year, one of the few truly authoritative medical research and educational organizations in the world, not a survey by, Esquire magazine, because magazines do their own surveys by calling 10 people and then saying 70% of the population. That's not a survey. No, this is a real one. 4,500 children were studied. That's a survey. Ages 8 through 11. And the experts determined guidelines for what is healthy for children. So pay attention, because they're saying healthy for children that age, but you don't have to extrapolate very far to figure out what's healthy for children younger, where the requirements would be more stringent, or older than 11, where the requirements would still be there, but be altered just a little, not a lot. So don't dismiss this if your child's not between 8 and 11. These kids need 9 to 11 hours of sleep to be healthy. That's one. They need at least 1 hour of vigorous physical activity, running, basketball, volleyball, whatever, not walking to the mailbox. 3, they need less than 2 hours of screen time. And some of the people in the study said way less, but we'll just go with less than 2 hours. 9 to 11 hours of sleep, 1 hour of physical activity, 2 hours of screen time in order to have a healthy child. Well, if you got a child, Pay attention. Kids who met these guidelines had better performance in school and on cognitive tests of brain function. Their brains work better. Would you want your children's brains to work worse? Nobody would answer yes to that question. So this is important. It turns out that of those three things, even though lack of sleep is as dangerous as smoking, getting this? More dangerous than lack of sleep was the screen time. That's what they found. Limitation of screen time was the most important variable as far as the effect on brain function, negative effect. This part was alarming. What percentage of children met all three guidelines of healthy? Take a guess and then I'll tell you. 5%. 5. 1 in 20 sets of parents, I'm going to say it in another way. They didn't say it this way, but I'm going to. 1 in 20 sets of parents had the guts to see to it that their children had the three most important criteria that these pediatricians and health statisticians could come up with for being healthy. 1 in 20 parents. That kind of alarms me. Actually, that's why we're doing this parenting training. It alarms me, but it doesn't surprise me. That's like saying that 19 out of 20 children have significant risks to their health. What if I came into your home and I said, we've been sweeping the neighborhood and we're looking for whatever, things that you can't see, argon gas, there are things, radon, there are things you can't see where they have to use detectors that can see, or lead in the air, lead in the bloodstream. We study your child and we say, your child has some significant health risks. Would you want to know what they were? Yes, you would. Would you do something about it? I'm hoping so. Here are these three criteria. It's hugely important. Nearly 1 in 3 children, you can also read that parents, met none of the criteria. Yeah, that's scary. 1 out of 3 kids through the teen years goes to sleep with their phone on them, touching them, in their bed with them, not just nearby. And they use it within 5 minutes before sleep, which they've proven gets in the way of sleep. It ramps up the brain, so it takes another 30 to 60 minutes, even if they fall asleep, for the brain to settle down into restful, peaceful sleep. So if they use their phone sooner than an hour before they go to sleep, in other words, 55 minutes or 50 or especially 5, it affects the quality of their sleep. So they're already not getting enough sleep. We haven't even talked about the quality of it. So they're on their phones within 5 minutes of going to sleep, and within 5 minutes of getting up, they're on their phone. Both recognized as harmful to their brains. This is called, if it were typhus, if it were Ebola, this would be called an epidemic, and we'd be going crazy doing something about it. I am not naturally an alarmist. I don't walk around going, the sky is falling. But when it comes to our kids, the sky is falling. Really. 1 in 20 kids met all 3 criteria. So they're all in danger. Why are almost none of us seeing this addiction in a serious way, like alcohol and drugs? Well, turns out there's a number of reasons. In the first place, it snuck up on us. I mean, it just sort of happened. Nobody could have known that this was coming. 20 years ago, it wasn't even a thought. We need to watch out for addiction to screens. Huh? I mean, there only were a few screens. Not even 10 years ago would we have prophesied that this was going to be a problem. I did considerable research before and during the writing of the parenting book, which first came out in 2005. I found Not a word on screen addiction. That's just in 2005. That's sneaking up and sneaking up really fast, kind of like being snuck up on by a freight train. Now, devices are everywhere, in every hand, or on our children's laps, or sitting on a stand, or sleeping next to them in bed. Actually, sometimes not even sleeping. They leave their phones on, and if their friends text, well, they get up at 1 a.m. because they wouldn't want to miss something. I mean, what if there was a picture that they didn't see before everybody else? What if people were talking about this picture in the morning at school and they were so stupid that they'd turned their phone off and they hadn't seen the picture? Well, they'd look foolish. I'm not kidding or exaggerating. Now, I'm not going to wow you with statistics on and on. I'm going to give you some just to give you an idea how widespread it is so you don't feel like the only stupid parent. It's pretty common, for one thing. Just the data, here's why I'm not going to use statistics at length. Just collecting the data for a good study takes 1 to 3 years. It's a real rough estimate, but it takes a long time just to collect it. Then it takes forever to submit the article to a peer-reviewed journal, and then they send it back to you and they say, do this, and then you send it back to them and then they say, do this, and that takes about a year. So by the time the study comes out in some obscure journal that you're never going to see, it's been possibly 5 years, 4 years. Then it takes a while for the newspapers and more available magazines, popular magazines, to pick up on the article from the obscure magazine. So by the time we see statistics, they're old, which means that in the case of screen addiction, things are way worse by the time we hear about it. They say 1/3 of our kids do this. Oh, you could just easily go half or 2/3, and you're probably right. The numbers are out of date. One statistic. I'll use some here and there anyway. The incidence of internet addiction disorder, now has a name, is thought to be as high as, depending on the study, 10 to 40%. Now, that demonstrates another reason for not overly using statistics. The criteria are so variable. The results are different depending on age groups, culture, on and on. But 70% of parents say their children are addicted. I'll go with the parent's assessment of how much time the child spends on a screen before I would listen to the child's assessment of how much time they spend. Because when a kid is on a screen, he's just in another world. He doesn't know how much time he spent. Parents come in the room and say, you've been on your screen now for 3 hours. You think they just made that number up. And the child says, well, I'm just on level 2. I just got started. Yeah, and that's still 3 hours. 3 hours of their life that's just gone. Yeah, maybe one more stat. I can tell you this, as of now, the latest study, 95% of kids are playing video games by age, 2. 95% by age 2. What's the percentage, do you think, by 13? Please. Actually, the number won't change a whole lot because after 95, we're essentially statistically, with statistical significance, we're at 100% anyway. I can tell you that as I travel around the world, as I travel around the country, as I sit on a plane, as I eat in a restaurant, as I check into a hotel, whatever, I have eyes. I'm not looking for these problems, but I see families seated together everywhere, and they're all on their own screen, and nobody's talking. And you've seen it too. You've seen it probably in your own family. Teachers are sometimes, this is hard to fathom, but they're forbidden by their administrators to take their kids' phones during class. They're afraid of legal issues, and they hate it when parents come in and they're angry and screaming and yelling, and they hate lawsuits. And so administrators on the whole just go, administrators live to not rock the boat, really. And if you're an administrator, come on, admit it. you avoid conflict. So here these kids sit in class with all their phones on, and the class, I've seen pictures, looks like a bunch of zombies. All the kids are on their phone. The teacher has given up and is on his or her phone. Why is anybody at school? I've talked to a great many CEOs of corporations who are finding it increasingly difficult to find kids who can do anything more than talk on social media and score in a video game. They can't find anybody who can work. Most of us know the terms silent generation, baby boomers, Generation X, millennials, Generation Z. It all gets a little confusing. Sometimes they overlap. Studies now propose a new generation, the iGen, small I, capital G, the iGen, which is in clear reference to the iPhone, the iPod, the iTunes. These are kids who have lived no portion of their lives from birth without free access to screens, which includes a lot of your kids. This generation is defined by their technology. Now, I'm going to pause for a minute because there are lots of statistics, lots of them, and I might refer to, 2 or 3, but there are lots that say, so here's the incidence of something 20 years ago, and here's the incidence now, and we're studying what the difference is. You kidding? What's the single most obvious thing that has changed in 20 years? Technology. It's the screens. Yeah, the carbon dioxide's a little bit higher, and there are some other things that have changed, but that's the glaringly obvious one. And this is actually a quote from a study. This generation is defined by their technology and media use. That's what the authors of the study said. They're defined by their love of electronic communication and their need to multitask. Another quote. The screens are affecting them far more than in any previous generation. Much like the baby boomers were in part defined by post-war ethics and morals, just like the people who were alive as in adults or young adults during World War II in great part were defined by that. Just like people who lived during the Depression, their persona was defined by that atmosphere. Well, electronics are the Depression of today. It's that big a deal. From 2010 to 2015, 5 years for those of you who are mathematically challenged. That was a joke. I'm not poking fun at you. 33%, if anything increases 33% in 5 years, you got to go, hey, what's happening here? Because that's not just a statistical anomaly. It's not just a fluke. 33% more teens displayed high levels of depressive symptoms, and teen suicide rose by 31%. That's almost incomprehensible. 31% in 5 years? We're going to talk more about suicide later. What is the single factor, again, that has obviously changed in that time? Electronics. There isn't another one. Teenage smoking kind of fluctuates up and down. It'll go down for a little bit and everybody will clap their hands and then it goes up, and then you have to factor in vaping, and now nobody knows where teen smoking is, although it's fairly unanimous that it's up if you include vaping. So some things have changed a little up and down, but electronics hasn't changed a little up and down. It's gone up exponentially, like exponentially. If you see a chart of something increasing like this, and then it just goes like a rocket exponentially. That's not what the term exponent actually means, but that's what a chart looks like. A recent study, I know I promised I wouldn't keep doing them, shows that teens who spend 5 or more hours per day on electronic devices. Keep in mind that the average number of hours now, total hours, screen time playing games, porn, social media, everything for a child now, meaning, 12 through the teens, is 8 hours. I added that up one day. Went to go to school, come home, eat. Of course, they're eating while they're on their phones, or they might serve the food on the screen. I've never seen it, but it's possible. But you add up all those hours, and it was more than 24, which means they ain't sleeping. Because they do go to school, and they do spend 8 hours a day on their phones, but they ain't sleeping. That's the first thing to go. But kids who spend more than 5 run a 66% higher risk of having at least one suicide-related event. Do you want your kid to kill himself? That's not a rhetorical question. Do you? If the answer is no, then it might be time to pay attention to screen time. They're killing themselves because of the effects of screen. They feel more sad and hopeless. They more often seriously consider suicide, make a suicide plan, or make a suicide attempt. That's at 5 hours, when the average is 8. This study described only the relationship between screen time and suicidal behaviors. A great many other studies demonstrate that screen time leads to the following. Pay attention, because I said I'm not an alarmist. This is scary as it can be. It leads to isolation. That's kind of obvious. There are 8 kids in a row, and they look like 8 crows on a fence, just sitting there waiting for something to happen. They sit there on their screens and they don't even talk to each other. Actually, they're not aware of the world around them. Leads to unhealthy relationships. That means like long-term. They don't get married at all. They don't ever have a relationship, or they get divorced. It leads to social and emotional delays, and they got really specific. They called it a kind of immaturity that was equivalent to a 6-year delay in a teenager. So you got a 14-year-old who is socially and emotionally 8. So I'm asking a non-rhetorical question again. Let's say you've got a 14-year-old child who's on his screen pretty often. Did you want him to be socially and emotionally 8? Would you intentionally, intellectually and emotionally and socially make your child delayed? Would you do that? Would you let them ingest a substance that damaged their brain to that degree? Everybody would immediately say, why, no. But we're letting them do it to themselves with screens. It's not a joke anymore. They lose a sense of personal control. Kids report that Facebook just takes them over. This is in the words of the kids. I quoted sometime back in our training here that some guy referred to how his past would just take over his brain. And that's what social media does. That's what screens do with their kids. They continue, the experts, and say that screen time leads to a tendency to manage anxiety by just escaping into fantasy, fantasizing about impossible careers, families, relationships, instead of creating families, careers, and relationships. It leads to the inability to form face-to-face, real human relationships. It leads to decreased ability to find and keep jobs later in life. So I'm going to offer you a pill. And if you give this pill to your child will be unable to get a job for the rest of his life, or at least one that he likes, and he's going to go from job to job and quit one and go to another one and quit one. Would you give the pill to your child? You'd look at me like, are you stupid? And now I'm asking kind of a rhetorical question. Are we so stupid that we allow our children to use screen time without close supervision from us? Yeah, we really are that stupid. That's what the statistics show. They prove it. And these factors can create a potential gateway to other addictive disorders. I know some people actually laugh at the concept of gateway, like marijuana is a gateway drug. Well, they've proven that it is with studies. kids who use screen times more easily become addicted to everything else that we've been talking about. Porn is only the slightest step, for example, from phone use. I mean, you're on your phone and they click every button they see. Click, 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 and you Google some class project, rat control in New York City, and 2 clicks away, you're in the middle of a porn scene. That's all it takes. Same with gaming. It's all on the same device, and kids just love to explore. My kids will go out in the backyard and end up in the places you would never have dreamed of, exploring because they just want to see what's the next thing. And before long, they're 6 feet down in a ditch because they weren't paying attention, going, whoa, how did I get here? And our children are finding themselves 6 feet deep in an emotional ditch, wondering, how did I get here? Well, I didn't know the answer. We weren't watching when they fell into the ditch. We weren't watching them out in the backyard. When I'm with my grandkids in a parking lot, for example, the little ones, I'm either holding them or I have a finger around a collar or they're on a harness because it takes 2 seconds of not looking at a grandchild and they're dead. They've walked right out into the road. Done. That's the kind of attention we have to pay to our children when they're around any danger. I'm not talking about being afraid or alarmed or controlling. I'm talking about being aware, really different from those other things, just aware. And we're not, in part, because we're on our own phones. Same with gaming. Kids on screens are escaping into a virtual world. You're going to hear me use that word a lot. Probably the biggest danger of all these devices is virtuality. It takes them someplace else. They're not here. They're in a virtual world. They're controlled and being controlled by the game, by the screen, or whatever, and yet they have the illusion of being in control because they're pressing the buttons, you see? So they're confused. They don't know, but they're for sure disconnected. Recently, I was on the internet doing whatever, and I saw an advertisement over there on the right for a video game. Normally, I don't even see what's over there on the right because it's 98% at least time wasting, if not harmful. So I don't even look. But something about this ad caught my eye. It said, I don't remember the name of the game. This new game will keep you up all night. This is a quote because I wrote it down at the time. Warning, this new game is highly addictive with 2 exclamation marks after addictive. The stated goal of the game and the people who are marketing it is addiction. More playing time, buying their next upgrade, buying rewards and skills and coins and points and levels and whatever. Keep paying attention to this. They hire, I've read articles about this now, which surprised me. I shouldn't have been surprised. I should have thought of this. They hire specialized behavioral scientists to help them design these games to addict people to its use, which ends up in hundreds of millions of dollars for these games. I shouldn't have been surprised because the science of increasing people's addiction has been around forever. The scientists who are employed by all of the tobacco companies, and they all hire lots of scientists, are not there to study the harmful health effects of smoking. The scientists are there to study how they can put into their cigarettes chemicals that will make a bigger hit when you smoke so that you'll smoke more. Las Vegas casinos for decades have hired behavioral scientists to get I'm not making this up, the smell right, the level of oxygen right, the level of CO2 right, the lighting correct, the patterns of the wallpaper, the positioning of the machines right. These behavioral scientists have studied this extensively and been paid who knows how many $1 million to make gambling more addictive, as though it weren't already. And they do the same with smoking. And this has been going on for decades. So how could it be a surprise that they're now doing this with gaming? Of course they are. And social media. Social media is designed so that you can't wait to check your profile or somebody else's or what's going on or your feed and I don't know what any of those things mean, but to keep checking, which is why the average child picks up his or her phone 60 times a day, sometimes just for a second, sometimes for a long conversation. Clearly an addiction. What really matters, though, is whether screen time negatively affects your child, your 100% child. If so, regardless of the statistics, this is pretty important stuff. Do you wonder if your family is affected by screen addiction? Some of you don't wonder, you already know. But if you wonder, then ask this. Does your family sit together and use screens instead of interacting? Does screen time interfere with the completion of homework? Yeah, I know about 5 families in the country who could say no to that. Does screen time interfere with completion of chores? Yeah, it'd be 100%. Does screen time interfere with the assignment of chores? Do they even hear you? Does screen activity ever come up as a negative subject? Oh, my friend said this about me on Facebook and Snapchat, and does it? Well, then there's something to be thinking about. Screen-based technology is essentially replacing written media. In colleges, kids do all their work on their computers. They sit and take notes in class on their computers, which I happen to think is a really very cool thing because my handwriting was awful. In the old days, you had to buy books, which was expensive, or check them out from the library. You had to carry them. I can remember the weight of my briefcase in those days. In college, you actually carried briefcases. We weren't cool. We didn't have backpacks then. I remember the weight on my hand because I had quite a course load and I had all of these enormous books in my briefcase. And then when you're done with a book, you have to replace them. You have to go buy another one or go to the library and get another one. It was really inconvenient. And yet, wow, it really beat nothing. But now screens are the norm for communications. Way more people access, for example, the Real Love website on their phone than they do on their laptop. So screens, little screens, are the norm for communication, and they're instantly available for a wide variety of activities. So young people have increasingly high levels of access to screen-based activities, all of them, the good ones and the bad ones. When they're doing a school report on rat control, poof, there's 20 articles that they can read. There's pictures that they can see. There are graphs that they can put in their report. But then when they're done, over on the right-hand side of the screen are all the horrible, terrible things that will distract them for the rest of the evening or sometimes all night long. So the technology itself is partly the culprit for this explosion of technology addiction because it's so easy to use. Even though I don't know how to use my smartphone except to text. Also, adolescents and young adults often struggle developmentally with identity issues. Who am I? They're learning. The biggest influences in their life used to be, biggest influences still are, their parents. One disappointed look at a child, and you've just killed the kid. But most children are now being co-parented by you and by their screens. Take a look at how much time they spend with their screens, and you'll wonder if you're being displaced, actually. Communicating through screen-based technology allows them to try on new behaviors and identities because they can go on their screens in a hidden identity or a secretive way, or at least anonymous, way before they decide who they are in a face-to-face relationship. And it can become very confusing. I know a man who's just the most meek, quiet, frightened, isolated creature you've ever seen. That's all he does is spend his time on a screen. And yet his online persona is this big flaming dragon, and he's just stronger than anybody in the world. That confuses him because I've talked to him about it. He doesn't know who he is, which one he is, the meek, quiet one, the dragon, somewhere in between, or whatever personality. He openly says he'll just go online and experiment with a personality because he doesn't know what his is. This can lead to significant delays in actually developing a stable, independent identity. Do you want to do that to your child? I know I keep asking this question. Would we intentionally hurt our children in these ways? No. But unintentionally, we're allowing them to be hurt in these ways by people who've designed material to addict them and influence them. Doesn't that sound just a little bit insane? I'm not going to hurt my child, but I'm going to disappear for a year and leave them with a babysitter who I don't know anything about, no referral, no references, a random person in the phone book, and I'm going to hope it turns out. Who would do that? We do. We do it when we leave them with their screen devices. And because of the hidden, secretive nature of screen-based technology, adolescents and young adults are also able to fulfill their need for thrills and rule breaking. So there's often a high incidence of high risk or illicit online activity in this population, like connecting with predators. Pretty much every major police department has somebody or a team of people who play a 13-year-old girl when he's a 6'2", 250-pound guy. They're looking for predators and they find them, or there wouldn't be a department or a guy who does this. They get addicted to porn. It just goes on and on because nobody's watching. And they experiment. I simply repeat, the dangers of screen addiction are at least equal to the dangers of alcohol, drugs, and nicotine, and possibly equal to the risks of all three if our kids are using screens enough and in enough ways. Are you willing? This is a real question. Are you willing to continue allowing your children to be addicted to a behavior that can cripple or even destroy their souls? I'm really asking, because most parents say no, but with words mean nothing. Their behavior says, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I am. Don't really care. Would you stand by and do nothing while they were shooting up heroin or smoking crack in your living room? Well, no. You'd think, you really ask the dumbest questions. But that is what they're doing with their minds and souls when they're using screen time excessively. And again, I'm just not one of those sky is falling kind of guys. I don't do conspiracy theories. I don't watch political talk shows and get all scared about stuff. Just not interesting. This stuff is scary. And I deal with the results in the children, but more especially the parents, every single day. And I'm dealing with it more and more often. Back to the question we asked a while ago. Why are we not recognizing screen addiction? Well, it snuck up on us, and I did a good job of that and quickly. And screens have positive uses. That's one of the reasons we're not recognizing the addictive potential. When something has a positive use, it is so easy to rationalize having one, even though it has its potential dangers. Like, let's pick something controversial as can be, a handgun. You can justify it by saying, it's in my home, it's under my bed, nobody in the house is going to go kill anybody with it, and I keep it for my personal protection. In my case, I have a handgun because there are few things that are more fun than, going out along the power line right away and making bottles explode from, 20 yards. Bottles and cans with your kids. By myself, I don't ever do it, but kids holding a pistol and watching a bottle explode, that's just a hoot. So there are real reasons to use a handgun, fun reasons that don't hurt anybody. Doesn't hurt anybody when a 8-year-old kid shoots a bottle. But then you have all the killings, and we've made a pretty big deal of those. That's about roughly 30,000 people a year, although the people who quote those statistics never say, I had to really look for this one, and it wasn't under the use of handguns. It was in suicide. Half of the gun deaths that are reported in the United States are suicides. So the people who are saying we kill each other with handguns are kind of dishonestly multiplying the number by 2, because we're mostly killing ourselves. Another subject, meaning another thing that has positive and negative characteristics. Cars. Our mobility would be severely restricted without them. Be lots harder to visit distant family. It would be harder to go to work, and on and on. 40,000 people die each year from car accidents. That's more than guns. And untold injuries of, varying seriousness. So, good uses, bad uses. And the list of things that have positive and negative uses is, endless. What could be wrong with a pencil? There have been people stabbed to death with a pencil. So how do we rationalize having electronic devices or screens? What are the good uses that we use to rationalize? We keep track of our families. And everybody goes, yes, amen, brother. I mean, who could argue with this? Older people remember what it was like meeting somebody, for example, somewhere. I used to just dread the words, I'll meet you at. So somebody would say, I'll meet you at Lowe's hardware store at 4 o'clock. It was a death trap in the old days. They would never show because, something happened. They went to the Lowe's on the other side of town instead of the one where you thought you were going to meet. They went, but you were in plumbing and they were in lighting. Something came up. They couldn't get a hold of you because when we didn't have cellular phones, good luck finding somebody who wasn't sitting by their landline. Now, you know where everybody is, where to pick up kids at school if the schedule changes. I love that part of having a cell phone. I really do. I personally love it. And every parent loves it because they know where their kids are. Well, most of the time. And how could we possibly function, we use this as an excuse, without the latest picture of our sister's or our daughter's 1-year-old with that darling new bow in her hair? I mean, did you see that picture? Or the latest face painting, or the new outfit, or the whatever. And we call that connection because we're looking at a picture of a bow. Families do, at least with their phones, stay in touch. But that's not the same as being connected. Not even close to the same. We rationalize the use of phones by watching the news. We're engaged. We're keeping up with things. But what we tend to watch is stories of tragedies and murders and typhoons. And unless you're going to go over and help the people with typhoon whatever in the Philippines, why are you spending 20 minutes watching pictures of it? I'm really asking. Not making fun of you. Who cares? It's not real news that's useful. We want to be politically knowledgeable. I mean, we want to keep up with current affairs and see where people stand, because otherwise, how would we know how to vote? And yet it turns out that 80-something% of people vote along party lines anyway. Whether they have information, they don't know who they're voting for. They sit people down and they say, so what does this person stand on this issue? Oh, unless you're a real political activist, nobody knows. But we sure love watching the sensational stories about the latest stupid thing that a politician did or said. We can schedule on our phones. See, there's a good reason to have our phones. Yeah, potentially. I like having an electronic calendar, but I used to function just great with a calendar that was right here, and it was in paper, and I never missed an appointment. We keep our contact information in it. Yep, another potentially good use, really. We have more access to knowledge of the world. You can Google everything you'd ever want to know times millions. What are rhinoceros horns made of? How do wings generate lift on an airplane? What is the population of Shanghai? But how much of that do we really need to know? They're great for mapping. Oh, in the old days, here in Georgia, you'd pull over to the side of the road because the directions that the person you're visiting were awful. And you pull over and you'd say, how do I get to the Joneses' house? And he'd say, well, you go down the road a ways. Now, for those of you who aren't from the South, a ways means you can't see it from here. So it's, less than a few hundred yards. And if you hit California, you went too far. That's a ways. And then you turn right past, right there where the Simmons farm used to be. It was nuts. Now we just punch the address in this little device and we're there. Well, most of the time. We use it to purchase, everything. And in many ways, it's so easy. If I need a real specialty bolt to do something in my workout in the backyard, the likelihood that I'm going to find it at a hardware store, I got to go there, got to get up out of my chair. That'd be just a crime. And very likely they're not going to have it if it's a weird kind of thing. Online, I can find it just like this. What's the length? What's the number of threads per inch? Stainless steel, poof, send me one, just like that. But then we end up staying there at other sites, and we end up buying way more than we need. Real clear example of positive use, negative use, right side by side. We look up reviews for hotels and restaurants, and oh man, I could go on all day long. And those are just the uses I know of, and I use my smartphone, for almost nothing. So lots of positive uses, but we can get the essential ones, the essential uses, without the dangers, especially when it comes to our kids. Phones can be programmed. These are electronic experts telling me this, so that kids can call or receive calls only to and from certain numbers, like you, the parent or both parents, or the grandparents, or their 3 cousins, or the school principal, or whatever. Only certain numbers. You can program so there's no internet use. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying we can make phones pretty safe for our kids, and as soon as they're open to the internet, wow, you're open to everything. But we don't. We just hand them their smartphone and go, and then they say, oh, Dad, thank you so much for my iPhone 55, because that'll be years from now. And then we go, "Oh, you're welcome, son." He says, "I love you, Dad." And we have a really tender moment. And then the kid goes off and he's addicted to gaming, porn, and everything else that's on there. We let them make their own choices about incredibly dangerous habits. You wouldn't let them make a choice. Here, you can smoke crack in the living room, or you can have a carrot. What parent would do that? None. But we do it with electronic devices. Not kind of like do it, we do that. Back to the question. Why are we not recognizing screen addiction? Snuck up on us. It has positive uses. It does. I like some of them. And, well, everybody does it. Dad, I mean, everybody does it. Well, how bad could it be? I mean, it's everywhere. People are using them during class, while they're eating, while they're traveling, during church, there are ministers who are going, because they talk to me. I'm up there talking and I'm looking down and going, why are all these people here? Because they're on their devices. Adults use this excuse too. Everybody's doing it. Mostly they use this excuse unconsciously, but then so do kids. Screen use is kind of like, has some similarities to a lot of things, but the use of food. It's everywhere too. It has lots of positive uses. It can be wonderful. Actually, it's kind of essential. If food is eaten in the right amount and if we eat the right kind. And there's a fair latitude in there. You can be healthy eating a lot of different things. And I haven't heard any two nutritional experts agree on what the right things to eat are, but we agree that it can be a really good thing. But if food is used badly, it can be a problem. Leads to obesity, leads to diabetes, allergies, it can lead to death. But see, so can air. If you're a scuba diver, you know that breathing air at a certain depth for long enough and then just coming to the surface, you're dead. So almost anything has its negative effects. Screens just have the disadvantage of having way more negative effects than almost anything else I can think of. So back to the definition from chapter 3 or 4. Addiction is the compulsive use of any substance, person, feeling, or behavior with a relative disregard of the potential negative social, psychological, job, and physical consequences. With a relative disregard of the negative. Relative disregard could be translated as, we can't quit them. Addictions are hard to quit, which is one of the defining characteristics of all of them. Addiction is not a disease. It's a response to pain. We can become addicted to anything that temporarily decreases the pain we feel from the relative absence of real love. And screen time definitely distracts us from the core pain of not feeling unconditionally loved. It has the usual properties common to most or all addictions. Part of me is sitting here going, this just all sounds so negative. I don't like talking about negative things. I don't enjoy telling people about things that they're doing that are killing them. I don't. I'd rather work out in the backyard. I'm not kidding. So part of me just almost wriggles in discomfort at pounding on how negative this is. But it's that negative. It's snuck up on us so fast and with such ferocity that it's killing us, and we're going, where are my kids? Well, it's been happening since they were 2 years old. 95% of kids are on their smartphones or a smartphone, somebody's, from age 2. It's been happening and we're not paying attention. I think of it sometimes as being like marijuana. Many years ago, 10 or more, I said out loud to a bunch of people, watch. Marijuana is going to be legalized. Well, it is. And when it gets legalized, we're going to have absolutely no idea the negative impact it's going to have. It's going to cause destruction everywhere in families and individual lives because people are going to detach from reality. That's what marijuana does. Is it physically addictive? Which is the excuse that people made. Well, it's not physically addictive. And I'm going, no, but it's emotionally addictive. Which is worse? I don't see the difference. If you're emotionally addicted and you're not here, aren't you dead? You're dead to the world, to the real world. And it has the worst characteristic that the other thing people would say is, well, it's no worse than alcohol. I'm going, yeah, and that turned out well. Look at the number of alcoholics and how they behave. Look at the negative effect that alcohol has on families, even when somebody might not qualify as an addict. They're still not there. Family goes out to dinner. Dad has 2 glasses of wine and he's gone. He's not there anymore. So the family went out to have dinner together to be together, and dad or mom or they ain't there. The kids are having dinner by themselves. And that's a good thing. Marijuana has the same effect. The worst thing about marijuana is that blood alcohol levels are easy to determine with pretty good accuracy, but with what do they call it? The thing. They pull you over. Breathalyzer. That's the breathalyzer test tells you pretty accurately what the blood alcohol is. There isn't a breathalyzer for marijuana. And there's no blood test that tells you how affected somebody is by marijuana. Well, it's a little scary. So you've got people out on the road who are drunk. I mean, stone drunk. They don't use the word stoned for no reason. Stone drunk, and there's no way to really determine that they are. There's no breathalyzer. Even if you take a blood sample, it doesn't accurately reflect the level of marijuana affecting the brain cells. Whoa. Well, same with screen time. There's no breathalyzer. If there were, there'd be no kids on screens. You have to take a breathalyzer test or a cognitive ability test. Actually, I bet that could be developed. That would instantly tell you how much effect screens are having on your kids. And so the negative effects just continue. Screen time. I know a little bit more about screen time, and then eventually I'm going to get tired of it too, but it's this alarming. It's widely available. I mean, everywhere. If you don't have a screen on you, the person next to you does. You get the immediate hit, just like a drug, like cocaine, just like crack. The hit, just like I'm not simulating. This is how they feel of the enjoyment. Websites and video games are designed that way, with learning theory and behavioral scientists hired to lure people and to give them a hit of points and levels and coins and whatever increases their motivation to continue. Or on the right side of your screen, even as I'm just doing internet research, it says, you have got to see this picture. No, I really don't. I doubt any of those pictures are essential. It becomes increasingly interesting. They're designed that way. It's shared by so many people, making it kind of normal and even good, like alcohol. People say, well, but it connects us because everybody has this thing like social media. No, it puts us in the roughly same electronic proximity. That's all. But genuinely connects? No, it doesn't. Requires greater and greater levels of stimulation. In other words, if you play a game, the games become more and more violent. Games are rated according to their violence, and the ratings are becoming less and less reliable. Movies are becoming more violent. Porn becomes more violent. More pictures are required to stimulate you, requires greater and greater quantities of use. In other words, more time to fill your gaping emptiness or to get to the next level. And eventually, they don't produce the desired effect at all. You get to a place of complete dissociation, like my friend that I was talking about earlier. He is 40 years old. He's never had a meaningful relationship. And I don't mean never been married. I don't mean never dated somebody for, longer than 6 months. I mean, to him, a meaningful relationship is he says hello to somebody in the hall at work and then fantasizes about her and takes her picture off the company's website and puts it on the head of an avatar in a game he's playing. And he, the flaming dragon or whatever he is that day, has a relationship with her avatar. Now you getting it? That's pretty detached. That's pretty dissociated. And he's becoming increasingly depressed, and it's affecting his cognitive function, his ability to function at work. Their death. But we let all this happen. Why? Well, when you're in pain, you will do something to diminish the pain, and so do your children. So you're in enough pain that you're barely coping. So are your kids. And you're in enough pain that you can't see what these addictions are doing to your children. In this case, the use of phones and other devices. Do you want to keep standing by while they decrease their pain in this way? This apparently innocent, universally available way. With all the negative effects we've discussed? Really? If you don't make a concrete decision to do something about it, your kids will, not might, be affected in all these negative ways. You may not see it immediately. You rarely do with any addiction. Somebody's first drink of alcohol, no effect. Doesn't do anything. Gives them a little buzz maybe. But the harmful effects are around the corner. And if we keep using them, they're going to happen. So instead of loving and teaching our children, we nag them to pay attention to us. Put your phone down. It's not working. So how ridiculous is this? The screens are far more interesting than we are, so it's almost absurd to a child when they say, "Why aren't you listening to me?" And the kid's going, "Give me a second." I could be talking to my friends about somebody who did something really stupid at school and got embarrassed, or I could be playing a video game, or I could be watching a porn screen, or I could be talking to you. Just let me do a side-by-side. And to mimic what they do on dating sites, swipe. They just swipe you aside. You're kidding. That's why they don't pay attention to you. Because we give them the message that they're flawed, mistaken, disappointing. Oh, the screens don't. Screens tell them you're wonderful. In fact, if you make a mistake and you lose this game, no problem. We'll give you some extra points or coins or whatever. You can start over. Screens don't tell our kids that they're bad. Well, social media sometimes does. Actually, social media sometimes is used for bullying and destroys kids. But overall, they're way more attractive to our children than we are. And that is something we can learn to change. And that's what I've been teaching you this entire training so far. It's less about the words than it is about the tone you use with your children. I gave you an example of a kid who was absolutely, utterly addicted to her phone. She couldn't get off it ever. Woke up with it, went to bed with it, stayed up half the night with it. It was always with her. And it was relative hell for her mother to stop the use. Oh, goodness, it just was terrible. But eventually, this is the girl that I told you about who, 16 years old, I think, one night just crawled into her mother's bed and snuggled up to her and said, "I don't like being snotty. And recently I read a message from that same girl, I'd forgotten about this, to the mother who said, you know, I really made it difficult for you to help me. I just made it hell for you. And I am so grateful to you that you chose to be my mother instead of just backing away while I destroyed myself. This is a 16-year-old girl that said that. What would you give to hear that? Well, this mother did give what it took to hear that. The question is, are you? What is the biggest drawback of screens? iPhones, games, smartphones, porn, social media, screens. Or you could say devices. I don't really care. I mean, the terms change from sort of year to year, as does everything else. It's kind of important that you know what the drawback is, as opposed to just telling your kids, it's bad. That's bad. Not motivating to a kid, and actually not very motivating to you, because you're going to have to put up with considerable resistance in this area. Understanding the problem matters. Earlier, we talked about a zero tolerance, zip, for anger, whining, teasing, withdrawal, actually lying and withdrawal, it's the usual order, but those 5. The biggest drawback is that when we're on devices, we withdraw from the real world into a virtual world. I think I mentioned it once before. I just call it virtuality. So do our children when they do it. They leave the world, much like they were smoking weed. No exaggeration, by the way. This has been studied. So they're gone. You walk in the room and you go, oh, it's so quiet, and they're playing these little games, and no, they're kind of gone, like they were drunk. Many sci-fi books and movies have been produced about this very subject, and wow, are they insightful and foresightful, where we see the entire society, worlds, in fact, as you get deeper into sci-fi, and you don't have to, as whole societies withdraw from the real world into a virtual world electronically all day, to the point that they have little to no life outside of virtuality. That's where they live. That's where everything happens. They come back to the real world only to eat and sleep. And right now, a great many of us are not far from that. There was a recent blockbuster movie, Steven Spielberg, if I remember, and it was called Ready Player One. The book was even way better if you get a chance. And no, I have no controlling interest in Steven Spielberg's movies. But in the movie, they effectively download themselves into computers for extended periods of time and leave their bodies behind. If the electronics catches up, and we're getting there, we're getting closer and closer. We're getting to where people can feel with special gloves what they're doing. Oh, we're getting perilously close. When the electronics catches up, kids will be gone. Adults will be gone. We'll be downloaded into our computers. Most people, well, many people now, not most, but a great many kids now are completely immersed. I know more and more people who have no life whatever, no real life, zero. Not kidding. 40-year-old men who, when was the last real activity that you had? Well, they go to work. Take a guess what they do at work. Work on computers. They are never in the real world. They might live on a trust fund and then be completely detached. They have no reason even to go to work, or they have other independent incomes, or these, it's usually men, but not always. They live on their spouse's income, and they just quit. They quit life because, well, it's not nearly as interesting as what goes on in a virtual world where you can control sight, sound, touch, colors, characters, you can become anything you want. And you can make the people around you anything you want. So I know 10 to 50-year-old people who are supported entirely by their spouses and parents, and they're gone. They're alive technically, but they have brainwaves, sort of, but they've actually shown that even the brainwaves are changed. The brain function and structure is changed. The brain chemistry is changed by them disappearing into this virtual world. That's how dangerous it is. Now, is it scary? Oh, not to me. It's just that dangerous. I just choose not to do it. Now the question is, do you choose to do it? Do you choose to teach this to your children? Well, that would be up to you. But since you're here, you might. Complete withdrawal is obviously death. But the partial withdrawal from life is almost as bad, because the rewards of this virtual world deceive us that it's okay. I mean, after all, you finish a game, you're on a high, you just reached the next level, you got a whole bunch of coins and points, and people say, how you doing? And you go, great. Oh, to make it even more deceptive, while you were in the game, you had conversations with other virtual people. Well, you connected. No. You touched fingers electronically. That's as close as you got. And every addiction is like this. It allows us to withdraw from the painful world. It becomes compulsive. The people who withdraw in all these ways, games are just one example in devices, they can't quit. And possibly the worst effect of screens is that when people are in pain, screens provide a consistent and easy way out of pain. It works. It gets them out of their pain. But then they never have to deal with their pain. Unfortunately, while they're not dealing with their pain, remember earlier I said you could treat every illness on earth with morphine because they'll lose their symptoms. Mm-hmm. But losing symptoms isn't enough. The disease is progressing. People who are smoking, if they're on morphine, they don't care. But then they die from, whatever pulmonary disease it is, or heart attack, or blah, blah, blah. These people never learn to find the love that their souls require. They stay alone and unhappy all their lives. We're talking, by the way, about your child. This can happen to your child. Parent, when the child finally detaches completely, say, well, what happened? And I frequently ask, so how much video game time does your child have? Well, that means I don't have the slightest idea. And that also means almost invariably a lot. And then you wonder why your child disappeared and didn't go anywhere and didn't go to school and didn't get a job. It becomes a kind of living death. It's that serious. And I have no reason to be an alarmist here. What your child does doesn't affect me personally at all. Other factors that make this addiction so difficult to address. Connection. With devices, we sort of connect with all of our friends and families, and we're certain that if we disconnect from the devices, we will lose all connection. It's an illusion, but we'll lose it from these people who call themselves friends, when in many cases, no joke, they're avatars. We don't even know who they are. It's a dragon who claims to be a 17-year-old girl, and it's really a 55-year-old guy who drinks beer in his mother's basement. Ironically, it is highly likely that if we leave our screens, those superficial friends will be gone. Oh, even worse, because I've heard these stories many times, they'll turn on us. And it can happen viciously in an instant. Well, what does he think he is? Leaving the team right when we need... Yeah, on a virtual game. We can become social outcasts on games, on Instagram, on Facebook, where bullying, most bullying now happens on Facebook and these social media applications. We can become social outcasts in a moment. Imagine all the talk on the devices about you if you disappear and appear to them, whether you meant to or not, to be shunning these lazy or irresponsible or evil people, whatever, who remain addicted. Because one of the reasons so many of us manage to stay addicted is that we say, such a favorite phrase, everybody else is doing it. Well, when somebody pulls away, ask any social group. Ask anybody who's left a social group. Family, a clan, a tribe, sometimes a country, a political party, a Facebook group. Well, the group derives much of its sense of fulfillment from how many people are there and that they're all cohesive, and then poof, you pull away. There's only two ways to go. In most people's minds, either you follow the person who pulled away and you regard them as a pioneer and see where they're going, or you condemn them. Because why else would they leave the group unless there was some implication that the group was in some way lacking? Who could deal with all that disapproval? So we don't. So no wonder your kids are actually terrified of disconnecting from their devices. Now do you see it? It's not a minor thing when you say, okay, you're off Facebook. I've watched children's eyes just open up as though a rabid dog just entered the room. They're that afraid. I've seen what happens. And adults. And they are often ostracized. You quickly discover what your relationship was based on with whoever's in the group, whether it was a genuine connection or just the superficial and artificial party that you're having in a virtual world. Most of us don't want to find out which. Another difficulty of screen addiction. Entitlement. Many children now believe, I wish I were exaggerating, that they have a divine right, a constitutional right, a birthright to carry their phones with them everywhere. They get them waterproof so they can take them in the shower. Yeah, not kidding. The average teenager picks up his or her phone 60 times a day. 60. The number that's after 59. Keeping in mind that if they're on it for an hour with somebody, that just counts as once, but they keep just checking it. In fact, they'll check their phone even if it doesn't make a sound, just because, well, what if I missed some social crisis? What if I were the second person to learn? Oh. Then I go down the pecking order, you see. I got to be the first one to learn about this thing and make my invaluable comment. They live there, and it's having the effects of isolation and changes in the brain that have been found to be almost identical to porn, which we're going to get to. Almost. So you're sitting there watching your kids playing video games and they're being affected as though they were using porn, as though they were smoking weed. What would you do if they were sitting in the middle of the living room watching porn and smoking weed? Nothing? I don't think so. Actually, I know so, or you wouldn't be here. Remember that in an earlier chapter, Sylvia's mother took her smartphone just temporarily, and Sylvia shrieked, "You can't do this!" I'm not going to duplicate the volume or the tone because it would set you back in your chair. You can't do this. That's the definition of entitled. You can't do this to, the important word in entitlement is me, because, everything's about me. It's declaring, you can't do this to me. Do you not realize that I get everything I want? I get everything I want. Who do you think you are? You can't get in my way. And then we come to, why do children feel so entitled to screens? Or, well, lots of things, but we're talking about screens. Well, everybody does it. And you've all heard this excuse about everything, going on a trip while everybody's going. The latest pair of pants, everybody has one. The newest shoes, athletic shoes or whatever, everybody's wearing these. After all, if everybody has it or does it, you couldn't possibly, hold my head, cover my eyes. You couldn't possibly be the only one without it or who can't do it. You'd be a social cripple. What would that say about you? And they're actually partly right. Everybody does do it. Everybody has and uses their phones, including, wait for it, you, the parents. So it's kind of a persuasive argument, isn't it? So why do children feel so entitled to screens? Another reason. Well, they're in pain. I think we've talked about this before. People in pain believe, mostly unconsciously, that their pain entitles them to the attention and support and compliance of everybody. Pain is very focusing in that way. Imagine you in the middle of the room where people are all having important conversations, but you fall and break your ankle right there in the middle of the room. You would immediately feel entitled to attention from, well, probably everybody, but at least several people, because of what? Your pain. It focuses you immediately on one thing. Pain. It just simply makes us selfish. It turns us inward. My pain, I can feel my pain, all of it. Every shred of my pain. If you're in pain, I can be maybe sympathetic, possibly empathetic, but I can't feel your pain. So mine is bigger. I win. I'm entitled. Why do children feel so entitled to screens? More reasons. We don't love and teach them. Instead, we enable them. We just let them develop their own way of dealing with their pain because we don't know how. So they raise themselves. They raise each other, their parents or their peers. We're not there. So they feel, and justifiably so, in large measure, that they have a right to fill the vacuum. There's no parent, then I'm the parent. Or my friends are. They're addicts. And we're actually their dealers. So who buys their phones? We do. We're the dealer. Who lets them sit in front of their screens all day because we don't know what else to do? We do. Who actually puts them in front of screens from an early age because we don't know how else to productively occupy their time. In other words, who puts screens in front of them to babysit them, to be their parents? We do. We're the enablers. No wonder they get addicted and have a hard time quitting. It starts at age nothing. Their dealer lives in the house with them, us. Your child uses their smartphone and other screens to escape the pain of the world. We allow it and facilitate it. In addition to the destructive disconnect caused by screens is the astonishing danger of comparing. You kind of have to think about this for a second before you get the seriousness of it. They compare how many friends they have to how many friends their friends have, how many followers, how many, whatever it is on various applications. It's a number. We can now quantify our popularity and, in the absence of real love, our worth. What am I worth? 279 followers compared to whatever popular star there is in the moment who has 10,500,000, whatever. I have no idea. Well, we're not nearly as worthwhile. That really eats at a kid. They compare themselves to pictures of people who have spent hours to look perfect, or had their pictures photoshopped, or picked out the best photo out of 100. That's what they compare themselves to. A single flash in time when that person's face, makeup, clothing, smile, glitter, eyelashes were, well, flawless. And then they just feel worse about themselves after all the comparing. They feel less worthwhile than they would have, and they already don't feel worthwhile. This isn't good. Another effect of screens. The most serious disease on earth today is fear. Fear of pain, fear of being alone, fear of not being loved. And screen time pours gas on the fears everyone has anyway. The advertisements and messages of social media and the news of the world tell kids that they have to look in certain ways or they're losers. They have to have a certain appearance, hence depression when there's no way they can do it, anorexia and bulimia if they go, well, if only I was just a little thinner looking, obsession with looks, constant mirror gazing, plastic surgery. I've seen mothers demand, not suggest, to their 12 and 13-year-old girls that they have plastic surgery in ways that are, well, inappropriate. Social media and news and games sell death, destruction, and more. If it bleeds, it leads. Fear. We're taught fear on screens, that it's normal. If you're not afraid, get afraid. Look at the advertisements on the right of your screen. Well, I use a personal computer, so I don't know where advertisements are on small devices. I don't. You got to see this. That's what they say. You got to see this picture. You can't miss this, or you won't believe this. Well, they're all unloving messages. And you're a loser if you don't see this, all driven by fear. Let me give you a bottom line on addiction to devices. Recently, a good friend attended the funeral of her best friend. During the funeral, she thought about her life because she's looking at the body of her friend who died young, relatively young. And she realized how much time she and her family spend doing things that are not important, don't matter. So she spent a couple of days in bed mourning. We've all seen that. On the third day, she walked into the living room where her husband and two teenage children were sitting on all different couches or chairs, as far apart from each other as they could be, actually, and be in the same room. And they were utterly glued to, immersed in, bathed by their devices. They didn't even notice that she came in after 2 days of being in bed. She said, "Hey," hear the tone of voice? She wasn't angry. "Hey, I want your attention." She had to say that more than once before anybody even looked up. Even more to get them to comply. And she said, "I want to have a family meeting right now." And they did. Will that change her family? I don't know. We'll see. But it's the beginning of you changing yours. And she talked about what mattered to her, and that sitting on devices all day wasn't one of those things. She said, quote, "This isn't living. I want us to live and really enjoy each other. We're going to have more of these meetings." End quote. No demanding, no strident victimhood. Yeah, this is what we're going to do because it matters. And I'm the mother. The mother decided that she was going to finally be a parent, even though her children were older. To me, she's a hero. No kidding. We're not parenting enough or well enough. In fact, I recently read in a well-known newspaper that increasingly we are outsourcing parenting. No kidding. We're hiring people to come into our homes and, not making it up, potty train our children. You hire somebody to do this. You don't do this yourself because, well, you're just way too busy doing more important things. What? What is more important than training your child? loving and teaching, to buy our children's clothing, to put on birthday parties for them, and on and on. We're hiring nannies more and more. I'm not saying that all these things are always bad. I'm not condemning anybody, only that we're not, on the whole, making parenting the incredible priority that it deserves. New subject. We've been talking about screens, a little bit about games, but now we're going to talk more about games. It's worthy of a separate mention, but not by a lot. Like social media, internet surfing on our phones, porn, and whatever else we do on electronic devices, video gaming dissociates us and our children from the reality of the world. It creates a virtual world. It uses smartphones and other devices, which only naturally leads to the use of other devices and further disconnection. So, child finishes a game and then says, well, I finished my game. I got to the next level. Woohoo, yay. I'm a more worthwhile person. Not mocking and saying that's what they do. But wow, the screen's still on. Look at all the other things I can do on my device. Do they do that consciously? Rarely. Look at all the other stuff. As long as I'm here, I just as well, click on stuff. They're gone again in a virtual world. Games increasingly tend to be violent, addictive, progressively rewarding, and seductive, and they're designed that way. We talked about gaming a little in an earlier chapter. Just a little more context here. Anything I would say now from an earlier chapter would be more meaningful now because you understand virtuality better. So if you need to go back to, I think, chapter 7 and review what I said about gaming then, but I'm just adding to it because now you know a lot more. Every piece of the puzzle, as I've said several times, is fitting together. And it's fitting with more pieces, and more clumps are connecting to other clumps. The income to creators of games is more, this surprised me, I was naive, than all movies and the entire music industry put together. Shush. All of Hollywood, all of Bollywood, all of whatever would, all the movies, all the music. Wow. On the first day of a release of some games, there's a countdown. The game will be available for purchase in 30 days and 22 minutes, and the kids follow it. And when they can click on buy, they sell millions. There's not millions of anything else that's bought with such anticipation. Certainly not broccoli. Gaming is just a flavor of screen addiction, but it has millions of devotees. Just, whoa, millions addicted to it. And it's worth highlighting that just for a moment, as we did already in chapter 4 and I think chapter 7, but I can't remember. So what's the solution to screen addiction or even screen distraction, which would be on the way to addiction? Because we need solutions. First, make screen time a privilege. Love is unconditional. Yep, hear my tone of voice. No matter what this kid's doing, I'm going to love this kid. He's my kid. Screen time is not unconditional. And that's how you explain it. Well, how come I can't? I love you unconditionally with everything I've got. It's unconditional. Your screen time ain't. There, done. Clear on that? Because that's it. It's a privilege that's earned. And you can lose it in an instant. Not my love so much, but screen time, yeah. Children believe they have a divine right to their phones, like we talked about. No, wrong. But everybody else has one, as we said. Now we get to the response to that. But everybody else has one. Well, and I'm not raising everybody else. I'm raising you. Oh, they really hate that answer. Since I've watched several hundred parents use that answer, the kid always goes, which means, by the way, that you just won because they don't have a response. The benefits of limiting screen time are huge. Why? Because we talked about the dangers and you're avoiding those. You teach delayed gratification. Oh my, is that an important skill? I have to prepare before I get gratified. I went to a million years of school before I finally graduated and then got more training, and then they finally let me operate on people. Delayed gratification. CEOs are saying it's difficult to find employees who don't want some kind of reward, a party, congratulations, a trophy, a medal at the end of each workday, or possibly at each break. They want vacation and awards today, which significantly interferes with their ability to do any kind of project that lasts for more than 15 minutes. And most projects do. What are some examples of conditions for earning game privileges? You may not know, but you've been waiting for this for a while. Well, we'll just go through some. There are lots more, and we'll cover those in subsequent recordings that we do weekly. Physical activity. Remember, we talked about the 3 things that the National Institutes of Health, I think that was the health organization, were required for children to be healthy. Sleep, limited game time, and physical activity, outdoor activity for at least an hour. So you say, after you've played some sort of organized tennis, not just you went out to the tennis court, hit a ball, and pulled out your smartphone, actually played. An hour of tennis will put you into the ground if you're really moving. A volleyball tournament, a volleyball team, a league, run a certain distance. I remember a family where they implemented that the child had to run X miles. He was really very fit kid before he could play on his computer. And so he would be out of the house for however long it took to run that distance. He would dribble water over exactly where he would sweat, and then he'd come in breathing heavy. And the parent said, he's doing it. And I said, how do you know? I said, have you watched him do it? I said, then he's not doing it. Not if he's running by himself. So they said, you have to run to a certain tree. He knew where the tree was. It was a couple miles away maybe. And when you come back, then you can play. And so he would go outside and sprinkle water over himself. But they had previously nailed to the tree a sign that said, bring this home with you. Well, he didn't bring it home. He never made it to the tree. He didn't make it to the woods. So physical activity is one. Grades without hesitation. You establish a certain standard of grades. For a child that's slow, less brilliant. Gosh, nobody would dare use a politically incorrect word now, but less brilliant, then you might not make it perfect grades. But you decide, establish standards. And if they're not met, and I mean by nothing, a fraction of a grade, then the phone's gone. And you don't take it away for the entire semester or the rest of their life. They just can't deal with consequences like that. But you say, at least until you have the results of the next, you pick it, 2 examinations in the class that they didn't do well in. So that would be weeks. Almost every school that I know of now, you can either email the teacher to tell you the results of the test, or you just go online and poof, there in your own personal email, secret password, you can see your child's results. So you know immediately. Talk with the teacher. Tell the teacher what you're doing, that you're going to make grades a condition for the kid being on the phone or whatever. You know how often teachers get called by parents who want to help the teacher? No, they call teachers to complain. I know way too many teachers to have any doubts about that. Don't hesitate to do this, to remove the phone or the device, or you're dead. Your kid is. And permanently if required. In other words, if the child consistently fights and kicks and screams and doesn't relinquish their phone, when you just put your hand out, palm up, you teach them that that's what that means, your phone, then you just turn it off or you sell it. That usually makes quite an impression, to just sell their phone. And the next phone isn't the next grade up. It becomes less. And they really kind of hate that. Being seen at school, are you kidding? The shame with a phone that's not the latest phone. But it's a beautiful and immediate consequence that is for the purpose of loving and teaching them. It's not a punishment. Let me tell you about a mother, Renee, who has a daughter, Katrina, who uses her phone all the time, lives with it, goes to sleep with it. Endless social media, texting, grades falling, blah, blah, blah. The kid is gone. And mom, Renee, says, what do I do? And I said, take the phone. So mom held her palm out, and the daughter said, what? And she said, when I hold my hand out, that means give me your phone. Well, Katrina gave up her phone, easier than most kids. She didn't like it. She fussed about it. Started complaining about it. And Renee began the process that I call ramping up the consequences. I mentioned it with Sylvia in a previous chapter. It's simple. It's elegant. It's effective. It's not complicated. Katrina found the phone in her mother's desk. You think it was an accident? No, she was looking around for it. When she found it, she was pretty snotty. Now imagine, she went looking for it, she stole it back from her mother, and then says, well, it's about time. Meaning, how dare you? This is entitlement personified. Well, it's about time I got my phone back. How dare you have inconvenienced me? Renee went and held her hand out, palm up. Katrina refused this time. Renee said, okay, and just went to the garage and got her flathead screwdriver and a pair of pliers or whatever it takes, a nail and a hammer. There's lots of ways to do it. You can look it up, Google it. Katrina followed her mother to the garage because she's fascinated. Mom just left the conversation and went to the garage. Mom comes back. She removes the pin from the 3 hinges on Katrina's door, then removed the door and took it to the garage. We've mentioned this one before, I think once. Renee had a conversation then with her daughter about the cost of mortgage, heating, cooling, insurance, the house and car and food and on, like Sylvia's mother had. It was really quite impressive. And Katrina said, well, so how do I get my phone and the door back? She said, your attitude and your grades. That would be a start. Then we'll see where we go from there. So Katrina learned that with attitude, her phone would be gone for a day, or if she gave more attitude when the phone was removed, well, then it would be 2 days, and it could easily increase. The consequences of poor grades lasted a little longer. It kind of has to, because you don't really know if they're catching on and improving their grades. You can't know that tomorrow, but you can know that with the next test or two. So she had to prove that they were up. Renee wrote to me. She said, I took Katrina to work the other day, and she tried to do some one-upmanship stuff, just fighting me and resisting, and was more and more snotty in the car. And I turned it into a game. Now, this is clever of her. She would puff. If you haven't seen huffing and puffing from a teenager, then you just haven't been entertained, or you haven't been paying attention. And she said, then I would just puff back. She would slump down in her seat, so I would slump in mine as much as I could while I was driving. Threw her completely off guard because I wasn't engaging in a conflict. Before long, we were laughing. See, there's lots of ways to deal with things. Sometimes consequences, sometimes what I call a light mocking, of behavior that is ridiculous. Now, if you openly laugh at them and make fun of them, that's not going to work. You criticize them and you're angry, that's not going to work. But if you go, you're kidding. In fact, you can sometimes even say, you're kidding. That's it? That's all you got? Light mocking. So Katrina did a couple more things. This is Mom still talking to me, and I could see what she was trying to do, so I made it lighthearted, and she was disempowered, so she had no weapons and couldn't hurt me. Wow. I said, she's being very good and cooperative right now. She thinks she can get it back soon. Now, Mom was expecting me to say you're very cool, and I said that too. But I said, don't get too optimistic about the results of this. She's smiling and you made a game of it, but hang on. And actually, it was pretty good for like, I don't know, a month or so, with the consequences and the lightheartedness and loving her and teaching her. Went pretty good. And then the grades fell again, and then the attitudes started creeping back in, which is why there has to be a zero tolerance for it. You let in a little bit. You open the door just a little bit, well, then little bugs come in, and then more little bugs come in, and then, wow, you got the whole forest in your house, at least out here in the woods in Georgia. Then Katrina refused to give up her phone on one occasion. The door came off again. Still snotty, still refused to give up her phone. Took the door off the bathroom. Kids really like their privacy. Katrina was determined to win, so nothing happened. Mother searched for the phone. Couldn't find it. Went into her daughter's room in the middle of the night, found it tucked in her underwear, and took it out and put it in a business safe and kept it there for a month. And Katrina innocently said, well, I don't understand. Yeah, she did. Renee said, I told her that her brain needed a few days to come down from the dopamine high, which is true. That's been proven. So that we wouldn't talk about it even till later in the week, when I could see signs that she can engage in a problem-solving conversation instead of just, I don't like. Talked about this before. I don't like it is not a solution. It's not a step. Katrina gave up. But the consequences kept escalating. She quit that particular fight, but the attitude, the grades. So Mom went, well, no time with friends. There was a school trip. She canceled that. There was a vacation scheduled. Mom canceled that. Kids are very persistent. Why? Because they've learned that the more persistent they are, the more we give in. So go to a checkout counter or aisle at Walmart, and you'll see a kid say, Mom, I want this piece of candy or whatever it is. And Mom doesn't respond. Then the kid says it a little louder, and by the time the kid gets to screaming, the mom goes, well, all right then, and grabs the candy and gives it to the kid. She just taught her child that in order to get what he wants, he just has to reach that volume. So they get there faster and faster, and if that doesn't work, well, they got more. We teach them this. So then Mom and Katrina created a responsibility list together. Maybe I should say Mom led the discussion. And she taught her daughter, the goal of our family is happiness. And being responsible is part of that. Loved, loving, responsible. 3 legs of the stool. So they made a list of what responsible looks like. And if she reached it, she would get privileges. That's how it goes. You want more privileges or more pay at work, then you be more responsible. Renee writes me, it says, last night Katrina got invited to go to a movie, and she said, I told my friend that you would say no, but I'm asking just to make sure, can I go to the movie tonight? That's a fairly clever way to ask. I said that you would say no, but I thought I would ask. Parents fall for that. Renee says to me, I said, are your chores done? And have you done everything on the responsibility list? Katrina said, no. And Renee said, then you have your answer. Notice she didn't give her another lecture. Don't do it. It's nagging. It's boring. It's annoying. Well, then you just provided your own answer. You kept yourself from going to the movie. She didn't say all that, but she knew that her daughter got it. Great example of can't make the child give you or herself the answer instead of you providing it again and again and being a rescuer. Renee said to me that she then said to Katrina, "Oh, well, that's a great movie," once she learned what it was. "Sounds like fun. Too bad you can't go. I really wish you could." Do you hear my tone of voice? This was Renee's tone of voice. I want you to have fun. Kids don't hear that enough. What we do is we just take away their fun, and we almost appear to enjoy it. No, I want you to have fun, but you chose not to. Sometimes with my kids, I would say, "Oh, I thought you wanted to go to the movie." "I do. I guess not enough to do your chores." Sorry for you. That's what Renee did. Renee says, "We got home and she said she was going to work hard to get things done so she could go to the movie tomorrow." I said, "That's awesome. However, responsibility is a habit. So I need to see at least a week of consistent responsibility before the privilege of seeing a movie." This was very wise on her part. So I said to her by email, when she does earn the right to go to a movie or whatever, and you'd probably do this anyway, but you say, "I'm so glad you get to do this. Rejoice with them that they get privileges." She needs to see that you're thrilled when she's free to make choices. You're not the punisher. You're not the jailer. Renee later told me that her daughter did get to go to the movie and that they began to increasingly have just interactive, fun, playful evenings after work. She said it's a nice reminder of the fun kid that she can be. Renee added to me, "I heard from a psychologist yesterday that there are actually inpatient recovery programs in major cities in this country for CEOs and high-level executives who have had serious breakdowns because of 24/7 expectations from everybody else that they would be instantly available all the time on their phones." She said, "This is more serious than I thought, so I'm going to learn more about it and what I can do." Back to me. In South Korea, the most internet-connected country on earth, there are, not joking, hundreds of boot camps for kids and less adults addicted to electronics. Boot camps. You can read that as inpatient recovery programs. So Katrina pretty much gave up her phone, but she still hadn't quite learned responsibility or gratitude, so she just switched behaviors. You will see your child do this. You remove the phone and they go to something else. She went from using her phone to sneaking out at night. They're in pain. They're going to come up with something. No kidding. You stop the gaming, they go to porn. You stop their alcohol, they go to drugs. They have to treat their pain. We all do. Renee asked, "What do I do?" I answered, and she installed cameras trained on the bedroom door and on the window and on the front door, which were recorded, and the sneaking stopped. But then Katrina just snuck out even though she knew she was being recorded. So she was challenging Renee to impose more consequences, almost curious what she would do. Katrina was 15. She was eager to get her driver's license at 16. So Renee got a calendar to mark every single day that her driver's license time, where she would be eligible, would be delayed, as long as she was sneaking out or in any other way breaking the rules. This is creative. So her daughter was due to get her driver's license on June 16. She was eligible. So she would just say to her daughter, "Well, you snuck out last night, so it'll be June 17 or 18 or whatever she decided." And at first, Katrina didn't care. But then she began to go, "I'm not going to get my driver's license till I'm 55. Well, obviously not, but till she's 18, because she has to have permission from her parent. And eventually, the sneaking stopped. She got her phone back. She behaved well for a couple of weeks. They had happy conversations. And then one day, Katrina gave her mother, now picture this, she's doing well. There's nothing wrong. Katrina, the girl, gave her mother the phone because she said, I'm cranky and not paying attention to schoolwork, so would you keep this for me? What? Then a month later, her behavior was consistently snotty while the phone was gone. And Mom called me and she said, why is she being snotty while the phone's gone if her addiction to her phone was a significant contributing factor to her snottiness? And I said, I suggest you look, because it's very likely that she is using her phone. And Mom said, no, I got it locked in the safe. And I said, no, a phone, I should have said, from possibly a friend. Because you can see it in her behavior. Just like with a cocaine addict, they behave differently when they're using. You know something's off. And Mom searched her at night again, and there was a phone. An old one that her, in this case, her father, the mother's ex, had given to her, enabling her. Mom took that one too. More delayed driving. The daughter determined to try everything, and Mom just stuck with loving and teaching, and hallelujah. And this will happen if you're consistent. It worked. Daughter gave it up, embraced the love of her mother, which she realized that she enjoyed more than all the foolishness of rebelling, phones, sneaking out, and all that stuff. That's what they want, is our love. They just don't trust us in the beginning because we haven't before. She became responsible. She broke up with her boyfriend, which was another addiction, went to college, was happy, is now dating sensible guys instead of, well, they weren't before, not using anything, not phones, not drinking, not using drugs, babysits her brother's child, not snotty, grateful, happy, writes a Mother's Day card that would just make you break down in tears. What's my point? You can't give up. You can't give up loving and teaching. The alternative to quit is unthinkable, which would be just to let them emotionally die. We cannot be afraid of the disapproval of our children. We're afraid of them. That's why we don't step in and do something. Because when you say to a child, give me your phone, they don't ever say, oh, Mom, Dad, thank you for saving me from a life of disconnection, addiction, separation, isolation, misery. Never. We're afraid of them. We absolutely must consistently love and teach them. It's our job. Who else is going to do it? And we are teaching them the laws of happiness. Brief summary of what it's like to be a parent. Another guideline for screen time is complete transparency. What does that mean? Do not get a phone or allow a phone for a child where it's not possible to create complete access for you. You as a parent have complete access to everything they do on their phone, computer, or any device. That means, and there are ways to do this between your provider and computer apps, and you have to work it out because it all changes by the day. They cannot delete their history, their internet history. They can't delete texts or pictures or anything. Otherwise, they're going to be doing things that are really harmful for them. And you can ask for their phone at any time. If they can delete stuff, they're going to look like little angels. No, you got to be able to see every keystroke. That doesn't mean you hover over them every day. They're not in jail and constantly check, but you do spot check from time to time, just as addicts provide a urine sample from time to time to prove their sobriety. Sometimes an addict or a child will say, well, you don't trust me. You're right. Don't play around with that. Don't go, no, I trust you. And then tell them to go do a urine test or check their phone. You say, no, you're not ready to be trusted. You're not sufficiently prepared to be trusted. It's just like a 12-year-old who says, well, I want to drive the car. Well, you can't. Oh, so you don't trust me? Right. I don't trust you to do this. I don't trust nearly all of you who are watching to run a local nuclear power plant either. That's not insulting. You're just simply not prepared. And our children are not prepared to make decisions that can kill them. So until they're adults, until they leave home, till they're not minors anymore, it's our job. You're doing the same thing with a child who's addicted to phones as you would do with a child who's addicted to drugs, or to prevent an addiction. Technology is changing way too rapidly for me to describe how you make all this happen, how you make it transparent and they can't erase keystrokes. Talk to a computer geek if you have to hide. Geek is not a pejorative, negative, critical term. Talk to a computer person. I mean, there are computer services that call themselves geeks on call or whatever. Hire somebody to teach how to do it. Maybe your Wi-Fi provider, your phone carrier, programs, apps, you'll figure it out. But it's possible. What about their privacy? Because they'll say that. What about my privacy? You're violating my privacy. Oh, calm as can be. You say, oh, well, while you live here and you're making decisions that will affect the rest of your life, you don't have any right to privacy. What? No, none. Can't count the number of recovery centers and therapists and people who study this who say privacy for a child, they're not prepared. They're not prepared to make a great many decisions alone. Much worse, not prepared to make them with the input of everybody who is lost along with them. Because they'll say, well, my friends say, really? So your fellow cocaine addicts believe that it's okay to occasionally use cocaine. Shocking. That's not hard to explain to a child. You ask your friends who are also lost and addicted, my parents are so unfair. Well, they'll agree with you. At age 8, 10, 12, they're not prepared to drive. The government recognizes that. Before age 21 in the United States, you can't drink. In fact, if you're an adult who allows a kid to drink, you can be prosecuted. So there's an age for these things, an age where we give them the responsibility to make the choice. That doesn't mean they're going to be ready to make the choice. Because remember, I said even in the teen years, persistent use of some of these things can retard their emotional maturity by 6 years, which makes them 8-year-olds if they're 14. Rental car agencies, just giving you examples you can use with your kids and to help you gain the confidence to do this. Rental car agencies are smart enough to know that younger people are simply less capable of making wise decisions with the cars they own. For many years, the age that you had to be before you could rent a car was 25. Many. Until recently, now it's apparently 21. Well past the age when they can drive. In most states, 16. If you operate farm machinery, 10. So what's the point? Just because kids can operate a car doesn't mean they can do so responsibly. Same with screens. They can operate them better than you can, but that doesn't mean they will use them in a responsible way. Any kid who's half listening will understand that. I know what a gun is. I know how to operate a gun. If you're a kid, I taught my kids when they were really little because we'd go shoot bottles and cans. And here's this little 8-year-old, shooting a 9mm at cans and bottles. Yeah, but I didn't send them out on their own. And my hand was this far from their hand. And I prevented them from doing anything that would kill them or anybody else. Screens are very similarly dangerous. So transparency for how long? Until they move away. Yeah. You just spot check them here and there. You still can't prevent everything. Don't suffer from that delusion. They can use their friends' phones, for example, to do whatever. It's about loving and teaching. Kids who finally feel sufficiently unconditionally loved by you don't misuse their phones. Really. So is it worth doing all this? Yeah, pretty much. Another screen guideline is to model, in other words, to be a model for wise screen use. Your kids watch their peers use screens, and it's a free-for-all. Everybody does whatever they want, and that teaches far more than just screen use. When kids see their peers do whatever they want about screens, it translates to an overall sense of entitlement about everything else. I promise you it does. Solution, you, again, love and teach, and be a model of wise screen use. And most of the statistics show that if they're about studying the quantity of screen use, hours that the phone is used, is it used immediately before bed? Do they take it to bed? Most of the phones, the statistic, apply to adults who are only slightly behind the kids in phone use, for example. You decide when you use, instead of responding, as most adults do, to every little beep and flicker of their phone. Beep, gotta get it. In the middle of a family activity, beep, pick it up. Let me just check this. How many times have you seen adults do that in the middle of a conversation? Unspeakably rude. And yet they do it because they're detached from real life and they're more connected to this. So if you immediately respond to your phone, what are you teaching them? If I'm out with Donna, there's no phone. There's no looking. In fact, if we're together and we're talking to each other, we're not interrupted by anything. Even if we're on devices, like, because I use one, to write and send emails and to Skype and so on. If we're both on devices and one wants to speak to the other, sometimes one of us will just start talking. The other one stops what they're doing. She's actually better at this than I am. Just stops and looks straight into the face of the person who's speaking, stops the use of the device, and then continues. Real life is more important than virtual life. You set aside your phone when there's a family activity. You do not just sit on the couch and surf the internet and watch cute little YouTube videos addictively and check your Facebook all day long. You can't teach your child to have a life if you don't. You got to have one. You work outside by yourself or with your child where possible, where you have a yard, or you come up with activities for inside, or you go to the park, or what, or you visibly serve other people. What a lesson to children about selflessness and learning. In your church or other volunteer organization, there's no shortage of them. Look up local volunteer organizations that need help. Long list. Or you plan and execute family activities. One of my favorite websites now, Pinterest. Interest with a P in front of it. Go to Pinterest and just look up family activities summer day. Modify it in any way you want to. 1,000. You are the leader. The family follows the leader. They follow your behavior much more than they do your words. Where possible, you never look at a screen when a child enters the room. You stop what you're doing and you look at the child and address them, touch them, look at all that stuff that we talked about that are indications of loving. Same with your partner. Where possible, if you're just sitting on your phone doing something and your child enters the room, say why you're on the phone. Talking to my boss, I'm researching our next family vacation, whatever, and how long you're going to be doing it. In a way, you're holding yourself accountable in front of your kid because you're requiring that they be accountable. Why shouldn't you be? Another guideline. No multitasking. Not ever. For kids. There's no screen and homework at the same time Yes, I know. Occasionally they have to use their computer to do their homework. There's no watching the screen and talking to you, or watching the screen and talking to a sibling. Multitasking says, I don't care about you. And remember, you modeled this. There are rare exceptions where you might stop an activity because your boss told you that he was going to call you that night with an emergency assignment. So that would be a rare exception where you would stop an activity, talk to your boss, and go back to the child. But you would tell the child what you're doing. Another guideline. On a school day, there is no device using, no screen time until homework is finished, ever. That's so easy to remember. In our household, it was simple. Work before play. It's an easy motto. And the child saying, well, I did my homework. Yeah, not enough in the beginning, not until they've established a consistent pattern. As a parent, you have the responsibility to spot check their assignments and to see that they were completed. Most schools now actually post the assignments on the school website for each teacher and class so the child can't just say, I didn't have any assignment today. Yeah, you did. It's your job to check. Even periodically email the teacher and say, are you having any troubles with Joey? And the teacher writes back and goes, troubles? That isn't even the word. And all this time you've been believing him when he says, my homework is done, I'm not having any trouble. Then you get to prescribe time for screen use at home. This isn't jail. This is preventing children from being injured. You would prescribe how much cocaine? None. Children will often go crazy when you prescribe their screen time. Again, entitlement. It's mine. But again, the reference, the comparison. If they bought cocaine and brought it home and said, it's mine, well, yeah, it is, sort of. Would it be okay to use because it's theirs? Or everybody does it? Tough. You're not everybody. Prescribed time is understood for everything, and this is no different. You don't go to most stores whenever you want. When the store closes, you don't get to say, well, I broke the window or broke in through the door because I needed a whatever, the latest blouse. That's not going to fly when the police come. Well, their prescribed times are understood. At age 16, you don't drive a car, even though you can drive whenever you want. You can't just walk into the school, your own school, whenever you want. There are times that it's open, times that it's not. So yes, there are programs to install that time limit. The phone just shuts off after being used a certain amount of time. You might try that in the beginning, but in the end, it's going to be whether you loved and taught them. Prescribing times that they can use their phones is often more positive and better than saying the times they can't, because of attitude. If all you say is don't, times they can't, the implication is that, for one thing, they can use their screens all the other times, and that's not true. And listing the can'ts becomes really cumbersome. You can't eat in bed. You can't put your clothes in the freezer because you don't want to, walk all the way to your room. You can't list everything a child can't do. There are can'ts and there are cans. And between the two, you're going to figure it out. And then sometimes you're just going to look at them and go, you go think about it. You figure it out and you come tell me the answer. And they'll be able to figure it out. Times and places are understood by every kid. They are. You can't change the oil of your motorcycle, bringing the motorcycle into the middle of the living room in the middle of the night. Every kid understands that without your saying, you can't do that. They'll figure out times to use their phones. It's worth mentioning some times that they can't, only to highlight the rules about permitted times. So never during family times. See, that's a little bit of an exception. Normally, it's okay to use their phone. That's a can time after homework. But if you have a family activity scheduled after homework, no, they still can't. See how you use both? Not during meal times, like ever. not after a certain hour. Their phones have to be out and visible and charging all in a public place so that everybody can see them at least an hour before actual bedtime, because it's been proven to be harder to go to sleep with your dopamine and oxytocin and whatever neurotransmitter levels are elevated. Phones go into a basket, or at night a locked safe, whatever. You can only safeguard things to a certain point, and then it's back to loving and teaching, because if you just put them in a basket and they come out and get it in the middle of the night, hence a locked safe possibly in the beginning. It's their feeling loved that makes a difference. And then if you see behavior that indicates addiction, they're off. You look for a borrowed phone. Overall, screen time is a conscious decision that you make. Often for them. As they get wiser, they'll make it. Not just when there's a beep or a gap in time. We're back to that phrase I used a couple times before. You're teaching your children to be either a rock that just reacts or a human being that chooses. And the more you teach them, the better choices they'll make. And the choices they make determines who they become. Read a book with them. Teach them how to putty a hole in the drywall where there's a place that it broke because the door handle hit it. Replace an old drain trap for a sink. Really? We tend to just do this stuff. We don't teach our kids anything. Most kids don't know how to repair a single thing in the house. Well, the light's not on. Well, flip the switch. I did. Well, what do you do now? I don't know. I've watched teenagers do this. They've never replaced a light bulb. Don't just do it. Show them how. You do some plumbing, you glue some PVC, take a child with you and show them. Teach them how to live a life, not just don't use your cell phone. If you just don't, there's nothing left because that's all they've got. Teach household skills like sewing. What if you don't know how to do some of these things? Google it. Have them Google it. Have them teach you how. Really. I used to do this with my kids fairly often. They would say, how do you do a thing? And then they'd go, oh no, I just got assigned the job. And I go, yeah. So you go figure it out and you come teach all of us. These are life skills that are required, whereas using social media, not so much required. Recently, a 4-year-old said, Mommy, can you take this phone, the kid's phone, because I think I've become a screen addict. Not joking. A 4-year-old. Now, why did the 4-year-old do that? Because the mother had already in family meetings taught this 4-year-old what addiction was, what happiness was, what loved, loving, and responsible were. And the child went, I'm paying way too much attention to this. Can you help me with this? That took a lot of preparation. The kid didn't just come up with it on her own, but she did it. That's remarkable. Much easier for a child to realize this at 4 than for you to mention for the first time that screens might have a detrimental effect when the child is 17. You're going to get some resistance at that point. The next screen guideline. Now, some of you might be thinking, this is a lot of guidelines, prohibitions, do this, do that, here's why, here are the disadvantages, here are the dangers. Well, it is a lot. Raising a child was never promised to be easy. And when you're in the midst of implementing this, you're going to be thinking quite the opposite. How come you didn't tell me about this or that? It's a lot of stuff. This is just the starter kit. You're going to need a lot more when it comes time to actually implementing most of this stuff. So the next screen guideline. There are some programs, you're going to have to be the one who determines this, not your child. Either you look at the program, you look at the reviews online, whatever. that are not good for some kids or all kids ever. Now, for some kids, that might include Facebook. Snapchat just destroys them. For all kids, it's going to include porn and some other things. You need to ask yourself, is there a genuine benefit to this program? See, the kids don't see it that way. They see it as, well, there's nothing too terribly wrong about it. In much the same way that you might argue that there's nothing too terribly wrong with a little bit of cocaine, which is actually true. Just a little bit of cocaine, and you go, interesting. It's not going to hurt you in the short term. Probably not going to addict you. Do you really want to experiment with how much cocaine it would take to addict your child? I don't think so. It's the same here. Do we want to experiment with what it takes to harm, addict, or both our children? Well, we really don't. All these limitations and allowances are really not a problem if you're loving and teaching, because they won't need to suppress their pain. They won't need to treat their pain. And if you institute the policy of complete transparency, because you can check on them, you can see just what they saw. And that's a really good idea in the beginning. But you might need to limit some programs or some games, which can be, pornographic, actually, very violent. And there are apps that will block some programs, access to some online things. So in that case, you might have to limit programs, and there are ways to help you to do that. Next guideline, limit the locations of use. This one applies almost always. You don't ever let them have their smartphone or anything where they can access the internet alone in their room. Now, if I've got a child who their grades are up, they're happy, they're responsible, they listen to suggestions without whining, they don't complain, they don't act like victims, the odds that such a child is addicted to screen use are infinitesimally small. So mostly you watch their behavior. If they're being snotty and resistant, they're using something. Write that down. Their behavior tells you what they're doing. So it's not really much of a guess. Not in the room alone. Not at school. Remember, you've got complete transparency, so you see when they access the internet. Just check their use. No deleting, but watch for excuses to use at school. They're often not as real as they make out. Oh, well, we really have to use the internet at school for this project or this class. And then you occasionally check with the teacher and say, he says he has to use the internet at school for blank. And the teacher says, I don't even know what you're talking about. Well, that's useful information. They certainly do not ever have to text each other at school. Really. In most schools, it's against the school rules, but there are schools who just let kids do whatever they want to. Well, guess how much they learn. Plenty of other times that you need to limit their access. You'll figure it out. Location is a principle that every kid understands. Now, they'll protest. I don't understand why I can't. Here's just one example. You'll come up with your others, or two. You don't build campfires in the living room. Ever. Well, but I'll do it less. No, never. You don't practice baseball in the house. No. When I was a kid, I remember distinctly practicing baseball in the house, actually having a baseball game, but they understand principle, and they tend, when they're restricted, to act stupid. They're not. Well, I don't understand. When it comes to accessing programs on the internet, they understand. They're brilliant. They're way smarter than you. So when they pretend they don't understand, just laugh. Don't answer every objection. You just go, we're not going to. Another guideline. Teach with screens. It's not just don't. This is an aspect of screen use that is rarely used by parents. If kids are using their screens, teach them while they're doing it. Use the screens to teach them. Remember, love and teach applies everywhere you go. You don't just teach by limiting. Use it. You already have transparency, so with screens, parents don't realize this. They have a classroom full of opportunities to teach them about life, relationships, love, pain, fear, whatever. Example, texting, Snapchat. A friend of your child's texts or messages your child and says, "When is my mother ever going to get a clue about anything?" End quote. And they've done studies that a great percentage of chatting back and forth amongst kids is complaining about something, somebody, particularly people in authority. So you pull up that particular line, that venomous, "my mother's such an idiot" statement or question, and you say to your child, what is your friend really saying? Now, in the beginning, you're going to hear, "I don't know." So be prepared. Eventually, you're going to guide your child. You will have been having family meetings. You'll feel loved. You won't be angry. You're going to help your child see that your friend just doesn't feel understood or cared about by his or her mother. And that may very well be the truth. And you say that. Now, you say, "I don't know that for sure." But when a child says, "Well, she just never understands me," it's a pretty good indication. At the very least, the child doesn't feel loved and understood. Mom might be actually implementing the principles of unconditional love and practicing while the child doesn't yet trust. But you talk about it. That's the point. What is she, the friend, really angry at her mother about? Usually, in the absence of real love, mom is restricting imitation love in some way, controlling it, and the child isn't getting what they want rather than restricting what they need. Rarely does a parent restrict what a child needs. No, you can only have this much broccoli. You can't have more. Yeah, that's pretty universally applicable. Parents don't restrict what's good. They sometimes over-restrict some other things, but good things, they have an instinct for that. Or the friend might say, "I hate Katie," a friend of your child's. Well, talk about it. Why? Why does this kid hate Katie? What is this kid afraid of? Like being criticized by Katie? Is the child comparing herself to Katie? What is the child not getting? Perhaps not being included, not getting attention. Whoa, it's a classroom. An example from Instagram. You might, looking at a particular photo that your child's friend put up, you might say, "So why do you think your friend put that particular picture up?" In the beginning, they won't know, but you're going to have had family meetings and teaching, and they're going to get a understanding of this stuff. You say, what is the message of this picture? Because people don't take pictures for no reason. They don't. They just don't go around and take pictures of blank walls. Your child will say, "Well, no, there's not always a reason." How many pictures of concrete block do you have in your, collection? None. No, we take them for a reason. So why do you think your friend put up a picture of herself or somebody else semi-naked or demonstrating a big cleavage for everybody's benefit? Or a guy puts up a picture of a girl's behind. Why do you think that is? Let's talk about it. Don't show any criticism of it. Let's talk. Oh, what a chance to teach your child something using their interaction with somebody else, or in some cases, somebody else's interaction with somebody else. So it's less threatening to your child. Or you might say, is the possible message, look at this cool thing that I have? Or look at me? Or is the message, look at my body? Or look at that other person's body that I would either like to be more like, or that I'm criticizing, or that I would like to use in some way? Investigate, what is the message? There's always a message, and we're not using this classroom. We're not. Another one, watching movies, for example. Amongst my children, it was called the pause. In fact, I always held the remote, and so the movie would be going, and I would hit pause, and all the kids at one time would go, ugh, because they knew I was going to teach them something. And I called it the 5 W's. What, why, what? So we're looking at something happening on screen. Somebody's punching somebody in the face. Somebody is leering, if you don't know that word, looking in a sexually suggestive way at somebody else. Any behavior, a dishonest behavior, a loving behavior. So the first what? What is person A doing? It's usually two people, but it could be a person by themselves. What is person A doing? In terms of being loving, being selfish, being unkind, what are they doing? What is person B doing in response? So person A punches person B. Person A is obviously angry and hitting person B. That's simple. How does person B respond? Why are they behaving in this way? Now, the why is really easy if the behaviors you're talking about are unloving behaviors. Well, they don't feel loved and they feel empty and afraid. They can do that pretty much in their sleep. What would be more effective than the transaction as it occurred in terms of relationships, happiness, responsibility? What would be a better interaction? How could they get what they need in a different way? Or what would they do to get what they need instead of what they want? Then what would you do in a circumstance like that? Oh, this teaching, now in the beginning, it will take longer because they'll resist you. Eventually, my kids would just go, bing, 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 bing. Here's what's happening, and here's what we learned from it. And yeah, there was often eye rolling, and they'd go, oh, these pauses. But they remembered them, and they used them in their interactions with the people they knew. They're valuable. I advocate movies as a family, as a teaching tool. It's a classroom. Again, it's easier to see what other people are doing than what we are doing. That's one of the biggest advantages. And there's one example after another in a movie. Whereas in real life, the examples come more intermittently and often more spaced. It's less threatening. It's less personal. Then you compare what's on the screen with something your family has done recently, long ago, a pattern of behavior, anything, an example. So, referring to the screen, that person is choosing to get for himself, which obviously implies pain. That's why people get for themselves, as opposed to being themselves and allowing, getting pain, instead of caring about the other person. Remember yesterday, so that's the example from the screen. Now, compare it to your family. Remember yesterday, Blake, you say to one of your kids, when you chose to hang on to the controller, like, for the video game or whatever, instead of allowing Cheryl to have some time. You'd had all the time. She wanted some. When you chose to do that, what was going through your mind? Another example. Remember when you chose to comb your hair, Susie, whoever, in the bathroom mirror, even though we have mirrors all over the house, instead of using another mirror and allowing your sister into the bathroom where her need was more bathroom specific. She needed the bathroom. It wasn't just about the mirror. So why did you keep combing your hair even though your sister was pounding on the door and saying, hey, I need to use the bathroom, and she was specific about why, what was going on. And then you talk about it using the principles that we've talked about extensively up to this point. Another screen guideline, family activities. We've talked about this here and earlier. If your family is active together and doing lots of stuff together and loving and teaching, and they're happy, they'll realize that screens are just kind of like dessert. You don't eat dessert all day. They just don't need them. They're still fun. I've played video games with my grandchildren who just kill me, as in beat me hands down. But we just do it as one activity in an entire day for a short period of time. If you lack for family activities, again, Pinterest. Look up family activities outside, family activities bedtime, family activities whenever and whatever ages your kids are. Several years ago, my son and I worked together to create a jungle gym, a pretty much full-size jungle gym for the grandchildren from PVC. PVC parts and joints, and has the jungle gym and a slide and a swing and all kinds of things. This was an activity that my son and I enjoyed together. You can look up things like that on Pinterest and other places, and you can get the plans for them and build one with your kids. Now, my son was older at the time that we did it. We did it for the benefit of the grandchildren. Endless activities online for you and your kids. When my children were young, we built bunk beds for the kids and created a jail in the lower bunk bed, which they thought was hysterical when they'd bring their friends over, and then put the board in place, and it doesn't matter how it works, but their friends would discover that they were locked in jail. Just thought that was hysterical. Their friends didn't laugh quite as much, but they caught on to the joke, and they enjoyed it more when another friend came over. Next door to the bunk beds was a fort, 2 stories high, with a trapdoor and a drawbridge, and all made from plywood and screws and rope, and creative fun together. We never had smartphones, and yet we had plenty to do. So if we did then, you can now. And considering the potential risks of screen time, well then, why do them at all? I'm not telling you what to do. I'm saying that if I were to have young children now, my firstborn was just born yesterday, we wouldn't have smartphones ever. I'd have them for work. I'd have them so that I could contact my partner, but children wouldn't have smartphones until they moved away. We don't have to have them. They might have a flip phone that they can use that's programmed just to contact their mom and dad, so you can pick them up for school and so you know where they are. The disadvantages are too great. Now, other family activities that you might try. We've talked about family meetings. You teach extensively in those, and they learn the life course. Instead of being on a smartphone where they will never learn this, you say to one child, yesterday I heard you talking to your brother and you said X. What would you call your behavior at the time? What would you call your tone? What was your intent? And then how would you do it differently? And if I use this tone, they'll answer the questions if you've prepared them, as opposed to defend themselves, which is what, without preparation, all children do, and frankly, all adults do. But I only meant activities, socialize with their friends, more in person as opposed to sit next to each other and use smartphones. Read, I know, crazy books. Read books with them. Use passages from the books to illustrate principles that they need to know, or just concepts about the world that they need to know. Play outside, enjoy nature, run, walk, go to Pinterest again, do their homework with them, carry out family chores, sometimes go to bed because they're not getting the recommended amount of sleep that I talked about in a previous chapter. Be creative, and if you are, while you're loving and teaching, you'll discover they don't need screen time. It's not a necessity. It's not a requirement. It's existed for a paper-thin little blip in the history of mankind, and yet mankind somehow survived up till this moment. We all talk about the ways to manage screen activities, but sometimes a more abrupt step is required. Like with any potentially addictive behavior. Do you think there's any drug treatment facility that simply tapers people off cocaine? Nah, not one. Or alcohol. Drink less. Our motto is drink less. Laughable. No, they stop the behavior because it's too dangerous or it's already hurt the person involved. Sometimes that's what you have to do with smartphones, is to stop their use entirely, which is why I talked about the fact that they don't actually need them. Hence the inpatient treatment facilities in South Korea and elsewhere where they stop the use of the phone completely. Different reasons to do this. One is simply informative. If you wonder, is my child addicted to a thing? Simply stop it and watch the response. So a woman called me one day and she said, my husband watches television all the time. Do you think he's addicted or is it just something he enjoys, like for sports or whatever? And I said, well, he's not going to like this entirely, but walk into the room and just turn it off. Just turn off the TV. She said, what? Turn it off and observe what happens. If he says, oh, well, did you need something? He's not addicted. If he blows up and goes, what do you do? He's an addict. Remember, that's part of the definition of addiction. It's something we can't easily quit. A non-addict, if you remove your children's cell phones for a week, the ones who are addicted will go crazy. They'll borrow their friends' phones. They'll steal a phone. They'll do whatever it takes to get their hit from the phone. If they go, well, then let's do some other activities, which you're going to help them with, then maybe they're not. Then maybe they can be trusted with some limited time. You're only going to learn this if you experiment. So it's worth a try. But everybody's doing it. Well, everybody in a crack house is doing it too, but that doesn't make it right. A woman with children and grandchildren wrote to me. She says this: electronics cause more trouble than tongue can tell. At first, I thought I'd written that. She continues, unbelievable. Nobody anticipated it. If I had my children now instead of a generation before, I wouldn't let a child have electronics until they were 15 or 16. And even then, with significant restrictions, there would be no Facebook. On their phone, they would be able to call and receive calls only from certain numbers. And the phone would have to be completely transparent to parents. Messages cannot be deleted. And apparently, all this can be easily accomplished. This was not written by me, but it could have been. This is from somebody who's seeing the dangers and saying, oh boy, if I could start over and do it, it would be quite different. I have heard many kids say, quote, I hate my parents since they learned about real love, end quote. I ask, why? They say, well, they don't let me play video games like before or have my phone all day. I tend to respond. I don't have a single response to anything. I tend to respond with a metaphor. This is one of many that are possible. I ask, quote, have you ever flown on a commercial jet? Yes or no, doesn't matter. What is the pilot's primary job? Everybody knows. Safety. In fact, most pilots come on and say that's their primary job. So what if in the cabin, they run out of crackers during some difficult crosswinds that are adversely affecting the plane and really throwing it around, but they run out of crackers? He doesn't care. Safety is first. He doesn't go back and make sure that everybody has crackers while there are crosswinds. His job is safety. What is a doctor's job? To save lives and to preserve the greatest possible functionality and happiness of his patients. What if you need a shot to save your life? I've worked in emergency rooms for 6 years, so that's really common. But there might be some pain involved in the shot. Yeah, no kidding. What if, in order to save your life, I have to insert an intravenous line? You can actually really feel that. It really stings for a second. Sometimes the nurse will say, just a tiny stick. And I'm going, it's actually not so tiny. It really kind of hurts. So what? The job of the doctor or the nurse who's starting the intravenous line is saving life, not temporarily preserving comfort. Remember, I'm saying this to the kid who says, well, I hate my parents. So then I ask him, what's your parents' job? Some of them know, most don't. And I say, it's to love and teach. And safety is part of love, but there's also occasional discomfort, like sometimes removing your phone to teach you something. One of my grandchildren was running toward the road, and I couldn't get there in time. And boy, I reached out just before he entered the road and caught him by the collar and just jerked him back hard. And he looked at me and he was going to be annoyed. And I picked him up in my arms. He was just a little thing, and pointed to the road as the car went. Whoosh. I said, that would have been you, like a bug in the road. That car wouldn't have even known he hit you. You got it. He had to be temporarily very uncomfortable as I jerked him in order to save his life. And we have to be willing to do that as parents. Your job is to love and teach, not to make your children comfortable. Kids think parents are there to facilitate their entertainment. Wrong. You're here to prepare your children to live, including through circumstances that are difficult, or life will bury them. If you don't teach them the life course, life will. And life doesn't care. Nature is merciless. You want your child to learn that way? Because that's the alternative to not having the guts to loving and teaching them ourselves. A mother wrote to me, and she said, the other day, my son, Tommy, 4, became aware that he has an addiction to screens. Here's another 4-year-old screen addict. And helped me see that I have an addiction too. Clever kid, was paying attention in family meetings. He suggested that all of us do no screens for 2 weeks. He even suggested that I text people less and actually call them instead. 4 years old. And that I quit hiding in my bathroom to use the phone. And in parentheses, she said, which is where I am right now. Kids notice what we do. Pretty much every single thing. They notice every facial expression. You think they don't notice when we hide in the bathroom? She continues, I'm genuinely impressed by his initiative and his confidence. He's learning to do that without being critical or snotty, just telling it as it is. What a cool kid. And to all of you, this is what is possible. And the younger we start, the better, but it's almost never too late. Recently, I came across a speech given in 1958, I know, 100 years ago, by Edward R. Murrow, who was then the most well-known and most respected news correspondent for radio or television. He was just a highly respected man. Now I'm going to modify and comment on a greatly edited version of his speech because as I read it, I realized that he was talking about us. His speech could have been given today and it would have been equally applicable. My modifications are only to make it a little more applicable to this generation and our circumstances. He said, quote, "It is my duty to express to you my concern about what is happening to radio and television, which then were in their infancy, just like electronic devices are now, very similar. I suggest that it is my duty, like he did his, to talk about what is happening in entertainment, games, television, and all electronic devices." Murrow said that he was deeply afraid, quote, "of what these two instruments, radio and television, are doing to our society, our culture, and our heritage," end quote. I remind you that this was before smartphones and before the angry, voyeuristic, even gladiatorial nature of radio and television today. I share his concern for what devices, in his words, are doing to our society, our culture, and our heritage. I would add, and our families. He says, 100 years from now, historians will find recordings of our moral decay, our escapism, and our insulation from the realities of the world in which we live. He could have written that today. Actually, that's exactly what I've been talking about today, where we text and post pictures about our cars, vacations, clothes, plastic surgery, but we say nothing at all, statistically insignificant, about being kind to our spouses or loving and teaching our children. Now, we put up cool little quotes, by Gandhi and other people and clever little self-help bits, but we don't talk about us. We don't talk about our mistakes. We don't talk about what we learned about interacting with our children. He said that we act as though, quote, "we must at all costs shield our delicate feelings from anything that is unpleasant," end quote. He's talking about our avoidance of pain, which we've talked about extensively in this chapter and in others, and which we do for ourselves and for our children. He stated that he asked a network official why meaningful content on television and radio was being invaded by this great rash of commercials. And he said, the reply from the official was, quote, "because that seems to be the only thing we can sell." And so it is today. Advertisements are on every page of the internet, almost. And we sell whatever fluff and distraction, read that, pain reduction, not what we need. And we give our children the same. He said that if what we offer electronically, quote, "is to be regarded only as something to be sold, then it's not worth selling." I suggest that he's saying that we need to care about what we sell, not only that it sells, like video games, movies, and music, and on and on. He referred, quote, to the incompatible combinations of show business, advertising, and meaningful information, what we really need. And so it is with electronics now. The desire to entertain and sell has overwhelmed any old-fashioned notion that these desires might create products that could hurt us and our children. He admitted that businesses are not obligated to produce only what will genuinely make the public wiser. I mean, they've got to make a profit or they don't exist. But he expressed his fear that we are neglecting our duty to attend to the well-being of ourselves and our children. Same with devices. Of course, the producers of apps need to make a profit, but at the cost of hurting children? When the companies are aware of the risks and they use psychologists to increase the addiction of our kids. Game and device and app and program creators use excuses that sound very much like those of cigarette makers. Well, people want them. They want the hit, so we create the hit, and they sell in vast quantities, so we're just supplying the demand. Well, it's the same excuse used by a drug dealer. Same, no different. He said, I'm frightened by the imbalances, the constant striving to reach the largest possible audience. That sound familiar? For everything, while ignoring our condition, how we're doing. If allowed to continue, then this process of insulation, of escape from reality, will continue to be massively financed. We stand by and we pay the producers of devices, phones, and apps to addict our children to escape from reality. We pay them to do that. And then we wonder, where did our kids go? Or what happened? Why is he or she in trouble? We financed it. Murrow says this nation is now in competition with forces that are using every instrument at their command to empty the minds of their subjects. End quote. He goes on to suggest that the competition might be made fair between commercial interests and the public need for information. I suggest that we level the playing field as we love and teach our children, which will finally counteract the mind-numbing and emotion-deadening effects of devices and apps. Again, I'm not saying something is evil or bad. It's the way we use them. He says, quote, just once in a while, let us exalt the importance of ideas and information, end quote. And I say, just once in a while, let's exalt the minds and feelings of our children, instead of letting them simply find entertainment and escape for themselves, because we lack either the ability or the will to do far better. My bottom line is this. These things we care about so much, Facebook, Google, Amazon, Snapchat, Instagram, and more, none of them care about us. In fact, the CEOs very often have said, we're not here to connect people. We're here to sell a product. We need somebody to care about us. And that is where we parents are utterly indispensable. We have to step up and take that role. Nobody else will. So we talked about the subjects of anger and selfishness to smartphones, television, and other devices. And that brings us kind of logically to our next subject, which is also an addiction, and one that I've mentioned and is changing the general base of children, parenting, education, and the workplace. Entitlement. This condition has become so widespread that not long ago there was a cover article in Time magazine, and it referred to our day, right now, as the age of entitlement. Oh, there's the ages of everything. We should go back in time, but imagine our generation being referred to as the age of entitlement, not a compliment. Entitlement is the belief that I have some indefinable but uncontestable right to have whatever I want and when I want it. That's entitlement. From where does this incredibly selfish, even arrogant belief spring? Pain. If I'm in pain, and if you're close to me, physically or emotionally, then you'd better do something about it. It is my belief, and that's the only one that counts in entitlement, that you have to do what I want to decrease my pain and even increase my enjoyment. And if you don't, my despair and justifications and expectations and demands become explosive. That's the end result of entitlement. So why do children feel entitled? Screens are just one example. Well, everybody else is. They see their friends bark at their parents. I've seen children say things to their parents that I thought, I've never even thought that word, but they say them straight to their parents when they don't get what they want. When somebody doesn't go get them a drink, when somebody doesn't make their bed, or somebody tells them to make their own bed, or because they're that entitled. Why do they feel entitled? Because they're in pain, which we just explained. Because we don't love and teach them. So if we don't love them, if we don't give them what they really want, what they really need, actually, what else is left but entitlement? They would feel entitled to anything that would dull their pain in absence of what they need most. And we enable them. We're the ones who give them what they want when they express themselves in an entitled way. Why? Because we're afraid of our own kids. Because we're afraid of their disapproval. We enable them because the other option, which is to love and teach them, we're either afraid to do, or we don't know how to do, or both. So let's look at these behaviors that we've talked about a number of times now and talk about them in terms of entitlement. Anger, arguing, resistance. You could only become angry and argue and resist if you felt entitled to what you want. ADHD, the symptoms. Distracted, forgetful, doesn't listen, brief attention span, because nobody else matters but me. Now, is this conscious? No. There's no child with the symptoms of ADHD who goes, I'm doing all these things because, well, you just don't matter. No, but it's still happening. Depression, withdrawal, suicidal thoughts. Well, when there's no loving and teaching, and they're not given what they want, the discouragement is overwhelming. They try entitlement first, but then even that doesn't work. Well, now there's actually no reason to interact with anybody. Withdrawal, depression, and the ultimate exit, to kill yourself. Addictions to gaming, smartphone, or other electronic devices, pain. Emotional pain entitles a child unconsciously to use whatever it takes to diminish their pain, including all those things that I just named, or addictions to alcohol or drugs or porn or cutting or other forms of self-harming. If we don't have what we need, we will get what we want to decrease our pain. And I will get is another way of saying entitled. Mostly entitlement does achieve less pain, but also to getting pleasure and power and praise and more. So let's look at how entitlement has practical applications. We're going to get really practical now, and we've been doing that more and more if you haven't noticed. Let's say you're getting ready for school, a family outing, whatever. You've all done it with kids of any age. They tend to do what they feel like. How do I know? Listen to the parents talk. Listen to them nag. Okay, we're late. Go get your shoes on. Go get your socks on. They repeat themselves endlessly, which proves that the kids have to be nagged because they feel entitled to do whatever they want. Who made that possible? The parents. So they're late. They make everybody else wait. Why would they do such a thing? Well, because they're entitled, and they've been getting away with it from the time they were just little tiny kids. I watch children behave around their parents, and sometimes it looks like a nightmare. The parents are trying to control the kids. The kids are controlling the parents, and nobody knows what's going on. The children are that entitled. Children like being in charge of what they do. Who doesn't? But without paying a price. No consequences. They like choosing whatever they want off the candy shelves of the store, but then not paying for it. Well, most adults do too. They have no sense of responsibility, In other words, they get to do whatever they want. They are entitled. Solution, I'm just going to give you one. You leave on time. You tell your kids, I would tell mine. Okay, so we're leaving at 12:03. We're not leaving at 12:03 and 10 seconds. At 12:03, we'll be leaving. And if you come out into the driveway running and screaming with your pants around your ankles, we'll all wave at you out the back window. And then you have to be prepared to do something about that. A backup babysitter on call, arrange for a cab to pick up the kid who is late, who always has money in a drawer somewhere to take them wherever you're going. They stay home, a neighbor comes over and takes care of them. Or there's a consequence for being late. You figure it out. But once we started doing that, a zero tolerance for being late, in addition to the other things we've talked about, there was no lateness anymore, as in none, zero. Imagine that. Imagine an entire family always on time. No yelling, no punishing, no hitting anybody. Just, we're leaving, 12:03. And we taught every kid to tell time. And the little ones who couldn't tell time, an older child was in charge of telling them simply how many minutes they had left. Or we'd put up a timer that just simply clicked down, and we would sit there with them and show them how long it took to click from 4 minutes to none. Dinner time. Dinner time is a nightmare for many parents. Second, possibly only to bedtime, which we've talked about. They've always been nagged. But they go, yeah, well, so what? Because in the end, they get to show up when they want. And then they get fed anyway, and they get fed whatever they want to eat. And so nagging doesn't yield anything. What can you do? Similar to what we've talked about. Love and teach. You start dinner on time. And then no phones. There's no phones at dinner time. And if they don't show up on time, there are a lot of ways to go. I'm just going to give you an example of some consequences. You're going to have to choose, but you're going to have the guts to consistently apply them and do it in a loving way. So if they're late for dinner, they lose their phone for a day. Immediately, you just hold your hand out when they come up to the dinner table. No talking, they already know what it's about. If they're not on time again, perhaps they lose their phone and lose dinner. What could that look like? Child shows up at the table for the second time late in a row, and you go, I'm sorry that you missed dinner. I hope that you make it tomorrow. That doesn't mean the child then has a plate delivered to his bedroom later. No. Doesn't come back in the kitchen and eat later. No, just done. And the only way to do this is to send them to the room where they can't eat. I think 2 out of my 7 kids chose to miss a meal. Nobody is going to die if they miss a single meal. They're just not. Now, what happens? So some of this could sound harsh. It's life-saving. This is the course in life that we've been talking about all along. Consider, in distinction to teaching the course of life, what happens if you do nothing? I knew a man who was a nationally known surgeon, educated, a researcher. He knew nothing about parenting or being a partner. He learned early on that when he gave his 2 kids things they wanted, they liked it. And he interpreted that as they liked him, which he enjoyed very much because he'd never been unconditionally loved. So they trained him to give them things, and he trained them to smile when he gave them things, but rarely did they cooperate. They just liked it. They learned to be entitled. So what did he do? He gave them things. He gave them new everything. The latest phone, the latest clothing, the latest game, the private prep schools. He just gave. Let's take his oldest, a girl, who went to the most expensive private college she could attend. She spent more for her first year in college than I spent for all my years of college and probably half of medical school. She majored in ancient Greek literature. The boy majored in philosophy. Now, these are fun, interesting fields. I actually like reading about ancient Greek literature. I actually enjoy reading philosophy. But the practical application when it comes to finding jobs is really, really small, unless you get your doctorate and you end up teaching other people the same subject. I'm not saying don't do them. Don't hear that. But we don't counsel our children about what is practical. He certainly didn't. So for hundreds of thousands of dollars, he sent them through prep schools. They got cars, expense money, credit cards. They went to college. Again, cars, money, credit cards. If they didn't get what they wanted, she would scream, the older one, that she hated him. And the boy, if he didn't get what he wanted, would actually hit his father. Remember, this is a nationally respected expert in his field. What kind of people do you think they turned out to be? Entitled to the gills. She was a spoiled, angry, entitled brat. I met her when she was in her 20s. The boy was just angry at everything. The girl never did find a job. She got a graduate degree in ancient Greek studies. It's almost a crime that schools let you pick a major in anything that you want. And she's still living off her father. She has a master's degree and endless knowledge in this limited field and can't get a job or won't get a job anywhere. The boy is on drugs. He's been picked up twice. How he managed to avoid prison, I don't know, except that his father could afford to hire expensive attorneys. And he's now at a trade school. All that expensive education, nothing wrong with earning a trade, but he was spoiled all along the way. And it's very unlikely he'll complete his training because he wants it all for nothing. For years, I tried to teach the dad that he wasn't teaching his children the life course. Instead, he funded their own life course, which was taught by Facebook, porn, YouTube, and their peers. Not dad. He didn't teach them anything. Well, except any behavior was acceptable. They chose to attend a life school of emotional death. Pay attention. The school leads to death. Well, he paid them to do it. While they attended private schools, lived on the internet, and did pretty much whatever they wanted and spent what they wanted. By funding their choices unintentionally, he was approving their choices because he didn't stop it. He didn't stop the funding. He didn't dare. He told me I couldn't possibly stop funding them because they wouldn't like me. Well, then you're dead as a parent, and then they're dead as children. They became their own teachers, their own parents. Neither of his children is happy in the least. Neither child can be a real partner. They both failed many relationships. And they both want to be parents, oddly, but they haven't the slightest idea how they would do that. They simply did not get the life course needed to successfully accomplish their central life goals. Dad didn't know how. That is one way that it ends up. One of many horrifying stories I could tell pretty much all day. That's what happens. That's how it ends up when you don't teach kids to be genuinely happy. And instead, you just put them out to pasture, where the likelihood is high, almost 100%, that they will become entitled. With entitled kids, their identity comes from what they control. It's a terrible lesson to learn. Now we're going to talk about ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. A couple of years ago, I was visiting a friend, and this tall, animated young man, maybe 21, close, crossed the room, threw his arms around me, and lifted me off the ground, which something of an accomplishment right there. And he said, "Thank you," in my ear while he was lifting me up. I didn't recognize him, but after learning his name, I remembered most of his story. I first met Damien, the young man, when he was about 6, when his mother brought him to see me. He was in a special school for children with behavioral problems, is what they called it then. From school to school, it changes. He was taking multiple medications and had been diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, autism, oppositional defiant disorder, and more. He had quite a list. He was, in the words of every adult who cared for him, a handful. It's probably a good way of summing all that up. It appeared that he was destined to be shuffled from one special school to another. A great many of these kids grow up feeling defective and miserable, and not infrequently they get diagnosed with schizophrenia, manic depression, lots of other mental health disorders that develop, evolve, or were there in the first place and not diagnosed. This is pretty bad stuff for a kid. And uncounted millions of kids have a future that will involve some or all of this. Not a small problem. Within a few minutes of our first meeting, now remember, he was 6 when I first met him, it became obvious that Damien had learned to get what he wanted, by screaming, hitting, lying on the floor while he pounded the floor with his fists, and he had actually quite a repertoire of behaviors. Within 15 minutes of his arriving and doing those things, he wasn't doing that with me at all. And his mother was stunned. She'd never seen him behave so calmly. And it's not complicated. I just loved and taught him. I didn't use a technique for ADHD. I didn't go into all those details. And in a few minutes, we're going to talk about what I did do. So hang on to this story in your head. Over a period of several months, I taught Damien's mother how to love and teach her 6-year-old son, using the principles in this training that you've seen already. Even though I hadn't come directly to a section called ADHD, all the principles still work. And she used the principles in the book, Real Love and Parenting. I'll give you one example of how I loved and taught him in a minute, but the point is that I simply taught her how to love and teach him with really no reference to his supposed diagnoses. I ignored those. Within a year, Damien was taking no medications. He was attending a regular, normal school, whatever that's called, and he had no behavioral diagnoses. They were all gone. All the criteria for them had disappeared, so no more diagnoses. His therapists were freaked out at how much he'd changed. When he hugged me as a young man, all those years later, it was to express gratitude for his life. And he told me that it was on his way to officer training for the United States Marines. Think of it. This kid was doomed to a lifetime of medication, feeling separated from everybody else, not unlikely institutionalization at some point or more. And now he's an officer in the Marine Corps. I am not suggesting that all children with behavioral disorders would respond as well as Damien did. I'm not telling you that this transformation is easy either, but it is easier than continual medications and special schools and therapists and doctors and a kid who thinks that he's just flat broken. Why would such a kid ever learn to be responsible? Because, well, it's his, whatever the diagnosis is, whatever the acronym is. And I'm not telling you that your child does or does not have ADHD. Pay attention. I'm not. Nor that all parents would be as diligent and loving in teaching as Damien's mother was. I am strongly stating 2 things about ADHD. One, we diagnose behavioral disorders like ADHD far, all caps, far, far too often. Way. Quite a number of books now have been written on this subject. You can Google them. I will speak primarily of ADHD because now it's pretty much accepted that ADD is just ADHD without the hyperactive component. So I'm just going to say ADHD because it's a bigger category, rather than try to address all the other possible childhood behavioral disorders, mostly because I don't want to write a multi-volume textbook on all of those disorders. ADHD, autism, depression, self-mutilation, obsessive-compulsive disorder, I'm already tired. And much of what I say about ADHD will apply to the other disorders, like a whole lot. Generally speaking, people are people, and pain is pain. We tend to label our children in some special way so that we don't have to love and teach them. Oh no, we're not aware of that, but we do it. It's now estimated that as many as 15% of children, roughly, boy do they vary, will at some point suffer from ADHD, with one estimate of 50%. That's 50% within the next 20 years. That's kind of flabbergasting. And to me, beyond believing. Notice I didn't say unbelievable as in wow. No, not believable, not true. For the past 20 years or so, behavioral scientists have been sufficiently concerned with the possible overdiagnosis of ADHD that they've now done meticulous studies about it, about its true incidence. They did, I'm going to just describe one because I could cite studies to you all day, and so what? We're really talking about your child, just to give you a feeling of it. They studied thousands of children in the eastern part of the United States, and they found that with all the strict criteria for ADHD, 1 to 2% of children had sufficient evidence, according to the strict criteria, to warrant the diagnosis of ADHD. 1 to 2%. Far below the incidence that was reported by pediatricians, psychotherapists, parents, they gathered it from all over, of 7 to 11% in previous studies in the same area. 1 to 2 compared to 7 to 11. So possibly exaggerated as much as 10 or more percent. That's, not 10 or more percent, 10 or more times what was true. That's huge. You miss how often a thing is happening by 10 times, you have no idea what you're talking about. And there are counties in Virginia, just to pick a place, where as many as 35% of white male children within the usual ages of treatment, yeah, I wasn't joking, 5% are being presently medicated for ADHD. That's way not believable. It would appear that parents and practitioners are eager, and this is what many people who've done the studies have concluded. Parents are eager to make this diagnosis and to prescribe medications. I've seen many parents, when they learn that their child is diagnosed with ADHD, they become breathlessly thrilled. That may not make sense. Why would they be thrilled? Why would we do this to our children? Because it's much easier to give a misbehaving child a pill, which might work in the short term, than it is to find real love for ourselves. Learn how to be loving and to apply all the principles here and found in Real Love and Parenting. In vigorous defense of parents, there's no job on earth that's more important and challenging, and for which we, at the same time, receive less training than parenting. In the state of Georgia, where I live, training and certification are required to get a hunting license. In some places, you have to get a little bit of training to fish. While nothing at all is required for two people to bring another human being into the world and completely distort the rest of his life. So, hunting a pigeon is more important than raising a child, at least according to the government's requirements for certification. And it's really not very far off in reality either. Entire books and articles now say this: ADHD is not a real disease. They say that. Whole books and studies say this. And about treatment with medication, one pediatric neuroscientist said, quote, "If you give psychostimulants, which is how they treat it, to animals when they're young, their entire reward system changes what they respond to." This is in animals. They require much more stimulation to get the same level of pleasure. In other words, they become greedy for stimulation. This is not a thing to be taken lightly. End quote. It changes the brain. That's what psychiatric neurostimulants do. So what do these experts propose instead? These are people who know nothing about real love. What do they say? One well-respected expert recommended, quote, non-pharmacological treatments, meaning treatments that don't involve medication, which involve, it's not a whole sentence. He's recommending this: non-medical treatment, non-medicine treatment, which involves helping the adults that are around the children. In other words, instead of medication, why don't we train the parents? That would be a short version of saying it. He went on. He said, in other words, for adults to learn to support the kids and guide them. Does that sound familiar? It's the same thing as Love and Teach. Another expert said, part of what happens is that you have an anxious, overwhelmed parent. Does this sound familiar? If it doesn't, you don't have a child. And that creates fear, which is contagious. He could have quoted from this training. When adults are struggling, continuing with his quote, the child struggles. Still sounding familiar. And for an adult already overwhelmed, the struggling child leads to even more pain and struggle on the part of the adult. It's a vicious cycle, one that quickly escalates out of control. End quote. Right out of this training. Solutions. Experts say, teach adults how to behave. Now, do all experts say that? No, many experts just dispense pills. But people who've really done the studies say teach adults how to behave and how to love and teach their children. That's an amalgamation of all their quotes, but that's what they say. Another expert in ADHD said about the studied children, these children live in households and neighborhoods where violence and relentless stress prevailed. So a kid doesn't have to be subject to actual violence, just stress. Their parents found them hard to manage, and teachers described them as disruptive or inattentive. This expert knew these behaviors as classic symptoms of ADHD, a brain disorder characterized by impulsivity, hyperactivity, inability to focus, and a bunch of other things. When this expert, Dr. Brown, looked closely, though, she saw something else. She saw trauma. How many times have we used that word? Or hurt or pain, wounds. She saw hypervigilance and dissociation that she called PTSD caused by childhood. Wow. How close is that to post-childhood stress disorder? Almost identical. And she said it could be mistaken for inattention. In short, impulsivity may be brought on by a stress response in overdrive. Another way to say it, really short, ADHD, she's saying, and I'm paraphrasing, is caused by pain. Well, that's what we said in a previous chapter. Dr. Brown continued, despite our best efforts in referring them to behavioral therapy and starting them on stimulants, the usual drugs we give kids, it was hard to get the symptoms under control. She said of treating her patients according to the guidelines of ADHD. She continues, quote, I began hypothesizing that perhaps a lot of what we were seeing, the behaviors, was more a result of, pause, we're going to wait for it because I'm really going to enjoy this, family dysfunction. That was the real cause. Or other traumatic experiences. But most kids don't have great big other traumatic experiences. The trauma is the family, really the parents. They're not nearly as affected by siblings and everything else. So that's exactly what I've been saying about overdiagnosis and the need for using real love in parenting, which is just love and teach. From another expert, when speaking to traumatized children inappropriately diagnosed with ADHD, she offers them a reassuring explanation of their behavior. The human body's stress system, she said, now she was addressing the children, but clearly older children. So if you got young children, she's addressing the parents. The human body's stress system developed long ago, like thousands of years ago, in response to life or death threats, like thousands of years ago, a predatory tiger. In hypervigilant kids, she continues, the part of the brain that controls impulses, for example, shuts off so the survival instincts can prevail. She's describing two things. She's saying that stress that happened thousands of years ago actually was instrumental in shutting off the part of the brain that does choices and turns us into survival animals who just react. Do you see this? So she's talking about two things. PTSD, which causes that now. See, the brain's already predisposed to survive. So that's already just dying to be activated, which eliminates choice. Now we're just at reaction. The brain's already predisposed because of what? Something else we talked about earlier, the epigenome. Then along come parents who unwittingly traumatize the child with anger, disapproval, whatever. That part of the brain shuts off even more. Poof, done. The child is just surviving and acts like he or she is stressed, and then he or she gets diagnosed with ADHD. And it started thousands of years ago. Holy smokes. She put it together all just beautifully. The whole thing. Epigenome and PTSD. I was thrilled. Quote, says one expert, what does that look like when you put a kid in a classroom? What people don't understand is there's been a tiger in your life, meaning the child. Now, the physical part, the tiger, is long past, but it affects the child emotionally in the present. It predisposes to that part of the brain that survives, and it looks like a lot like ADHD to the people who are watching those kids. But it's not. It's a normal response to a traumatic situation, stressful situation, anything painful. The kids can't take it. Poof, right over the edge. Remember, the first thing I said about ADHD was that we diagnose it far too often. I said there were two things. So here's the second. Until a child is loved and taught, until he's received the emotional and social equivalents of air and water, how could we possibly know that he has a disorder? Why label a child as something until we've loved and taught him? Remember the Marine Corps officer? He'd been diagnosed as all these things. Why? Because somebody hadn't loved and taught him. So without loving and teaching, well, his behaviors look just like the requirements for this disorder and others. He was declared autistic, for heaven's sake. All gone, because nobody had tried the real solution. So what was left was, I don't know, let's call it ADHD. And again, I'm not telling you that your child does or doesn't. But until we've tried loving and teaching, I suggest you don't know. Whether they meet the criteria or they've been tested by their pediatrician, don't care. Until a child has air and water, you don't know what his thrashing around means. Until you see a child is drowning, why label him as having the thrashing his arms and kicking his feet syndrome? See? It's like really obvious, but it's a little scary for parents because then we would actually have to learn something. It was scary to me. I was a surgeon for 20 years, and we went through often lengthy examinations and other assessments before we performed, say, major surgery. We had to rule out problems that could be easily treated. Like there were tumors, for example, on the skin that you could just flick off with your finger. Not kidding. Easy things like that, changing the diet, environment, prosthetics, rest, sometimes fluids. We did everything that could be done before introducing hospitalization, medication, surgery, physical therapy, on and on. More invasive things. For example, I saw an 80-year-old lady and she had a rash all over her body. She was just red from head to toe and it itched and she'd scratch it and she bled and her skin just looked like zombie films. That's what she looked like. Her physician's proposal was, well, let's do laboratory assessments, let's do biopsies, let's start on creams, let's give her some pills. So she was telling me this. I don't know why she was telling me because that wasn't my specialty. So I just asked her one question. I mean, I did go through medical school and work in emergency rooms. How often do you bathe? She said, well, almost looking offended. How often do I bathe, young man? I'm an 80-year-old proper woman. She said, I bathe every day. She was proud of it. She was washing off the badness from her skin. I said, oh, honey, at your age? I said, just try this experiment. Do you trust me? She said, well, actually, yeah, I do. I said, well, I'm going to prescribe something that couldn't hurt you. Let's give it a shot. So you're going to bathe once every other week. She went, ah. I said, you said you trusted me. She said, okay. I saw her a couple months later. She'd gone to bathing every other week, and her symptoms were gone, and her skin looked normal. So what was the problem? We need oil on our skin. We need it. That is what constitutes lubrication, not water. When we say skin is moist, like it says in the commercials, moist, beautiful skin. That's not water. It's oil. Natural oils. And she wasn't producing, you don't produce as much when you're older, and she was washing them off every single day, and her skin was screaming, stop that. So she did, healed. What's the point? Eliminate what is obvious and easily treated, like dry skin or PTSD by loving and teaching, before looking for something with a medical name that requires lifelong medication. How many people have I met who at age 40 are still on ADHD medications, and as they feel loved and taught, in conjunction with consultation with their doctor, discontinue their medication? And they say, you're joking. This is what it means to feel alive? Because yes, medications really can decrease the symptoms. But as I suggested earlier more than once, so does morphine. So you can artificially decrease the symptoms, but it changes who you are. And that's what the adults said. As they got off their ADHD medications, they went, I've been living in this fog from the day I got on these. And now I feel normal. Well, yeah. Now they have air and water. They don't need to thrash around and look like they're insane. Fun. Similarly, children require loving and teaching as much as they require air and water. So until we have loved and taught them, we can't know what the problem is that they have. Can't. Just start off with that. We don't assess whether children have been sufficiently loved and taught because almost none of us ever was unconditionally loved and taught. So how would we know what to look for or how to give it to a child? I'm defending us. Of course we don't do this first. We've never seen it. One pediatrician specializing in ADHD, and I mentioned this a little bit in an earlier chapter, wrote an entire book demonstrating that ADHD kids were not behaving abnormally at all. They were just responding normally to abnormal environments. Whoa, did that change the way I felt? They behave normally, and if you're drowning, you're if you don't know how to swim, and you're thrashing around and kicking and screaming, are you insane? No. Are you abnormal? No. You're normal, responding to an abnormal environment, being in the water where you don't belong. On the left-hand side, he listed all the behaviors of a child in pain. I said this once before, physical or emotional. On the right-hand side, he listed all the behaviors exhibited by a child with ADHD, and the two lists were the same. There wasn't one item that was different. I was impressed. I was sold. It was a long time ago. I did a similar process with you earlier when I described the symptoms of kids who were simply, earlier in this chapter, who were simply tired of earning praise and approval. Unknown to you, I was kind of tricking you, I used the criteria listed by the American Pediatric Association for making the diagnosis of ADHD. The two lists of symptoms, discouraged and burdened child, for example, and a child with ADHD, were the same. Did I trick you intentionally? Yes. You just went, oh, well, a child who behaves like this, you live and teach. The child that I didn't say had ADHD. Now we take the same symptoms with a child who does have ADHD. The treatment doesn't change. Same symptoms. As we eliminate the emotional pain of children through loving and teaching, their symptoms decrease and often disappear. Many of those children would have been or were diagnosed with ADHD, so we must love and teach children properly and sufficiently, treating their PCSD, which is everywhere, before we can sensibly consider this particular diagnosis, ADHD, along with a great many other mental health diagnoses. I told you about the guy who's now an officer in the Marine Corps with ADHD and autism, which proved not to be true. Bottom line, the first step in diagnosing and solving ADHD, what is it? Love and teach. All the actions we would use in response to any of the unproductive behaviors we talked about. Now we're going to talk about what those actions are that we would use in response to those unproductive behaviors, whether diagnosed as ADHD or not, because in the beginning it just doesn't matter. So, treatment, action. No more wounding. No anger, no disappointment, no criticism. We talked about that in an entire chapter about no more anger. That's how important it is. These things, anger, disappointment, criticism, impatience, rolling the eyes, anything. These are like IEDs, improvised explosive devices, like are left along the side of the road by terrorists to kids. They're like explosions to kids, and give them PTSD. A soldier can get PTSD just from one explosive device going off. And little children get these explosive devices 20 times a day, every day, for years. Yeah, that would give you PTSD, the kind that we call PCSD. At which point, now that they're that traumatized, you have no idea whether a child has ADHD. I'm going to be real blunt. You don't know. I'm not telling you whether your child does or doesn't. I'm saying you don't know until they've been loved and taught. And until we know, we can't feel justified in treating them just with medication. Doesn't make sense. We talked in the last chapter about exactly how to love children. And it applies to every child, especially those with PCSD, which is all of them, and ADHD. And those conditions often just disappear when we treat them as having been traumatized by the lack of love. Like, love them how? We did this before, just briefly. Listening, looking, touching, teaching, telling the truth, occasionally consequences. It's just not that complicated. Let's talk about some practical response to ADHD behaviors. You have a child who's already diagnosed as ADHD. Just for a second, we'll talk about it. Children with ADHD are noted for some of the following behaviors. And I mentioned earlier that I kind of tricked you with introducing some of the behaviors and not saying they're the same as ADHD. Now we're going to actually talk about them straight out and make it clearer. So we'll talk about some of the responses we might make with a child who has ADHD, which would be the same, almost exactly the same. I don't know why I said almost exactly the same as treating a child with PCSD. So the child often fails to give close attention to details or makes careless mistakes. That's one of the characteristics of ADHD. We respond by tending to cave in and let them not pay close attention or make careless mistakes because, well, he has ADHD. Do you know how many times I've heard a parent slightly lower their voice and say, he has ADHD, so we have to cut him some slack. Yeah, well, that's sure a lot easier than finding unconditional love ourselves as parents and learning how to love and teach our kids, isn't it? Yeah, by like a lot. Or instead of caving, we become impatient. That's probably a 50-50 deal. The choices, we go either way. So now they're more afraid and more likely to act like they have ADHD. No, neither one of those. With homework, for example, you don't cave and you don't become impatient. Now, mind you, I'm going to give you just one or two examples of responding to these kids because for this entire training, now 40 plus hours, I had no idea we were going to take this long. During this entire training, I've been telling you how to respond to kids with ADHD. I just didn't call it that. So what do we do with homework? Love and teach. I'll be darned. Lovingly, clearly the love part, without anger, perhaps with touching, looking, all those things we just listed. We have the responsibility to proofread, probably in the beginning, everything, then eventually spot check, and not let things slide lovingly. So that's love and teach by proofreading. More teaching. Now, another response that they have to inattention or part of inattention is that they then intimidate us with their fussing or complaining that, well, I just haven't had my meds yet. I've heard 6-year-old kids say that. Parent comes by, the child's acting up, and he just goes, I haven't had my meds yet. Wow, that's an excuse this kid's going to use for the rest of his life. No. Always calm, always loving, and you say, you can do this. So let's look again. Because we have a zero tolerance for our own impatience, chapter 5, and we have a zero tolerance, chapter 7, for all anger, whining, teasing, lying, and withdrawal. I remember it as angry, white, tiger, loses weight. You remember anything you want to. There's a zero tolerance for whining. And this kid, even though he has the diagnosis of ADHD, no, it's still a zero tolerance. It's not a zero tolerance unless they have a labeled disorder. No, it's not. Another symptom of ADHD often has difficulty sustaining attention. And one way that they have of saying that is they don't delay their gratification. There isn't any. We tend to initially let them do that. We don't push them to pay attention to the task. So what would be a better response on our part? We require them to pay attention to us. Who's the focus of their lives? Who's the source of their loving and teaching? We are. So we have a child who's fussing, and I do this with kids all the time. Look at me. We often do that with kids who have autism. Look at me. And if you're loving, they will look at you. No kidding. If you're not, they'll fight and argue and whatever. And then you teach them again. Whatever it is that they need to hear. What's the difference? Why look at me? Because so they can see that you're loving them. That's why. If they're not looking at you, they will very often miss out on the, 93% of our communication that is in our face and tone, not in our words. Look at me, see that I love you. You don't say that part. And now they'll listen to doing the task. Does that work every time? Does that work the first time? Not usually, because they don't trust you. That's why. Another example of this symptom of ADHD. A child wants ice cream. We tend, if they have ADHD or if they're screaming or fussing and don't have the diagnosis of ADHD, we tend to just give them the ice cream to shut them up. No, it's just before mealtime, and you say, and I've talked about mealtimes before, you can wait. It won't be long, and then we'll be eating, and we'll have some ice cream at the end of the meal. The emphasis, notice, is on the word you. You can wait. You as the parent are paying attention to who? The child. You can do this. As opposed to the instant you're impatient, who's the focus on? You, not the child. When a child is screaming for ice cream, his only focus on earth is him. So he does that, and you go up to him, and you wrap your arms around him, and I'm just giving you a real-life example of how I would do this, and have done this with my grandchildren. So I sweep them up my arms, and I squeeze them, and I kiss their little faces, and I say, of course you want some ice cream. I would like to go to the freezer and get the ice cream and just rub it all over your face. Well, by now they're laughing, because my focus was on them. They feel loved and taught, and then I say, so after dinner, I will get you some ice cream. I will shove some up your nose. And they're just laughing their heads off, and they've forgotten about the ice cream because they're getting enough of what? Air and water. Love. See how cool that was? From screaming, I want ice cream, to laughing and giggling. But see, it's all about you feeling loved enough. If you don't, you couldn't duplicate what I just said in 100 years. Really. Another example, chores. Put away your toys. We say, well, as soon as you say it with that tone of voice, that's not going to happen. They have to fight you now that you're telling them that they're defective and you don't care about them. Again, the emphasis is on them. So you sit in the room with them and you say, you can do this. Those over there, this is in the beginning when you're first learning to love and teach them. Yeah, you got them out. Well, and you can show them. You knocked them onto the floor. Now watch, just a few. And then you pick them up and say, you can put them back. And you sit there just calmly as can be, reading their favorite bedtime book while they're putting their toys away. And they say, oh, read to me. I will when you're done putting the toys back. Now, it could sound like a bribe, I suppose. I don't care. You're just sitting there and waiting. The consequence of them not putting their toys away is they're not getting to hear what you're reading. It's just a natural consequence. It's not a punishment. What's the difference between consequence and punishment? You know already. No anger or impatience. Another symptom. The child often does not seem to listen when spoken to. Why? Because they get away with it. Children learn at a really early age. You speak to them, and they pretend that they have earplugs in. They heard you. They've learned that if they pretend they didn't hear you, you'll buy it. We're so dense sometimes. We just go, oh, well, maybe he didn't hear us. So we say it again, and then again, and by now the kid's just laughing it up. He's going, I know how to control this fool. I'll just act like I'm deaf. We repeat ourselves. The volume goes up. The anger goes up. And now everybody's dead. This isn't going to go well. Instead, get closer to your children initially and touch them. Then speak to them. And then say, like we said earlier, look at me. Then tell them what you want, especially with a younger child. As you've done this enough times, you call their name, you wait for a moment, you know they heard you, and you say, Dylan, I know you heard me, and oh, you should see it. It's just so cute. They turn around and go, yeah, I did. It's a riot. Another symptom. The child often does not follow through on instructions and fails to finish projects. Helping them is good, but not too much. The parent who stays up all night to finish a project that the child said to the parent at bedtime, oh, I have a school project due. What's the next question? Well, when is it due, Susie? Well, tomorrow. How long have you had this assignment? Well, I don't know. 6 weeks. And so the parent stays up all night long helping the child finish the project. No, not really. We help them, but only to a certain extent. My children would come to me and say, I've got an essay that's due. And I say, tomorrow? Yeah. I say, how much have you got done? Well, that means none. And I say, well, you do the rough draft, because that's the hard part. I'll help you edit it. And I only help them edit it to the extent that it would be age appropriate. They don't ever turn in PhD dissertations. You don't make it adult-like. You help them a little. There isn't a child on earth, pretty much, who turns in an application to college that was actually written by the child. And the admissions people know that. There are professionals that write these essays for the kids. The parents write the essays for the kids. And then the kids don't learn anything. They don't learn to be responsible. And then that makes happiness, impossible. Then they start on their project, not if it's bedtime. You say, well, I guess you kind of missed this one. But the next time, when you hear about the project, and it's partly your responsibility to check what the project is online, then they start it and you come back and you check their work and you have them tell you when you come back and check the work. So you tell me what's not done in this project. Because if you just say, so are you done? Uh-huh. No, they're not done. You say, what part's not done? Oh, they get a whole lot smarter then, especially when they know you're going to sit there all night until they answer the question. Symptom. A child with ADHD often has difficulty organizing tasks and activities, like bedtime. And wow, we talked about that. That's up to you. We talked about it a lot. We teach them to tell time. That really helps them organize tasks and responsibilities, which are outlined by time. Every task in business has a start time. When you say to a team of people, here's when we're going to start, and you don't say, and you're done when you feel like it. No, we need the results by blank. And they tend to meet the deadline. And if the children, for example, don't get bedtime tasks done on time, we talked about what you do. Well, then there's no celebration, natural consequence. Another symptom, child often avoids, dislikes, or is reluctant to engage in tasks that require a sustained mental effort. In other words, they just don't focus very well. Homework, chores, whatever. You start them on the given time, or eventually you teach them to tell time and they start on time, or they get a natural consequence for that. And then you just come back and check up on it and do follow-up. You don't ever, not in the beginning, eventually you do, but in the beginning you go back and see if it was actually done. When they become consistent, it's the most beautiful thing for you to say to a child, did you do a chore? And the child goes, yes. And from their tone of voice, you know they did, because you've checked on them before. And you just go, well, good. Then go do whatever you want now. They love seeing that there's a positive consequence for being responsible. Love it. Now, a real-time example of a kid doing all this stuff that we've talked about. No delayed gratification, not listening, demanding instant results, no attention span, ADHD. Earlier, I talked about Damien, the Marine Corps officer, and I talked about him when he came to see me at age 6. At that age, didn't listen, would not engage in tasks that required listening of any kind. He was defiant. He had a short attention span. He was, like I said, a handful. And I first met them when he and his mother came to my home. I was talking to his mother, and Damien barked kind of at both of us at the same time, kind of barked between us, because he wasn't sure, being in my house, who to address. I want some ice cream. And I said, because I wasn't prepared to stop talking to Mom for as long as it took to get some ice cream into a bowl. Otherwise, I wouldn't have cared. But I was talking to Mom, and he could see that. And I wasn't prepared to keep him in the room so that he wouldn't drop the ice cream, so that I have to watch him so it wouldn't melt on the carpet, because Donna's not actually that fond of that, or dump it into the computer keyboard, which at home, he has done. So I said, quote, "You can't have ice cream now, but you can have a banana. I will go get you one. So you can choose. You can have, watch, see, I'm turning him from reacting, or I'm offering him the opportunity to either react like a crazy person or make a choice. You can have a banana, or you can have nothing. Which would you like?" He refused, or couldn't, I don't care, it doesn't make much difference, delay his gratification or engage in a conversation to work it out, even though at age 6, a kid who's been loved and taught can. So he dropped to the floor, and he had a fit, and he kicked and screamed and pounded the floor with his fists. And his mother made a motion to get up and help him. And I indicated with a, glare that she was not to move from her chair. She sat back down. So I laid on the ground where he was kicking and screaming, and I said, in this tone of voice and at about this level of volume, I said, "I can't understand you." Well, with his screaming, of course he couldn't, but he was aware that I was there, and he could see my lips moving. Oh, he couldn't help himself. He had to know what I was saying. But he continued to scream for a little longer. And I said, and his tone went down, "I'd be happy to listen if you speak. This is not speaking." I knew he heard me. I could see the look of recognition in his face, but he continued to scream because, his mother had taught him that if he wanted to get anything that he wanted, if he wanted to receive it, he had to scream louder and louder, and then she'd give it to him. So he just started off screaming. He was a good learner. He was a normal kid responding normally to an abnormal environment where he'd been taught to scream. So of course he screamed. I motioned to Mom to come with me into the next room while the kid's still screaming. And on our way out, I said to Damien, a little louder than this because he was a distance away from me, I said, "We'll be back." But no tone. And I shut the door that we were going into, of the room we were going into. Now, I've said this before, and you're seeing it here. Like trained seals, kids don't do something unless they get rewarded for it. They don't. They don't kick up a long fuss, especially on the floor, if they're doing it by themselves in a room alone. Why? There's no audience. They don't get anything, except that fists hurt and it really looks kind of stupid. So within 2 minutes, he came into the next room where we were, and he lay down on the floor and he screamed again. His little brain, not consciously, is going, "Is this man stupid? I mean, in our family, if you really want something, then you scream and kick and then you get it. So how do I communicate to this stupid man?" So he laid on the floor and screamed again, thinking that maybe I just missed the clues. We left again. We left the room and went back to the room where we'd started. I would have been willing to do this all day. He came in and again, this time dramatically fell to the floor, like you'd see in a movie. Fell to the floor where he cried. Didn't scream this time because he wanted to hear what I had to say. So I laid down again. "If you decide to speak to me, it's up to you. I would love to listen." Do you hear the focus of what I said? Him. I am dying to listen to you. But I don't understand the screaming. I can't hear it. Speak to me in words. And at some point I did say you have to use words. He stopped. Stopped right then. He was sobbing, snot running down his face. He said, I want a banana. I said, well, cool. So I went and got him a banana, and we played a game around how to peel the banana. Instead of peeling it the usual way using the stem, we peeled it from the bottom. And he thought that was hysterical right there. He said, no, up here. I said, ooh, watch this. I peeled it from the bottom. We separated it into probably 3 pieces because that's what I'm used to. And then I said, now you can have oh, no, wait a minute. I don't think you're ready. You peel a banana and then you unpeel would be the word. I put it back together and I teased him and I said, well, I can't get this off. Then he peeled the banana like, duh, because he wanted to eat the banana, and he loved doing it backwards, and he laughed and he acted like a monkey. We were having fun eating a banana, and there was no mention of ice cream. Why? Because I was loving and teaching him. Does it always work this fast? No. But it worked this fast with a kid who was on multiple medications and who supposedly had autism. And I said to the mom, as we talked about in chapter 0, when we were talking about whining, you only respond when he speaks in English. Do not baby this kid. Don't rescue him. Listen to him and love and teach him. I taught her how to do all those things, not in 1 hour, but over a period of time. Read the parenting book. Well, I'll be darned if she didn't do it. She did it all. And he learned to be a human being, instead of just reacting like an animal. Another symptom of ADHD, often easily distracted. What we do is, when they kick up a fuss and they're distracted or they're not paying attention, is we raise our tone, we raise our volume. Touch them. Look at them. We already talked about an example of that. They're often forgetful in their daily activities. They go, oh, well, I forgot to do my chore or whatever. Really? You forgot? What's your birthday? They know their birthday. What do you want for dessert? So you haven't forgotten your favorite dessert. You call them on their little tricks. And then you say, so you do remember things. You just remember what you want. But with this tone, if you say, yeah, see, you can remember, you just remember what you want, which is fairly average for the way we speak to our kids. You do that, you teach nothing except, I don't love you. Now, we'll be talking about ADHD a lot more in subsequent recordings that we'll have on the website that we've talked about, and film segments, emails, and more. But you go over the list and review all the chapters before this. You won't get all this the first time you see it. And that's the treatment for ADHD. No kidding. You've got it. You already heard it. A lot of it, you didn't realize you were hearing it at the time. New subject. Teaching responsibility. We all know that everybody should be responsible. Everybody knows this. Some of us realize that children should also be responsible, but with our behavior, we often confuse our children about the purpose of their becoming responsible. The confusion arises because when they act irresponsibly, we so often respond with impatience and irritation. When we do that, despite our claims that we're teaching them to be responsible, we're screaming with our behavior that we're primarily interested in our convenience, not their happiness. Focus is on us again. So we're not loving and teaching. In short, we say that we're teaching responsibility, but our behavior says we're teaching them to be good little servants for us. I know, ugly, but true. Under those conditions, it's no wonder that so many of our children resent our attempts to teach them lessons on responsibility. Walk into a room full of kids and say, we're going to talk about responsibility, and then listen, really listen. You gotta be kidding me. They hate it because of the way we teach them. I taught the little boy who had autism, supposedly, how to be responsible for his own feelings and for what he chose. And he just did it. The purpose of life is to be happy. Without that, every other success is meaningless. And we make genuine happiness possible for our children only as we fill their lives with real love. I repeat, love makes our children happy. In order to help your children be happy, you do not have to give them everything they want. Your responsibility is only to love and teach them how to be responsible, loving, to feel loved, which leads to happy. That's your job. Talked about that before too. You can learn a lot more about responsibility in the parenting book. It's simple. It means taking ownership of your own decisions. Not complicated. And it means taking on decisions that will make you and other people happy. Both. Everybody wins with responsible. It makes us happy. It's a family saying in our family. Ask any one of my kids. Work makes you, and I have had the peculiar pleasure of hearing my children say this to my grandchildren. Work makes us happy and strong. It really does. It gives us confidence. It allows us to do things that facilitate our own sense of fulfillment and that contributes to the happiness of others. Responsibility allows us to express and develop the gifts that we talked about, I think, in chapter 7. We have it completely backward in the world. We believe that we have to do lots of things, good things, responsible things, in order to feel worthwhile. Wrong. We're already worthwhile. We're already worth loving, like the baby left on the side of the road I talked about a long time ago. We're precious beyond speech, lovable beyond words, filled with divine potential and divine gifts. We're already worthwhile, and our responsible and good actions naturally proceed from that worth, magnified by our gifts and lots of patience. That's a beautiful way to live. Responsibility is not a burden, as we've been taught, not with a tone, you need to be more responsible. You're just not responsible. You hear that tone? Well, our kids do. Responsibility is an opportunity for you to practice being yourself in a way that will yield the greatest joy for you and bring happiness into the lives of others. That's responsibility. And that's what you teach your kids. That will mean more the more we talk. In chapter 7, we talked about Mark and his daughter. It's been a while ago. The daughter went to live with mom and became utterly spoiled and enabled. She was taught zero responsibility at her mom's house. Result? As we said, she was having indiscriminate and unsafe sex, had an abortion at age 15, was expelled from school, was breaking the law in multiple ways. She could easily have gone to jail. But Tandy didn't get entirely swallowed up, that's Mark's daughter, in the swamp of entitlement. She could see that what her mother taught her about life was wrong. How'd she see it? Because Mark and his new wife were happy, and he saw that her mother was not happy, while her father was. That's very insightful stuff that she saw as a teenager. So the daughter, Tandy, as we talked about, left her mother to live with her father. And it was tough in the beginning, learning this new way of living. At her mother's house, she didn't have to do anything. No cleaning, no food prep, no responsibilities around the house. She was treated like a baby. And although there are certain aspects of that being waited on hand and foot that she liked, she sensed that she wanted to be more than just pampered like a pet, because that's not the same as being loved, which involves real caring about her happiness, and that involves teaching. Loved and teach is one word. Teaching her the principles of life that work. Mother wasn't doing any of that. Well, she couldn't. Mother didn't know those principles. And Tandy knew she didn't. With her father, she learned to be responsible, which it turns out, not always in the beginning, but pretty quickly. I taught responsibility briefly to a 6-year-old with autism in less than 15 minutes overall. Tandy learned to be responsible. She liked it. After Tandy had lived with her father for about a year, Mark wrote to me and described how he was now living with a different human being, his daughter. He said she did her chores without being asked, helped her brother with his homework, and overall was just sweet to be around. Phenomenal. One week, Tandy did not do her chores very well, so Dad gave her consequences. That's what you do when words don't work. Not angrily, just consequences, like raking leaves or some extra job. And said that she needed to think about another consequence that he could give her. She would get to choose it. That was resourceful on his part, like take away her phone for a period of time or whatever. He was just giving her ideas. So she called me and asked me for an idea. She said, I've never had to come up with my own consequence. I don't know, go to jail? I said, well, I'll give you ideas. One of them was you could write an essay about what you learned from this experience with consequences. Well, she just dived into that. She thought, that's cool, because she enjoyed writing. So I'm going to share with you her essay. And this essay includes 3 simple and essential concepts. In fact, that's how she begins her essay. Quote, this essay includes 3 simple and essential concepts. Why not doing my chores was irresponsible, what I learned from doing my chores, and how by doing them I am preparing for life. That's quite a beginning. That's a lot of insight. Here's what I'm going to teach you. Cool. Continuing with her, quote, the first, why my behavior was irresponsible, is the easiest to explain. I said I would do them and I didn't. That's just simply not responsible. Oh, I had excuses, but the truth is I just didn't care enough to do them. They take about 20 minutes each day to complete, and I'm happier every time I finish them. I feel selfish when I don't. And I certainly get far more from my parents, meaning I get far more benefits from my parents who take care of me than I give them with my puny 20 minutes. That's close to genius level for a child understanding responsibility. She continues, quote, what have I learned from not doing my chores? Second element, I feel disconnected and unhappy. Sometimes when I don't do what I promised, it feels like a little victory, like I got away with it, but it's not. Each time I fail to live up to a promise, I lose a sense of connection and fulfillment and accomplishment, and I'm being very inconsiderate to my family. 3, how does doing chores prepare me for life? They teach me to be responsible, which I'm going to need in order to study in college, get a job, own a car, pay for housing, on and on. Irresponsible people paint themselves into a corner where they have no choices left. If I'd been in the room when she read this, I would have just hugged her and kissed her cheek. She continues, quote, my whole future is affected by the simple doing of chores. She got it. She got it. Quote, instead of dragging my feet when my parents tell me to do something, I should be thanking them. They're helping me learn skills that will make me happy and successful all my life. One day, I'll look with satisfaction at all I've done and who I am, and I'll remember that it all started by doing 20 minutes of chores a day. I'm glad someone cares enough to help me with this. Kill me dead. This is astonishing insight for a child. Why is the child being required to learn anything? She's learned that it's so that she can be a happy adult. Well, and happy while she's a child. And that's our job as parents. Let's look at another example of teaching responsibility, which we began back in chapter 7. Same story. So I'm going to remind you, your son, Sean, said, I am so mad right now. I've asked Stephanie, his sister, I'm mimicking the attitude only a little bit because, wow, can this get heated? I've asked Stephanie a million times to put my bicycle back where it belongs if she uses it, but she never does. Favorite words of victims, never, always. You realized that it was not about the bicycle. It was about Stephanie not caring about her brother and him hearing her saying that every time, hearing the message, I don't care about you, every time she left the bicycle out. That's the problem. His not feeling loved, which of course started with you, and Stephanie just pushed him over the edge. If he'd already felt unconditionally loved by you, he wouldn't have reacted this way to Stephanie. He would just have somehow worked it out. But we have this storm of his pain with Stephanie meeting the pain with you, and poof, we have this little explosion. You, from chapter 7, you expressed your understanding and even gave more examples to Sean of how his sister had been unloving to him, which was beautiful. He liked being truly listened to, as you said 8 to his 2, 4, 6. We talked about the principle 8 then. In chapter 7, I promised to talk in this chapter about how you could finish this conversation with Sean and the offending sister, brother, in this case sister, but it could be any sibling or any person, where everybody learns without being emotionally traumatized. Actually, when you're emotionally traumatized, you really don't learn much except, I don't feel loved and I hate you. So here we are, as I promised, finishing the conversation with Sean, teaching him responsibility, and having a conversation with Stephanie. We didn't do all that back then because, like I said, this is a 2,000-piece puzzle and we're fitting it all together. And often, in order to understand this piece, you have to understand this whole segment. This piece by itself doesn't make sense, which is why now that you have more pieces, it's a certainty you're going to have to go back and listen to the entire or watch the entire training again. The more we learn about what we thought we knew and discover, well, I'm not as smart as I thought, which is, so what? Now we can learn. So first, let's have a conversation with Sean. So you say, you seem pretty angry at Stephanie. Sean says, well, yeah, she's always leaving my bike out. You say, well, I'm sure you've told her exactly that. Sean said, see, you're listening. I'm sure you've told her that. He says, yeah, 1,000,000 times. And you say, well, and you have a right to tell her 1,000,000 times. Now, can you tell me where you made your mistake? Oh, this will be baffling to Sean because he's going to come back with how he's right. Because in this case, clearly she's in the wrong, but we do a zero-sum game. If she's wrong, well, then he must be right. No, it's most common in a conversation that both people are wrong. And he retorts with, well, I'm not the one who leaves the bike out, so, how could I be wrong? What was my mistake? You respond calmly, I know that you didn't leave the bike out, but you're still making a mistake. What is it? Do you hear my tone? You're still making a mistake. Not, well, you have a part in this too. No, he's not going to hear you. So Sean remembers in family meetings, vaguely, because you have them regularly. If you don't, there's no sense you're even having this conversation. That's why family meetings are critical. Meetings are essential to a company. You have regular departmental meetings. You have sub-departmental meetings. You have meetings higher than that of mid-level managers. You have board meetings. There are meetings all over the place. Why? So people stay informed and they can make better decisions. Well, then why don't families do that? Because they need it as much as anybody else does. So you've been having these meetings And he remembers that there are 5 things, doesn't matter really what kicks his memory off. In this case, he remembers there were 5 things that there's a 0 tolerance for. And he's doing 2 of them. This would be genius for him to remember, but he does. And now, if he doesn't, you remind him, because he might not. I'm giving you a really shortened example of him remembering. He said, well, I get angry at her, but she makes me mad. He doesn't remember everything in the family meeting, but he started. And you laugh just like I just did, or laugh in your own way. And you say, we've talked about this a lot. Now, this isn't to make him feel bad. It's to say to him, listen closely, because we've talked about it a bunch of times, and you didn't hear it before. You say, so you're saying she controls you, that you have no choice, that you can only react, remember this phrase, like a rock, and can't be a human being. Sean pauses and he rolls his eyes because, well, he really does. And he says, okay, she doesn't make me, because you've talked about how people don't make us angry a lot of times. Now he remembers. But it's hard to choose to be loving when she's being stupid. You can see he's getting there, but not quite. And you say, yeah, it is hard. As much as possible, you agree with them. You agree with the parts that are right. Then if you have more to teach, well, then teach more. But don't start off with no. Then all they hear is, old man ain't listening to me. And then they just shut down. You say, yeah, it is hard to love her when she does this. And that is exactly when you learn the most about loving. That's when you learn. You might even say, I learn the most about being loving when you're being difficult. Ooh, kids love it when you bring you into it. Meaning things that are difficult for you, things that you don't do well. And you might say more, but you just taught Sean about responsibility. We tend to talk about being responsible for a chore. He's a responsible person. He gets all the work done. He puts the chairs away after the meeting. That's just part of responsibility. That's for tasks. More important is being responsible for how we feel. And you just taught your son in a brilliant way how to be responsible for his own feelings. Don't teach too much at once. So you taught him that he's responsible for how he feels. Pretty much shut up at that point. Because you just keep going on and teach him another principle. He's going to go, yeah, I think next time I'm mad, I'm not going to be telling Dad. Because I don't like to hear the lectures. Now we go to Stephanie. You could teach Sean how to tell Stephanie nicely about the bicycle and just see what happens. But remember, we're doing one lesson at a time. Sometimes that'll work to say, well, now you could say it this way. And then Stephanie goes, oh, my brother, thank you for telling me this nicely. Could happen. I've seen it happen, but it's not the most common outcome. Stephanie has something to learn here too, and it needs to be taught by you. This is where you step in as a parent and help both children. Help make the burden less for the child who was offended, and help teach the other child who is irresponsible responsibility. So you talk to her about her responsibility to put it back. And she says, I do. Just like that. And you say, well, I would say that clearly is not true. Because Sean does not enjoy telling you to put his bike back. He hates it, in fact. So there's no way that he would complain that the bike was out of place if it weren't. When has Sean ever come to you and said, put my bike back for the millionth time, when it was in the place that he left it? He doesn't. And he wouldn't have then had to put it in the right place if it was already in the right place. So 1, 2, in this case, 2 strikes, you're out. Doesn't make sense. Stephanie, of course, realized she's been trapped and goes, grimaces because she wants to come back with something, but she realized she's kind of trapped, so she does a little semi-dodge and says, well, I don't forget as often as he says. They love being at least partly right. And you say, yeah, that's possibly true. See how I'm listening to her? Okay, let's grant that that's at least partly true. But would it really matter if you left it out 40% of the time or 60% of the time? 40% you claim, 60% he claims. No, so the details don't matter. The fact is, these are facts. It's not your bike. Doesn't matter why you use the bike. He's nice to let you use it at all. And you agreed to put it away how often? And you wait. Well, it's bizarre. When we're afraid, we defend ourselves. Like that. The answer to this question is so obvious, there's only one. And she'll still sit there and squirm. Did you not agree to put it away every time? You were there and you saw her do it. I guess. We hate being wrong because all of our lives when we've been wrong, people have pounced on us. So now you're teaching. You say, no, you don't guess you're wrong. There's no guessing here. You did agree to put his bike back. Yes or no? Yes. Now, the sigh says it all. And this is time to teach not just about the bike and responsibility. You're going to break the rules and teach 2 principles here because sometimes you need to. So you tell her, your sigh says everything. You did make the agreement. I was there. There's no doubt whether you made the agreement. In fact, you've made it quite a few times in family meetings. You said, I will do it. Not, I will improve by 5%. No, said you do it. So you are responsible. And yet now you resent the promise you made. So words aren't working. We've talked about it in meetings. He's talked to you about it. I've talked to you about it. Loving and teaching with words failed. Stamp. So we're going to try a consequence. Now she's going to screw up her face at that point. Oh, consequence. This is a beautiful example of a natural consequence, like perfect. So you tell her, you're not allowed to use his bike for as long as I decide. Don't put this on her brother. No, for as long as I decide. And she goes, predictably, what? You say, well, you made the decision to violate the agreement with your brother. And now I'm telling you what the price of the violation is. You broke the speeding law while driving a car, and the policeman gets to decide, because I've watched them do this. I was going 22 miles an hour over the speed limit, and the policeman knows that that's going to be a lot of points on my ticket. And when he comes up to talk to me, I go, my bad. I screwed it up. I wasn't paying attention. I blew it. And the policeman says, because he's literally said this to me, well, I don't know that anybody's ever said that to me, that I screwed up and broke the speed limit. And he said, you were going 22 miles an hour over the speed limit. And I said, I'm surprised it wasn't more. And he says, so I'm going to give you a ticket for 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. Baby, that's a gift. He's being kind. That's way fewer points on my license. And I thanked him for the consequence, which then reminded me the next time, do I really want a ticket? No. Because if I speed, I choose to pay the price. Now, back to you talking to Stephanie. You say, you decided to violate the agreement. Now I'm telling you what price you've chosen, you didn't know what the price was going to be, but you chose to pay a consequence. And if you keep up the attitude, well, up to you, but now it's between you and me. Now it's not you and your brother. The consequences will get bigger if you have an attitude, because it proves you're not learning it. See? I don't mind you sighing and giving me attitude. What I mind is that you're not learning. And so we just increase the price if you don't learn. For those of you who are listening, this is an example of what I've referred to as ramping up the consequences. If consequence 1 doesn't work, well, then we add consequence 2. Stephanie says, well, for how long? Meaning, how long are you going to keep the bike from me? Well, at least a week. Depends on your attitude. Maybe much longer. She goes, what do you mean, depends on my attitude? You say, well, you need to talk to both Sean. I may have called him Mike earlier. I don't remember. You need to talk to Sean, your brother, and you need to talk to me sometime in the next couple of days and explain humbly with no attitude. You're giving her a break here. Right now, she's in just a snotty mood, and it's sometimes hard to break out of. And see, if you just keep adding consequences now, her attitude's probably going to get worse. So knowing that, cut her a break, and you're saying, come to me, come to Sean with no attitude, and humbly describe how you were irresponsible, how you were snotty, how you were unloving, and what you're going to do about it. And you might even have her write that down. Humble, irresponsible, snotty, unloving, and what you're going to do. Otherwise, there's no way she's going to remember. Then you might get to permission to use it if he agrees in a week. But you'd have to satisfy all those requirements. Just like if you lose your driver's license, there are requirements you have to satisfy, or you don't get your license. Pleading, crying, and going, oh, well, that just isn't fair, will not get your license back. Might, if you amp it up enough, you might end up in jail. And then you say, oh, and by the way, you leave it out more often than you think. Because I hear about it when you do. And it's a lot. That's loving and teaching. Another practical lesson in responsibility. Now, it might sound like I'm talking about responsibility. I am. Just like it might sound like I was talking about bedtime when I was talking about bedtime in chapter 7 for a long time. No, I'm talking about loving and teaching. The principles about love, teach a principle, give them a chance to implement it, love and teach them again, possibly again, and then when loving and teaching with words doesn't work, this is what I'm teaching. It's not, although, yeah, I'm giving you a real clear example of teaching responsibility or bedtime. I'm teaching you that. Love, teach, sometimes consequences. See? In fact, it's love, teach, let them make mistakes. Then love and teach them again and let them make a mistake. And then when the words don't work, we go to consequences. That's what we're talking about. So David, a new father, meaning new to our conversation. He's not a brand new father. He's talking with his 10-year-old son, Brian. Now, this works very similarly, with a 4-year-old or a 16-year-old or a girl or whatever. A 16-year-old is just more clever at fighting, arguing, and defending. They got more tools in their toolbox. They've been alive longer. Actually, often they've just seen you do your tricks longer. So David had several times, in a loving way, told Brian that he couldn't just dump his football gear anywhere in the house after the team had practiced, which he tended to do, which is a fairly natural act. You're hot, you're sweaty, you come in the house, you take all this extra gear off, which has made you extra hot and sweaty, and you just throw it off. Relief. On the floor. But it gets in the way of other people, and it's not responsible even if you're the only person in the house. So David said, to Brian, the son, that he would have to leave his shoes and pads, which you don't wash every time, in his own bedroom. And then he would have to launder the jersey and the pants and the socks and the underwear and whatever else is involved himself. Brian didn't do it for like the 12th time. So notice, David has done loving and teaching 12 times. You have to decide where to step in. 12 is probably a little late, because then every time you don't really get the point across where it changes behavior, they take it as kind of like permission to do it again. They're willing to take the gamble. The old man will remember, he won't, so throw the dice. But he let him go 12 times. He just did. So 12 times, despite being loved and taught, David reminded him, your football stuff in this tone, your football stuff is in the living room on the floor. You get an attitude, so will he. Brian says, because if kids haven't been loved sufficiently, they hate being taught. What they do is they hate being controlled. And got to remember, he's 10 years old. For the first 10 years of his life, you have controlled him. We're going to pretend you're the parent for a second. 10 years of being controlled, and then you do the first truth telling and say, okay, I'm not going to do that anymore. Now I'm going to love and teach. And you go to love and teach them the first time, and what do they hear? Controlling. That's what they feel. So I'm defending the child. I'm defending you too. You're just learning to do this. But this time you're actually loving and teaching. You're doing it right. You're doing it lovingly. But he ain't used to this yet. So Brian says, you treat me like I'm 4 years old. Common response. David says, what did I tell you? Just now, what did I say? Tone. Brian says, you said my stuff was in the living room. Different tone, and that's a different conversation to say, no, I didn't say it that way. I just said, your stuff's in the living room. But this isn't the right time. So David says, so is that true that your stuff is on the floor in the living room, or is it false? Brian says, well, my shirt and pants are in the laundry room. But see, they're not being laundered. They're just on the floor like everything else is. So, but he did get some of his clothing into the laundry room, expecting, of course, that you or somebody else would do it. David, the dad, says, so are your shoes and pads in the living room? Brian starts to argue. Yes or no? It's a one. We let him talk too long. You can write this down as a law. The more people talk, the more they're defending themselves. Otherwise, people just go, yeah, no, go there, do that. Communications are very simple. The more words we use, the more we're defending or trying to get something. So are your shoes and pads in the living room? After attitude, yes. Are they supposed to be there? Now, for your child, maybe your child doesn't play football. I'm just trying to show you how we can generalize everything. For your child, it might be mowing the lawn or whatever. They believe that if they do part of something, because you told them to mow the lawn, and then you say, did you mow the lawn? Yes. Did you mow the front lawn? Well, you didn't tell me to mow the front lawn. I've been through these. No, you're right. I didn't. I said mow the lawn, which means the whole lawn. Otherwise, you could take the mower out there and just go zzz, and you'd say, I mowed the lawn. No, you mowed a part of the lawn. So the front lawn is, you get it. You can't back off. You can't let them tell these, well, lies, excuses. And you can't do it with a tone. Brian responds to, are your shoes and pads supposed to be there with, you nag me about everything all the time, just like I was 4. See, he's quarterback of the football team at 10, so he thinks he is the man. And you're just, one of his cheering squad. David, who is wise and not backing off and with no tone, says, you're kind of right. I do nag you like you're 4. Probably because much of the time you act like you're 4. Now, if you have any tone in this, it's going to seem very belittling. No, you do. You act like a 4-year-old irresponsible kid. 4-year-olds have to be reminded of everything just like you. If you back off here because he goes, 4, you lose. If you're angry, you lose. Your child loses. So Brian, even though David said it lovingly and kind, stomps off just to show Dad, see, I'm no 4-year-old. I'm a man because I can stomp, because he's seen you do it. He stomps off toward the living room and he's huffing and puffing. And David, he's going, I'm not getting involved in this fight, but I am going to love and teach. So David says, where are you going? Now, most of us wouldn't think of this. Where are you going? We'd think, well, he's going to get his stuff. I'm only too glad to have this over with. Brian says, well, get my stuff. Like, you idiot. Isn't it obvious? David, again, not going to have a fight, but he is going to love and teach. And David says, it's too late for that. Now you have to learn another lesson about responsibility before the one about washing clothes. Now, Brian responds with a little less attitude because he's going, okay, I've never heard this lesson before. I've heard the nagging of picking up my clothes, but now we have another lesson to learn. And he goes, what? What lesson? David, his father, says, well, you were stomping off toward the living room. In English, using English words, what were you saying with the stomping and the loud puffing? Now, Brian pretended he was ignorant and there were delays and I don't know. And David just sat there looking like Buddha. He just sat there waiting. And then Brian caught on, wow, all my old stuff isn't going to work. And he said, I'm angry. Yeah, David says. In fact, good that you see it. So angry about what? Well, you keep nagging about the same thing and I don't like it. His father says, excellent. You're talking about it. So let me help you talk about it. You don't like it that you have a responsibility for your choices. You don't like it that you made an agreement and didn't keep it. You made the agreement. You don't like it that we let you play football and pay for your gear, and now you're ignoring the price that comes with our letting you play football, which is, taking care of your clothes. You don't like it that somebody else doesn't take care of your choice, your clothes. How am I doing? David says this to Brian, making the point that what Brian doesn't like is the price of his choices. It's kind of embarrassing, actually. It's not that he doesn't like what David's doing so much. He's not liking being responsible. Brian makes no response because this is a lot to take in. Do not pile 5 questions on top of them and expect him to know the answer to everything. So listen to how kind David is. He said, do you see how simple this is? You're angry that you made bad choices. It kind of doesn't make sense, does it? Now, Brian's starting to get the point. He's not going to respond with some, oh, thank you, Father. Oh, how would I ever have learned responsibility except for you? No, never going to happen. Not at this point. Maybe when he's 30, he'll come back and say, thanks, Dad. But he's just looking uncomfortable. And now, instead of angry, he's feeling embarrassed. Okay, that'll do for now. David said, so I could see why you wouldn't like this situation. He's being compassionate even that his son is stomping away, but only because he's chosen to love and teach him instead of getting in a fight with him. He said, so do something about it. If you really don't like this situation, you don't like all this, then just do the job. Do the job you promised to do in the first place. So apparently you kind of do like being reminded because in a way you're asking me to remind you. So I will help you so that I don't have to remind you. That's the prelude sentence to a consequence. So I've tried words. That's what he's really saying, David. The next time your gear is anywhere but the laundry, or if it's in the laundry room for longer than 3 hours. So you're giving the kid a break. He can just dump his stuff in the laundry room just so he can get a glass of water and lie down, because football practice can be really quite a workout. If it's in the laundry room for longer than 3 hours, and I'll be timing it, then I'll just do the laundry myself. And Brian, who's catching on that there's a trap here, says, well, what do you mean you're just going to do it yourself? What are you going to do with it? And David says, I'll put it wherever I choose. So I'll put it in the laundry. I'll wash it. When I say 3 hours, that means it has to be washed and dried. So if it's in the dryer, for example, I will take it out of the dryer and then I'll put it wherever I wish. If you don't take care of it, you're proving that you don't care about it. So I will take charge of your clothing. I might bury it in the backyard. I might sell it. Who knows what I'll do depending on my mood. But you won't have it for the next day's practice. That is a fact. I won't give it to you for the next day. Brian says, well, but then I wouldn't be able to practice and the coach will be furious. And the rule is that if I don't show up for practice with my gear, I can't play the next game. And I can't miss a game. And David goes, well, then maybe that will motivate you to take care of it. See, it's a combination of imposed consequence by David and a natural consequence from the coach. Brian says, that's not fair. I'm sure none of you have ever heard that. And David, brilliantly, this is all so compassionate. David says, I agree that it's not fair. Brian's whole attitude changes. You agree? But David continues, it's not fair that the entire family has to work around you not doing what is clearly your job. Because they literally have to work around it, as in walk around his clothes. So David continues, it is, by the way, a job you accepted verbally and clearly when we agreed that you could do football. When you asked to play football, we agreed that the family would never have to walk around your gear. Do you remember that? Brian says, well, he didn't say yes, but that's what that means. And you don't demand that he say yes. He just said yes. David says, so now do we understand the agreement? Now we require a yes. And Brian goes, yeah, close enough. We're not going to fuss about attitude now. We've already done 2 subjects in this conversation. So, but now David takes the next important step that we've talked about. We've talked about how you tell them, but if you have to nag them and 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 nag them, which is usually the case, you're doing all the work. And the kid just goes, I can get dad to nag me anytime I want to, and then I'll just go and do whatever it was again or not do it, and dad will nag me again. So David brilliantly says, now you tell me the agreement. This is critical for parents. We tell them what they're supposed to do. No, you come into the room and you say, what were you supposed to do? When they say the words, it means 50 times as much. Brian did say the words without hardly any resistance, because he has already learned he's going to lose his clothes for a day. And from past times of ramping up the consequences, he's going, do I want to miss the entire football season? Probably not. So they did have to withhold his gear once. And the coach was furious, just like he thought he'd be. Brian got the natural consequences of his irresponsibility. He did not get to play the next game as the quarterback and the man. And he never forgot again. Some parents think, no, it can't be that easy. You go, yeah, A kid misses a meal, he remembers that because he didn't show up on time to the dinner table when he was told. A kid misses a football game where he was anticipating playing and all of his buddies are there and depending on him. He's not going to forget his jersey ever again. Dad said he'd walk right in the door, take his washable clothes, throw them in the washer, turn it on, take his other gear, drop it, who cares, on the floor, anywhere, in his room. At that age, leave him alone about their room. He just drops it, changes his clothes, gets the clothes into the dryer, and it's all out before 3 hours, like well before. Never had to do it again because David had the guts to love and teach all the way. Until we do, we're the ones who are screwing this up. Another practical lesson in responsibility, and about more than responsibility. But responsibility is huge. It's a third of the 3 legs. Feeling loved, being loving, being responsible. It's in fact, if you're irresponsible, you can't be loving. If you're irresponsible, you can't feel loved. They're all interconnected. My son is a professor at a major university, a professor of business. He teaches PhD students and sometimes does workshops for managers of major corporations. So he tends to teach classes for mid-level managers, supervisors and the like, but not board members or CEOs, on, in this case, how to get along with your boss, who can be difficult. He says there's always a higher level boss in the back going, what's he going to teach these people? Like how to manipulate me? But he just smiles. So he tells a story to this room of mid-level managers. He tells a story of his first job. It was in construction, and his boss was unfeeling, uncaring, get the hammers and the nails and get to work and do stuff. Because in construction, you either get the job done or you don't. They pay you per job. They don't pay you per hour. And move. And he was new on the job. First full-time job. And he, with a nail gun, nails a large framing nail. It's a big nail. It's like this long and about that big around, but not really. He drives this nail through his finger. I've done that, and it really hurts. In emergency rooms, I've taken him out, and his boss came along and said, put some duct tape on that. Not, does it hurt? Quit whining. Well, can we take you to the emergency room? Put some duct tape on that. And that just kind of pushed my son over the edge. And he called me. And he told me about this, and his boss, who was thoughtless and inconsiderate and blah, 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 blah. And I waited till he was done, and I said, do you want to quit the job? That's it. What do you want to do? I didn't tell him what to do. He said, no, I need the job, and I need the experience. I'm really learning some stuff there. I said, well, then stop whining and figure it out. And as he ends the story, he puts up a big slide on the overhead behind him that says, stop whining and figure it out. And then underneath it, Dad. So he attributes the author. And the audience just roars. Then he explains what real responsibility is, and how managers who understand it can really be an asset to their bosses. So notice now, I'm talking about responsibility, and I'm talking about you in the workplace. If you're happier in the workplace, you're going to be a better parent. You will. This child, the business professor, my son, had paid attention in family meetings to the lessons that we're learning right now about responsibility, about loving, about feeling loved, about consequences. He'd paid attention. So he realized, I'm whining. That's not going to accomplish anything. Whining is not a step. And being irresponsible is not an option, not if I want to keep this job. So figure it out and do it. Can't resist. One more story about responsibility, because they all teach it from a different aspect, and they're all teaching about love and teach. Because without it, children can't be happy. Mike was camping with his 8-year-old son, Bryce, who was shooting at targets with his airsoft rifle. It's a device, a gun, that propels soft little spheres, like a BB kind of, at a relatively low velocity, although they sting if you hit your arm, by way of compressed air or a spring, or sometimes both. It varies. Bryce knew, the son, about gun safety. He had been taught everything about gun safety. You always shoot down range. You never, all the things that people are taught to shoot guns. And it applied in this case, even though airsoft guns aren't nearly as dangerous as, like, say an assault rifle. Far safer even than BB guns. Mike looks out the window of the cabin and he sees Bryce, his son. Bryce isn't 3. 8 years old. Yeah. He sees Bryce sucking on the end of the gun barrel. And yes, that's just as foolish as it sounds. You wouldn't suck on the end of the barrel of your assault rifle either. And all the gun safety rules apply. It doesn't matter what the gun is. To complete the foolishness, Bryce even took a turn looking down the barrel of the gun. So first he sucks on it, and then he looks down the barrel of the gun. Every gun owner who's listening to this, or anybody who knows anything about guns, is sucking in their breath, just waiting to hear about some disastrous result, how the kid is now, he could be dead with a real gun. And at this point, most parents would leap through the glass window, snatch the gun from the child, snatch the child off the ground by the hair, and administer any number of punishments. But Mike understood love and teach. He didn't do any of that. He calmly excused himself from his conversation in the cabin, and he went outside, and he said to Bryce, "Bryce, what do I love more, you or your eyes?" Bryce knew what was happening. He knew what he'd done. So with nearly equal calm, because his father was calm, and with a little bit of a wry smile, he said, "Me, you love me more." Mike said, "Yep, love you the most. And I also like your eyes. So you know how to handle that gun more carefully, don't you?" Bryce nodded with a little embarrassment, but not shame. Mike didn't shame him. So Mike sent him on his way and encouraged him to remember the rules. And as Mike returned to the cabin, he noticed an older woman on the porch who was weeping. And as he got closer to her, she said, "Mike, that was one of the most loving things I've ever seen." And she was an older woman. That was amazing. Why? Because here was a parent loving and teaching. Tells you two things. Loving and teaching is very touching. It changes people's lives. And it also tells you how rare it is. This is an older woman. He implied like 70 plus. I know, if you're 70, you don't feel like you're old, but 70 years, and she'd scarcely seen such a thing. She thought it was worthy of that kind of comment. Holy smokes. Love and teach, often without consequences. That's your first move. Love and teach with words. You don't just go out and go, "Okay, so your consequence is," you grab the gun and you're never going to see this again. Please notice, this isn't just about responsibility. This is about when to apply consequences. If you go out and apply a consequence every time a child does something, well, they're going to be sitting in their room naked with no clothes and can't go to school. That's not your goal. Mike did it beautifully. And in the process, he spread love and wisdom to 3 generations, including himself, his son, him, and the older woman on the porch. Who knows how far that's going to go? And now his son will spread it to succeeding generations. This is breaking the generational effects of epigenome abnormalities, of psychological mindsets, it changes the world. If you teach responsibility without the loving, you're not going to like it. I have a friend who raised his children firmly. He did a lot of teaching and pretty much no loving. I know him well, and well enough to know that he didn't, and I know his kids. He made them go to church. That's not taught them to go to church. That's another subject, what to do with church and kids, and we'll do that later someday. He was so serious about it. You must go, or pretty much God will strike you dead. He taught them responsibility. They were all Eagle Scouts. Everybody towed the line. Well, as they got older, the boys left their church. No surprise. They left the family. They said goodbye, and you're never going to hear from us again. One has children, and one of his children, my friends, has children, so my friend's grandchildren, and he won't allow the grandchildren to speak to his dad, nor his dad to the grandchildren. And in other words, my friend has grandchildren he's never met. Kind of sad. Dad called me about the boy who won't speak to them and asked what to do. And I said, do you really want to have a relationship with your boy? He said, yes. Okay, then, and you want me to tell you how? Yeah. Oh, he's a little slower on the yeah. I said, then you knock on his door, you go back to the sidewalk, and you get down on your belly or your hands and knees, take your pick, and you crawl up the sidewalk to the door, and you apologize for being such a harsh stinker to him all of his young life. That would be a tough thing to do. But see, that's an extreme version of the first truth-telling that we've already talked about. Why did I make it extreme? Because short of seeing his dad crawling up to the front door, this kid wouldn't have believed a single word his dad had to say. And if his dad said it in an email, he wouldn't have read it. If he sent it in, actually his dad had apologized in writing, and the kid would tear up the apology, put it in a new envelope, and mail it back to his dad. Like, Dad refused. I had no points in that game, so he refused. And then later, he learned that his son had been a porn addict for a while, and he was happy about it. Now, notice I'm interlinking with every sentence I speak more things you've heard from the past. Just like parents tend to be happy to learn their child has ADHD, this man was happy to learn that his son was a porn addict. Why? Same reason with ADHD. It let him off the hook. The dad. Just like parents do with ADHD. Oh, well, then it's not my fault. And when he told me he was all happy to learn that his son was an addict, he didn't ask my opinion. So I just said, well, now you know. He was not willing to learn. But you're right here, right now, and demonstrating a willingness to learn. You have a chance to avoid this happening with your children. Or if it's already happening, what you can do about it. That's cool that you have that kind of guts, that kind of faith. Now, back to a reason for people to be responsible. Our children, chores, schoolwork. What we do is an expression of ourself, our gifts. It's a way to develop ourselves without opportunities to work and be responsible, even slightly stressed. Really, You want to know how strong something is? Push on it. Really. You don't just look at it and go, oh, that's strong. What if it's styrofoam painted to look like a 2x4 and you push on it? It'll crack. Do you want to frame your house with that? No. You push on it. I push on almost anything I've got that I require to hold something up. I stress it. If it looks stressed, cracks, whatever, I go, bad piece of whatever, and get another one. We require stress to learn who we are. We do. And one of the ways of stressing us, not in a bad way, just meaning testing us, pushing on us a little bit, is responsibility. How do we practice? How do we know if we're anything at all? How do we know our gifts? Responsibility. Without it, you get children who don't know who they are because they've never practiced. Responsibility is practice expressing yourself. How's that for a definition? I don't think I've ever heard that definition. So if without teaching them responsibility, they just become enabled, entitled, obsessive compulsive disorder, bipolar disorder, schizophrenic, whatever. Really, that's the price of not teaching them because they don't explore their gifts. I worked with a man who was in his mid-30s. He was schizophrenic, paranoid schizophrenic on heavy antipsychotic medications, which made schooling and a career, which he said he wanted, impossible. He was so drugged he could hardly read a sentence. So working with his psychiatrist on the tapering of his medication, explaining to the psychiatrist what we were doing, I loved and taught him, and he was tapered off all of his medications, which filled a small basket. He got a job. He had more responsibility than he'd ever had in his life. He went to college. He was realizing his goals of a lifetime. And he called me one day and he said, I'm so happy, I don't know what to do with myself. And this is from drugged out of his mind where he didn't know what day it was. They medicated him because it was the best way to keep him from getting in trouble. Then he didn't go running down the street naked. It was a beautiful example of what loving and teaching can do. If he can do it, if this paranoid schizophrenic could recover like the supposedly autistic kid who became a Marine Corps officer, if those two kids can do it, and that's just two of many I could give you examples of, so can your child. But it's going to take your help, a lot of it. And you'll need a lot of help, which is what you're doing right now. As we look at this list, which will include your child to some extent, we must recognize that unless we understand loving and teaching, no amount of guidance and information about parenting will make any difference. Because all of these problems become nothing more than, well, they're just symptoms of the pain of a child who suffers the pain that follows feeling unloved, alone, not understood, afraid. Until we understand loving and teaching, we can't treat the underlying problem that causes all those problems that we just saw. Can't. We're useless as parents. And we're learning a lot here about our children, their pain, their needs, how to approach some specific problems, and in the process learning principles that will enable us to approach every problem. Pretty much. If your child is born blind, okay, yeah, we're not going to cure their blindness, but blind people do just fine. I mean, just fine. If they feel loved and they're loving and they're responsible. Stephen Hawking spent most of his life in a wheelchair and was one of the most respected physicists and mathematicians in the world. So the things that matter, we can teach them. We'll address a few more specific problems here. For example, addictions to alcohol, drugs, or porn. Roughly 10 to 20% of us are addicted to alcohol or drugs. With kids, it's at least 10%. That number is probably low. Experts believe that it's much higher. Why? Because you ask people, do you overuse, do you abuse, are you addicted to alcohol or drugs? We live in denial. That's how we keep doing it. So people go, no. Of course they do. So the yeses would be way underestimated. It costs this country, the use of alcohol and drugs, about just drugs, $300 billion. That's half the U.S. defense budget, which is enormous. It costs half the education budget. Alcohol costs $300 billion. A little weird that it's the same number, but it's roughly the same. And tobacco, $300 billion. So just drugs, alcohol, tobacco, which is really just a drug, that's roughly $1 trillion a year. That's not pocket change. It affects every other budget of the government. 480,000 people die each year from tobacco. It's a drug. What are we doing about it? You occasionally see public service advertisements, but on the whole, where's the legislation to get rid of it? Where's our serious attempts to, like real attempts on the part of parents to make it unnecessary? Yeah, pretty much nothing. There's no public outcry, nothing, because we're the ones that choose to do those things, and not to mention the size of the tobacco lobbies. But it's entirely different. If we choose to kill ourselves, we go, well, whatever. But if somebody does it to us, we get to be victims, and then we get to go wild. I mean, 9/11, the Twin Towers are hit, and the Pentagon. 2,977 people died on that day or closely thereafter or related thereto directly. Less than 3,000 people. That's about 2.5 days of tobacco use. Really. But man, we made a really big deal of 9/11 and tobacco. Yeah, whatever. There's something seriously wrong with our choices to feel victimized by the choices of others, but not do anything about our own. You want to be a rock and react? You want to be a human being and choose. Alcohol and drugs are the same. They're everywhere. The real point is the drugs we're talking about all alter your mind and your children's minds so that you're not there. That's the problem with alcohol and drugs. Not cirrhosis and heart attacks and everybody dies of something. Got to go somehow. But it's while you're alive, you're not there. Your child is not there. That is the point of talking about drug abuse. You're talking to a 17-year-old kid and saying that the cigarette he's holding is going to kill him. He's looking at you and going, I can run faster than you. So I drink alcohol now and again. I'm just healthy as a horse. Well, compared to you, he probably is. It's that they're not there. It's killing their brains. It's making them inaccessible to everything in life they claim to want. Well, I want to have a great career and a job and so on. Yeah, and when you drink, your grades noticeably drop because you're not there. You're destroying your future choices. You're going to, if you keep making these choices, you're going to eventually become a rock with none. And yeah, that's how it's worked out. It's the point with marijuana. People say, well, it's not physically addictive. No, probably not, but it's emotionally absolutely deadly. In any given joint of marijuana, there can be as many as 400 chemicals that affect your brain. How do you know what's going on? You don't? We kind of know what's going on in drug studies when we take one drug. If you mix two drugs, the number of studies that show the effect of two drugs together is close to statistically none because it's too hard to do. You have to have too many patients in the study. So now, do we have a study that shows what happens when you mix 400 drugs in a puff. We really don't. On the whole, there's THC, which is the psychoactive, exciting, high part that sometimes produces psychosis. And then there's CBD. Roughly, those are the two main ones, even though there can be as many as 400. That's the relaxing part. Can even help inflammation. But we don't understand that older people, like me, or if you're even 20, 30 years younger, don't know that in my day, today, compared to my day, the ratio of THC, the psychoactive, psychotic part, to the calming part is increased by 20 times. It used to be 11 to 1. Now it's 250 to 1. It's more than 20 times, but I'm not going to divide that in my head. So drug users are getting a much bigger high than they used to. And 20% of users are using every day, which means there's a huge population out there walking on the streets and driving their cars, and they're stoned, and you don't know it. They don't realize how stoned they are either. Marijuana increases psychiatric problems now and later in life. There's an increased incidence of schizophrenia if you use marijuana young. Higher odds of accidents in cars and death, increased chances of committing violence, antisocial behavior. In other words, it's killing our kids. And we say, well, but now it's legal. Or we say, well, but it's no worse than alcohol. Yeah, alcohol has proven to be safe. Not. And anger is legal too. And whining and victimhood. And those are emotionally death. So legal is a pretty low standard, pretty low bar to crawl over for acceptability. Drugs are killing our kids. That's not exaggerating. I'm not being dramatic. Physically and emotionally. The real question is, when will we start caring? Most of us use something. How can we say that we're loving and teaching when we don't pay rigorous attention to them being present? So what do? Cite statistics? Useless to a 17-year-old kid who's having fun. Show them pictures of black lungs from smoking. First time I went to Canada, I saw the packages of cigarettes, and my gosh, they should be rated X for gore. They're horrifying. Kids do not care about those pictures. They think they're invincible when they're 17. And it's been proven by studies that in areas where there's been more negative advertising, the smoking goes up. You feed the beast when you pay attention to it. So what can we do? I'm not going to go over the bad on and on and on. Children who feel loved and who've been taught don't use. Period. Full stop. I'm not kidding. They don't use any of that stuff. I've seen them. It's the most important thing I could say. Prevent drug use instead of stopping it. Well, if your child's already using, well, more loving and teaching. But if you love and teach them from the beginning, they don't start. You point out how happy they are when they feel loved, and there are lots of opportunities. A child shares something with their sister, and you don't go, oh, what a good boy. That's praise. At some point in an hour, in 2 hours, you say, I saw your face when you shared the cake with your sister. I saw your face. Do you know what your face showed? Most of the time, when you're talking about something positive like that, the kid will say, well, yeah, I liked it. And you confirm that. You say, yeah, you looked happy. When a child is using drugs, they're not even present enough to share the cake. And if they do, they don't remember the feeling. You point every time out when you see an example of drugs stealing happiness in a book that you're reading, in a television program that you're watching, in a movie that you're watching. You see the guy who's using drugs. Does he look like he's all there? He might be laughing and smiling, but keep watching the movie. Does he end up happy? They don't. 50% of people in prison are there because of a drug-related offense. That's kind of sobering, although that statistic isn't going to move your child. You watch a movie, there's a drunk. Does that guy look happy to you, slurring his speech and having everybody around him go, eek, avoid him? Teaching opportunities are everywhere, as we said when we were talking about screen time addiction. And then if you have any doubt whether your child is using alcohol or drugs, any at all, remember I said, until a child reaches the age of adulthood and is out on their own, they don't have any right to privacy. They're in your home. If your child is using drugs in your house, for example, and the police decide to, they can come to your house, arrest your child. If there's enough drugs there, they can arrest them as a dealer, and you just lost your house. And I've read a lot of articles about this. It's not likely you're going to ever see that house again. So test them. Really easy to do. There are websites all over the place. I know of one called drugtestyourteen.com. One word. No, I have no financial interest in Drug Test Your Teen, but I've used them. Any doubt, you test them, and you don't just hand them a cup and say, go into the bathroom, and no, they've learned to cheat. You stand right there while they provide a urine sample for you to test. New subject. Porn or pornography, but I'm going to call it porn because, well, everybody else does. Nobody says, I am a pornography star. They're just porn star. Well, actually, I've never had anybody say that to me, so there you go. We're going to talk about statistics for just a minute because I've told you they're flawed in so many ways. They're all immediately out of date. Studies vary, but it's estimated that about 40% of men, my experience is that's low, have some level of porn addiction. It's hard to know because it depends on age, and most people don't just freely admit to that. Even when it's on an anonymous survey, they're sure it's going to come back to them and somebody's going to put it in the newspaper. Fred at this address is a porn addict. Guys don't even admit it to each other. So there's an element of shame there that would really tend to make that number lower. They say 40% higher. Remember, an addiction is anything that adversely affects us, which we can't easily quit. Well, porn is everywhere. So the level of addiction is going to be pretty high because it works. It does make people feel better for a minute or two or 5. 28% of those who admit to some form of sexual or porn addiction are women. One porn site, and there are thousands of them, one porn site reported last year that they had 100, hang on for this, billion hits. Views, not just people hit the site and went, oh, sorry, wrong site. That'd be 14 views per man, woman, and child on Earth, including, 2-year-olds and including places that don't have internet coverage. That would be a lot. 30% of the traffic on the internet, this is why I think 40% is low for men being addicted. 30% of the internet traffic is porn. 1 out of every 3, I don't know how they did it, contacts, hits, minutes, but the traffic, I would assume minutes, time, band usage. 90% of porn contains sexual violence. Why? Like we talked about with any addiction, you start off, you have a little, then you got to have a little bit more, and then you got to have a little bit different, a little bit weirder, then a little bit more weirder, and more of it, and well, we go straight to sexual violence. That doesn't take long. Divorce lawyers who keep pretty good statistics, they kind of know what's going on with their clients, are saying that porn addiction contributes to more than half of divorces. Wow. If half of people died from using a particular drug, would we do something about it? That company would be bankrupt tomorrow. Half of divorces are related to porn. Kind of makes you shake your head, but not really, because it's everywhere. And the average age of starting an addiction is 11, for boys at least. I couldn't find a number for girls. So all of that's awful enough. We don't need more stats. It's enough to know that your child is very likely to become addicted, or if they're 11 or more, very likely that they are addicted. Do not think, oh, my little Jimmy, my little Susie, them, or, well, but he's only 10. Oh, yeah, 1 year younger than the average age, which means there's a whole bunch of 6, 7, and 8-year-olds who are addicted to something that they don't really hardly understand, but it doesn't take them long to figure it out. So how do you know? Well, you check your internet history for sure and see where your kid's been. But see, it's really easy to erase your internet history. Like click, I don't know, it's 2 or 3 clicks. You can erase your internet history. That's why there are programs that make it impossible for a given computer or phone to erase anything. Until you have that on your device or computer, you don't know what your kid's doing. You do not. You think you do, and every parent goes, I'm so surprised. Well, sure you're surprised. You didn't look. So no deletions, as we talked about in relation to just electronic devices in general. The effects of porn. Oh my, there are a lot. But I surveyed a lot of experts, and they pretty much agree on the following. They differ in some things. Some are, way to the left and some to the right. But these are the things that they agree on, the commonalities. Porn celebrates a degradation of women, turns them into objects, and creates even more disrespect among men for women than, already exists. It normalizes sexual aggression and violence. Fact. The combination of computer access, sexual pleasure, and the brain's mechanism for learning leads to almost an inevitable forming of a habit and then addiction. When I say, nothing to habit to addiction, that might happen in a day. Porn sites use learning psychologists, like I mentioned with video games, to establish a pattern of rewards, escalating excitement, more frequent use, and the content more violent or even just bizarre. Because we love anything new. Turns out the favorite ice cream in the United States is vanilla. Really? But you taste a new ice cream and you go, that's my favorite. Yeah, give it time and you're back to vanilla. These sites are designed to be addictive, and they make no bones about it. Why? Because it's not because they're trying to create addicts in the world. An addict comes back more often and they make more money. It's really not complicated, just like video games. It's about the sale. Guys learn, another effect that we're still talking about, things the experts agree on. Guys learn to expect women to look and perform like porn stars. The pressure on women is incredible to look like porn stars. I was talking to a woman one day on Skype, and I don't know what made me do it, but it's the way she talked. The way she talked about how she looked and what she bought and so on. And so, although I never go there, I made an attempt, it took me more than 2 clicks, to go on Facebook and find her. She looked like a porn star. Not in real life, she didn't. So it puts incredible pressure on women to fake it, to hair, makeup, plastic surgery, blah, 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 so that they look what they call cute or attractive. No. Cute, attractive equals sexually attractive. That's what it means. Sexualizing of women is so normal that women call it cute or attractive. They encourage each other to do that. They say, oh, that outfit of yours, which means cut clear down to their waist, it's so darling. Well, every guy in the room doesn't find it darling. No, it's sexually arousing. Period. It is. That's why they do it. Although part of them does it just to hear the cute and darling thing. And these same women, I wouldn't have believed this in the beginning, but now I've seen it hundreds of times. They encourage their girls, their little girls, to dress in sexually attractive ways. I've seen middle school girls. These are kids who are, do the math, 12, 13 years old, who dress like prostitutes. I wish I was making this up. Many health organizations characterize porn as a major health crisis. Several states in the United States have declared porn a health crisis. Health. Why? Because of the addictive component. There are people who become so addicted to porn they can't do anything else. And, well, they should consider it a health crisis because people addicted to porn, hang on to this, this is agreed too by experts, they become more angry. Because why? On porn, 90% of the content is violent. People don't become violent when they feel peaceful. I'm going to hit you peacefully. Not so much, no. They become more angry. They become, obviously, less peaceful, but they talked about that, so I don't see the difference much. Become less involved in their relationships at home and elsewhere. Why? Because the people on the screen, they can control in a way that they can fast forward to this scene, go back to this scene, simply switch screens. There are people who go from, because I've talked to these guys, they have 10 scenes going at the same time and they can flip back and forth just like they were real people, just turning their head and changing conversations. Well, they become less involved in real life at home and elsewhere because they can't do that with people. So they have some measure of control when they're watching porn. And you know, control feels a lot better than helpless. Next, they objectify both men and women. Men are objectified in porn too. Women are more obviously objectified, but objectifies everybody. So they have a harder time relating to real people. They become more isolated. Obvious when real people become less real. They become more accusatory toward anybody who doesn't support what they're doing, their addiction. Of course, they're just defending themselves. This is one that is a little counterintuitive. They become less interested in actual sex, real sex, with their real partners. Because, see, their real partners don't look like the porn stars. Their real partners aren't willing to do all the things that porn stars are doing. And there's no way they can just suddenly change scenes and control everything, because it turns out that your real partner doesn't enjoy being treated like a doll. They become more demanding of their partners, that they become more interesting. Can't count how many women have said to me, well, and you know, of course I had a boob job done. You know what the rest of it is. Because my husband wanted me to look like this. Or if they don't have a husband, so that everybody else, because they assume everybody else wants them to look like that. So they become more interesting, which means that they want their partners to become more controllable and like the characters in their porn videos. They want to become a porn star, or the husband controls them to become a porn star. Lots of controlling and lots of not accepting. That's the wound. People who are addicts become more emotionally dead. They depersonalize everything in real life. I've known many men who are porn addicts, and their faces change. No kidding. It's like, I'm just enduring my life until I can get back to the screen. It's kind of weird, zombie-like. They become more like, I forgot this one, zombies. They become more like robots, living in a virtual world that they control. This might be the worst effect of porn. Probably is. Not the sexual part, which gets the addiction going, but it's the depersonalizing. It's the what I've referred to before, the virtualization of everything. They live in a virtual world that they control, because in the real world, they're not controlling nothing. I have never met yet a porn addict who had normal relationships. It's like a cycle. They're porn addicts. They have bad relationship, so that causes more pain, and so they use porn more, which causes more pain and more depersonalization and worse relationships. And see the cycle? This doesn't take very long, but it can sure last a long time. It doesn't take very long to start. Now, kind of a new subject, still in porn. Kids who start using porn early, young, often can't have normal sex relation. They can't have erections at all during real sex. It's called, and I mentioned it in chapter 4, pornography-induced erectile dysfunction. We have a new disease now related to porn. So to illustrate, in 1992, so, not 100 years ago, 5% of men at age 40 experienced erectile dysfunction. This isn't a guess. This is the National Institutes of Health, with the usual margins of error for any study. In 2013, only 21 years later, instead of 5%, 26% of adult men who were looking for help with their erectile dysfunction were under 40. In fact, urologists and people who treat this are shaking their heads going, what changed? Well, the ozone layer didn't change much at all during that period of time. The carbon dioxide level may have risen, a little itty-bitty teeny. This is a multiplication of the thing. This is an epidemic. What's changed? A whole lot. One thing: the internet and electronic devices and the absolutely uniform availability of porn. That's what's changed. It's not a puzzle. And now they've actually proven it. A 2014 study of 367 U.S. military men younger than 40, a third of them had this pornography-induced erectile dysfunction. This is not an uncommon event. In 2012, a Swiss study found this condition amongst a third of men who were at the alarmingly young age of 18 to 25. It's really having some effects. And I already suggested some books that you could look at if you want to in chapter 4. You've pretty much got the gist of it. You can read the books or not. Now, a story. This is an anonymous story from the internet, but I don't really need the source because I've heard this story. I've seen this story over and over again. I've heard people say it, so I'm going to quote it as though it's a true story because, well, it is. It just may not have come from exactly the writer who put it up there. Quote, "Years ago, there was a time when I didn't care if a girl had a bit of a fat roll, an imperfect butt, or teeth, or, other average physical qualities. But with the installation of high-speed cable modems, alas, I am sad to say that those times have now passed. I now only want and will only tolerate girls with killer porn star looks and behavior. I'm ashamed, and I don't like what now stimulates me, but the internet, with all of its quick fix, crack-like vices, has made me extraordinarily intolerant. Are you a brilliant university grad and a great conversationalist? Not important. Do you have a quirky sense of humor and a knack for cooking Asian fusion cuisine? Don't care. Would you like to discuss the subtext meaning of the whipsawed brushstrokes of that Kandinsky painting at the Museum of Fine Arts? Go away. And he said it really crudely. Nope, I only want one thing from you. I'm ruined. I am dead on the inside. This is confirming everything we've been talking about with the effects of porn. Back to him. Not a dandruff-haired college kid or weird-looking homeless guy. I'm not. I'm not those things. I'm not who you think. I am the normal one that you're actually interested in. I'm the one that you see as cultured when I'm out in public, eloquent, well-dressed. I'm the one you discuss with your girlfriends over Sunday brunch. I'm not a freak. I look great on the outside. I'm the one that you hope to bump into who takes the lead, holds doors open, and hails cabs. Do you dream of a man who will, quote, love you just for you, end quote? Do you believe that you have peripheral, intangible qualities that men of substance will key on and gravitate to? Forget it. If you have any physical imperfections, it's game over. And even if you were perfect looking, I'd get tired of you and you'd end up alone again. Like me. So pay attention here. Porn addiction is spreading like the plague, raising already unrealistic physical expectations and pushing boundaries in the bedroom and providing instant, customizable sexual highs with the push of a button. Notice he's saying exactly what I've been saying are the effects of porn, almost to the word. He continues. If you're female and you don't relish the idea of being alone, then, throw away every last dollar you have at your physical appearance. I'm serious. Personal trainer, porcelain veneers, high-end boob job, get scared, and get it done. He's not playing. Don't have any false hopes about men. Don't hope that a guy will be in awe of your playing the cello or your vice president title or your cute apartment. I promise you he won't care. Don't kid yourself. Look good or you'll be alone. That is what porn has done to me and nearly every guy I know. End quote. He's not kidding. And it ain't funny. Now, an approach to porn in you, if as an adult you are, or you teaching your children, because we got to have an approach, solution, a treatment. Do you wonder if your kids are addicted? If they've seen porn more than once and just have access to it, which is almost every kid, because they just click 2 or 3 times and poof, there they are. If you're not in the room, they're in the closet and they've seen it. Then the odds are very high that they're going to become addicted, because the first time they see it, they go, wow. Not, wow, that's incredibly sexual. Wow, that's really, it's 6. That's freaky. But we like different. There's a whole pond full of ducks, and they walk out of the water, and you see one duck who has a deformed leg, or is missing a leg, or is missing a wing. And what's the duck that we focus on? That one, because it's different. And they see this on the internet, and they go, whoa, It excites part of their brain, and it may not be sexual in the beginning. But you can believe that your child is either addicted or really close, unless they're like 2. It's as addictive as cocaine. No kidding. I've known many men who've been addicted to both. Some consecutively, one then the other, and then others simultaneously, and they say porn is way harder to quit. So this is experience talking here. Why? To get cocaine, to get a hit, you have to get off the couch. You have to go find your dealer, unless you're incredibly wealthy and he'll bring it to you, but that's not most of us. And then you have to buy it with real money that you had to earn, drag. Then you have to take the cocaine. You have to take the chance that you'll get caught. Mostly the dealers get caught, but you have to take the chance of being caught. It's a lot of trouble to use cocaine, is what I'm saying. With porn, you don't have to get up off the couch, and there's enough free porn out there to keep you entertained and addicted for a lifetime, so you don't have to pay for it. Well, this is just almost like an addict's dream come true, and they're equally addictive. One man told me, 1 hit of cocaine and my life was over. And then he said, and it was the same with porn. He tended to use them back and forth. He discovered one interfered with the other one. And he said, it started when I was 12. Not making up these stories. They're very easy to find, actually. These aren't the extreme stories. Solution. Well, we could give them lectures, sit our kids down and teach them the evils of porn and give them the statistics found in the books that I mentioned. We could have programs on the computer to teach them. We could yell at them. We could punish them. Yeah, nah. None of that works with an addict. It just doesn't. Or the solution to cocaine addiction would be whipping them. And they don't do that. Oddly, it just doesn't work. So what is the solution? You already know. Love and teach. Kids who feel loved genuinely can feel the difference between unconditional love and porn. Really, they're not stupid. If you haven't given them the feel of the real thing, love, they will look for something else. Porn or whatever. No matter how often you tell them or how loudly you tell them that the alternatives are bad, they got nothing. They got no air or water because they don't feel loved, and you're telling them like a drowning person, you just have to hold your hands at your side and just slip under the water and drown quietly, preferably without disturbing me. That's what we're doing when we tell addicts, stop it. How? They don't know. They have to treat their pain. So what do? We love them and make them emotionally, morally, psychologically, in every way, strong. Then they can handle the burdens and surprises of life because they're going to come. You don't train a child to handle one life exercise. You don't train a child to do one thing well and then hope that they'll do well everywhere else. And I've been saying that all along, that we're teaching them the course of life. We're not just doing an exercise. Like my friend way back in the beginning, you remember, who went to take guitar lessons. He decided just to learn a couple of pieces. Well, that's what he learned. Didn't know how to play the guitar. So we can do that, teach them one thing, or train them to handle one burden or one threat, or we can make them emotionally fit overall, to be informed, which is what happens when we teach them, and strong enough, which is what happens when we love them, to handle pretty much anything that comes along. Is that possible? Oh, yes, it is. How do I know? Well, in theory, it's obvious, but I've now had the delight of watching children either be raised with real love from birth, or their parents get it, apply everything we've been talking about in this training, and the child becomes like this. That's very fun. Got to talk to them. You do. This just isn't going to go away unless you do. You talk about the effects of porn. You could have them watch this. Whatever. Have them read. Just talk to them off the cuff. The more natural, the better. Tell them it ruins relationships. It detaches them from reality. Is it fun? Is porn fun? You say, yes. Just like cocaine is fun, but you have to, once you start an addiction, you have to live with the rest of the picture. You go to Walmart, go to any store, you can pick anything you want off the shelf. Then when you get to the counter, you don't get to negotiate the price. No, it says $295 or $295. Yeah, that's what you pay, or you can walk out and then you go to jail. You have to live with the rest of the picture, which in the case of porn would be alone, addicted, and kind of, pathetic looking. That's all. You have to finish the movie. So here's the movie, and the killer comes in, and there's blood dripping from his knife, and you just smile and think that that's really cute. But what's the rest of the picture? He didn't do that just to entertain you. He's going to kill someone. Like, duh. And duh is what happens after being addicted to porn. It's consistent. Do you want to take an expensive car off the lot? You can. You have to pay the price. You want to not study in school? No problem. But then you pay the price. Jobless, never have enough, and you live wherever you can find. You want to watch porn? Fine. You pay the price. Often for the rest of your life. Let's look at a real scenario that happened. But we're going to make it about you. Put it in your words, your experience, because it personalizes it. So you find porn somehow on your kid's computer because, you have complete transparency and no privacy, or on the phone, and you go to your child, whatever their age, and you say, Ian, honey, you're not in trouble. You got to lead with that, because often when we go to our child and start off with, Ian, honey, they go, oh. And then they don't listen for the next several minutes. You say, this is a subject you need to learn about. It's a serious subject. It's more serious than history or geometry or, whatever. If you say it in this tone of voice, your kid's going, okay, so I'm not going to be killed here. Mm-hmm. Really? That's what they want to know. Am I going to be killed here? No. Now they're listening to you. Now you say, after putting them at ease, this is what I found on your phone. And you either show him the site names, or you want to make it completely unforgettable, show him a picture or two. Preferably, probably not seen from a movie. That's a little much for a kid to watch with you standing there, but a picture or two. Kind of like minimally embarrassing. Then what? Well, you use exactly the stuff that we've been talking about all along in the training, all of it, or that we've talked about earlier in this chapter. I've given you at least a couple of stories of porn addicts and summarized the effects. Use material from one of the books I described in chapter 4, but not in a scary tone. You're just describing to him what the rest of the picture is, what the price is that he's going to pay. It's not a joke. He won't be able to have a normal marriage. You just, matter of fact. We used to do this with our kids. They'd be in Walmart and they'd say, I want that. And I'd say, well, get it. They'd pull it off the shelf and put it in the cart. And we'd be pushing the cart along and I'd say, what's the price of the thing? It's $4.95, Dad. And I'd say, do you have $4.95 on you? Well, no. I say, well, I don't either. Not for that. I came here to buy groceries and blah, blah. But if you choose that, which isn't an essential, it's a need. Excuse me, not a need, it's a want. Then for wants, you have to pay for them. And sometimes in the beginning they go, but after you've done that a couple of times, they go, right, do I need it? Do I need it? Because they have the money for it at home. They might ask you to borrow it. That's okay. If they actually have the money at home. If they want to borrow it against a collateral of zero, not so much. They have it. They say, I just want it, so I'm going to get it. No problem. Because eventually they learn after doing that several times that then when there's something they really want, well, they don't have enough because they bought a whole bunch of little things they wanted a little. They'll get it. And then you explain to Ian, who's using porn, here's the price you're going to pay. And you list all those effects of using porn that I just went boom, 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 boom. You just steal it right from here, from the training. You're going to become more isolated and angry and all that stuff. Or here's another approach. I'm going to give you a couple just because there are lots, but now you got a choice. You could say, quote, I found some pictures on your computer, your phone, of naked women. It's not a small thing because, pay attention to my tone. This is not a small thing. Yeah, that doesn't work. It's not a small thing because it really affects how you see the world and how you treat people. When people look at pictures like this, they almost invariably become highly distracted. The kid's going to identify with that. When he's looking at those pictures, nothing else in the world exists. And even addicted to the pleasure of looking at the pictures and addicted to touching themselves sexually. They know what that means. Now, if they don't, if they get a blank look like a 10-year-old, you explain what masturbation is, since they're going to figure it out with or without you. If you don't know how to explain masturbation, well, Google it. Explain masturbation to a child, and it'll tell you. Some sites will tell you to tell the child it's entirely normal. Yeah, I know. It is normal, just like anger is normal, but that doesn't make it good. That's their reasoning. Well, it's a natural urge. And when somebody does something sufficiently violent to you, it's a natural urge to pick up a gun and kill them. I don't know anybody who's gotten off a murder charge by saying to the judge, he insulted me and it's just only natural that I would defend my honor and pick up a gun and shoot him. I'm referring to a guy I know personally that I visited in prison. A guy insulted him. Well, Your Honor, who wouldn't do that? Turns out that His Honor was not impressed with that reasoning. So is it normal? Yeah. And now, since at least 50% of men do this, and that's a definition kind of the norm, normal, but that doesn't make it healthy. So you can Google it. You can look it up on Pinterest, all kinds of sites that explain to a child what it is. Forget their moral explanations. God hates you if you do it, or it's okay. No, just explain what it is. Ask them, you're going to find this stuff in the beginning, ask them if they masturbate and describe the effects of the addiction to that hit. It's a hit. They have to have more, just like cocaine, as I was saying earlier, and eventually they can't do without it, and then eventually nothing works. No amount of porn works. That's a real drag, as everybody who goes to Sex Addicts Anonymous will tell you. Now let's talk about sex. Porn, sex, pretty close. I've said the next sentence that I'm going to say in front of hundreds and hundreds of audiences. Audiences of people who numbered in the hundreds and thousands, so do the multiplication. This is a lot of people, including audiences of singles who were looking for partners or sex or both. Here's the sentence. Well, it's actually a sentence fragment, but No sex before marriage. None. Now, when I say before marriage, if you don't believe in marriage, I don't care. I just mean a lifetime committed relationship. I know many couples who are happy and have never been married, and they've been together for 20 years. And I call them married, and they go, yeah, we're married. They don't get married, and I don't care why. So I've said this in front of hundreds of audiences. And at this point, almost everybody in the audience either, one, nods their head like self-righteously, yes, that's right, because they were taught this by their religion, their culture, their family, or all three. That's the usual. That's one choice. Second choice, or they shake their head violently, annoyed. You can't tell me what to do. So they're either very supportive of that statement, no sex before marriage, or they're pretty irritated with me that I dare say such a proscriptive thing. I strongly encourage you, just for a couple of minutes, to empty your head of both perspectives, because neither one works when you're teaching a kid. They don't. Let's talk about both the choices. First, the religious, cultural, family prohibition. You must not have sex before marriage. Let's talk about it, because I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you what is and what works. That's all I'm doing. What you do, whether you have sex all day, every day with whoever you want, it doesn't affect me or your child. So I'm just describing what's effective. People who profess a religious affiliation and a strong prohibition against sex before marriage. Interestingly, I was surprised by this study. It was a number of years ago. They don't have sex less before marriage. Or if they do, the statistical difference is so small that even the people who do the study say, it's not worth talking about. It's within what they call the margin of error. It's the same. What happens if you pound on kids that sex is morally wrong? If a child feels unloved, anything that makes the pain less is irresistibly attractive. Anger, withdrawal, drugs, alcohol, porn, sex. If you tell a kid in pain that he can't use a pain reliever, one that works for him, you're telling him not to move the truck off of his foot. He's going to ignore you. He does have a truck parked on his foot if he doesn't feel loved. He's in pain. He's in agony. And you're saying, well, hold still and don't move. And just put up with the pain. Not a chance that's going to work. So you hearing this? In fact, if you tell him no sex often enough, a child who's in pain, well, then eventually he's going to get this thought, I've come to resent everything else that these controlling people have told me. So if they don't like it, then this sex thing is oddly attractive. I'll have to give it a try. Really. I know people who have become sex addicts because their parents or others or ministers or whoever just pounded, don't use it, don't use it, don't use it, don't use it. And they're going, well, I'm going to have to look into this. So they do, and then they're hooked because it's designed to hook you. Large study was done of kids, thousands of kids, who signed pledges. They go by different names, morality pledges, sponsored by religious organizations, where in the pledge they signed that they promised not to have premarital sex. Pretty clear. That's it. Wasn't complicated by anything else. No sex. Moral prohibition simply is not enough, because they discovered that they don't have sex less. In fact, this was one study that demonstrated that statistically speaking, they had sex more. than the kids who didn't sign a pledge. Wow, crazy. So moral prohibition alone is just not enough. And that's not my motivation, morality, in making a strong recommendation, because I do have a side. I have a side. I take the side of what works, what makes people happy. But morals isn't my motivation in making a recommendation not to have sex before marriage. No, it just doesn't work. Second response to my recommendation of no sex before marriage. You remember there were two. That's the head shakers. You can't tell me what to do. So let's have no prohibitions about sex. You go ahead, do whatever you want with whomever you wish. Don't be shy. Go for it. What are the results of this approach? First, if this were a solution to pain, and essentially every child is in pain, then sex addicts would be the happiest people on the planet, because some of them have some form of sex 4 and 5 times a day. No, they're not happy. They're not. They're in the bottom 1% of happy. They're miserable, just like every other addict. And I've spoken to singles conferences, bunches of them, thousands of single people. On one occasion, about 1,000 people were present when I said, no sex before marriage. Put it up on a slide, boom, right in front of their faces. And the audience on the whole groaned, like combination of like discouragement, annoyance, blah. They didn't like it. I said, okay, I'm not telling you what to do. Raise your hand, 1,000 people. Anybody here ever had great sex? Almost everybody raised their hand. I said, can anybody here say that the initial great sex ever led to a lasting, fulfilling relationship? No hands. 1,000 people. That's a statistical sample. They were all happy to say you had sex. 0 out of 1,000. That's pretty conclusive. Now, admittedly, it was a little bit of a trick question, since everybody there was single, so they weren't in a lasting relationship and very likely never had been. Although there were some people who had lost their spouses due to death, but that was a really tiny number. And I've talked to many, many people who have lost their spouses, and I asked them if the great sex at the beginning led to a happy relationship. No. So does sex lead to a happy relationship? Absolutely not. Can sex add to the fulfillment of a relationship that's genuinely emotionally intimate? Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm not talking about no sex here. I'm saying don't have sex before marriage. Like we said earlier about the family, and it's true for us as individuals, the goal is to be happy. That's it. Anything that interferes, out, gone. Sex doesn't create great relationships. It can contribute to the greater happiness of a relationship founded on real love between two people who are already happy and committed. But if sex is used to diminish pain, as it always is, in the absence of real love, it becomes imitation love and a distraction from finding real love and a genuinely fulfilling relationship. I've never seen a sex addict just accidentally run into somebody that he then found a fulfilling relationship with. Never. No, you have to learn how to be you have to learn the life course first. That is what you're teaching your kids. You're not ready for this step yet. That's all. I can't wait till you have fun sex. Really. You say that to your kids. You say it can be amazing. Don't say it's amazing between me and your mother. Yeah, kids pretty much never want to hear that. And there's more about this in the parenting book. It just becomes addictive like anything else, filling an emptiness. But if you already feel unconditionally loved, there's no emptiness and pain. And sex becomes connecting. In fact, sometimes just fun between two people who are already happy. Sex is Lovely. Just like, remember earlier we talked about in chapter 7, I think, identifying our gifts. All gifts are good. But in the presence of pain, wow, they become weapons. We hurt ourselves and other people. Sex, good. Sex is good. We use it at the wrong time with the wrong person. Now we have really significant problems. Our children are not going to learn these lessons anywhere else. They're only going to really internalize it from us, and only if we love them. It's our job to teach them life. We love and teach. If you just teach them and you don't love them, waste of time. So why do I make my recommendations about sex and marriage? As I describe my reasons, pay attention, because you really will benefit. I would almost say must have this conversation with your kids. The one that we've been having so far with your kids, and the one that I'm going to talk about in a minute. Or they will use sex to fill their emptiness. They'll be confused, disillusioned, hurt. They'll be used by other people. They will become users themselves, and so on. If you don't teach them what sex is great for, the circumstances under which it's just glorious, actually, and teach them the dangers of using it when it's not going to be glorious, the world will fool them. Every magazine, article, movies, they teach sex, sex, sex. We sell trucks with sex. We sell beer with sex. It's everywhere. You're the one. We've abdicated that. I read a newspaper headline days ago where it said, I can't quote it exactly, but the main headline was, college co-ed is dead or killed, murdered, something. And then the sub-headline, they often have this, is the university prepared for violence in dating? That was the subheadline. And I'm going, and then of course, there was a great big picture that covered half the front page of the two grieving parents of the dead girl. But what was the subheading? What is that danged blank, blank, blank university's responsibility for this innocent, lovely looking little girl? Of course, they show her prom picture and she's all cute. What's the university's solution to this? And I'm looking at the two grieving parents and going, that was the solution. Children who feel unconditionally loved don't naturally attract people who will use them. And if somebody is attracted to them, who's a user, they can smell them. Women who learn what unconditional love is go, nah, he's not interested in me. I know what he wants. It's the parents. It's us. It's not the university or anybody else. It's what we teach our children about this subject that will make more difference than anything else in their lives, proven by studies to be true. Their opinions of sex depend on what we taught them. We're the greatest influence. And the studies say with sex, alcohol, tobacco, drugs, and more. Those are all separate studies. No government program will solve any of these problems. No university. No college counselor. It's you. It's us. Yay. Actually, that's good, because now we got something to do. It's as opposed to wringing our hands, standing by and going, oh, how could this have happened? Which is what parents do later. So I'm going to generalize now past sex and cover kind of all of life. There was a recent Time magazine article, similar to the newspaper article I talked about, and the cover of it was huge. Well, it was the usual size cover, but it was completely covered with red. And in the middle of this red, it said, rape. The article described the incidents of rape, stories of rape, the injustices. It went on and on. It made recommendations, which included better reporting, more education by the public, the government, the schools. It's recommended that school officials take more of an interest in the subject, that there be a heightened campus awareness. I laughed at that one. A heightened awareness that rape is bad. Can you imagine a rapist coming onto a campus and going, man, I can just feel that this campus is aware of rape, so I'm going to go to another one. You're kidding. Or harsh justice for those who are, you ready, just accused. Doesn't even have to be proven. The problem I saw in the article was what? In the entire article, there was not one time that they referred to one common theme that runs through every single case of sexual assault. All of them. Parents. Now, many people at this point would be going, parents are a common thread through all of sexual assaults? Yeah, because it's parents who raise the young men who think so little of women that they would assault them. It's parents who raise young women who think so little of themselves that they put themselves in positions that seem innocent to them because they weren't taught. They put themselves in positions where rapes are more likely. No, you can save sending me an email. I am not blaming women for getting raped. Never. Ridiculous. But I am saying that I have heard hundreds of stories of assault, and I can't count how many of them begin with, I went home with somebody who I didn't know. This was our first date, and I went with him to his apartment, his place, alone. Somebody didn't teach that kid that that's a really stupid thing to do. Just stupid on its face. I don't have to explain it. Or, quote, we went to a bar. Really? You went to a place where everybody is impairing their brain function. Everybody. You've already got hormone-charged guys filling the bar. Then they add alcohol, which decreases their inhibitions. Then you went to his apartment, and you were surprised that he wanted more. And you let him keep getting more. And then at some point, you said, I'm not so sure, which is an attempt to stop it. Well, by now, his brain isn't even working. He's drunk. He's completely driven by instincts. And I'm still not blaming the woman. No. But you put yourself in a position where good judgment didn't exist. Well, we were alone in his house, but we were sharing a joint. Still a rape, and could have been avoided almost invariably. The cases where a woman is assaulted in a park by 5 men and chained and handcuffed to a tree, those are so rare that those make the headlines. But the others don't. Parents who teach their children to value themselves and who raise children who feel loved end up with children who are not in pain and don't need to please people or be used by them or use them. Well, that would be almost the end of sexual assault. It would, because I've heard hundreds of them. Education would have stopped the whole thing. Parents are the answer, and they're not being held accountable. They're blaming the universities and the government and the workplace. Can you imagine you go to work and some employee at work is sexually assaulted, and so they sue the workplace, the company, because, well, you didn't have an atmosphere that, taught them to avoid such things. Huh? No, it's us. This is pretty counterintuitive stuff for a kid. Unloved, alone, powerless, helpless, controlled, criticized, miserable, maybe bullied, traumatized at home. That's most kids. Then he or she has sex for the first time. Wow. Wow doesn't cover it. Are you kidding? The first time. This is heaven, nirvana, and Valhalla all rolled into one. Suddenly, there is no pain. Life is filled with joy and birds singing for a perfect moment. Solution? Well, do it again. Never found anything that's worked like this before. Do it again. And now you're going to tell a kid who's finally found profound relief not to have sex or not to use porn. Take your pick. This is followed by a laugh track from a sitcom. The kid's going, don't use the only thing that's ever worked. I'll take that under advisement. Doesn't work. So what's the solution? You can't be surprised. Love and teach again. So let's teach a kid. You can take it either way, that I'm teaching you about sex or I'm teaching you how to teach your child. Don't care. The disadvantages of sex. It's an overwhelming distraction. Sex is such a powerful source of imitation love in sight, sound, touch, smell, taste, all wrapped into an explosion that once you've had sex, it changes how you see the other person forever after. Ask adults who are dating. You learn about each other, then you have sex and the learning's done. You're done. Everything changes after sex. Now you have this expectation of the explosion happening over and over again every time you spend time together, and turns out that's not real life. This is true for people of both extreme views, strong anti-premarital sex advocates on the basis of religion or morality, no criticism of either position, or two, no morality about it. So we got strong prohibitions and none. Still true. You discover this immediate relief of pain and, well, it's irresistible. Once a guy has had sex with a woman, he cannot, I've tested this by asking thousands of guys, he cannot see her as a partner, as someone to unconditionally love. Can't. He sees her as a source of pleasure, power, praise, all from sex. It's fireworks and Christmas put together. He's using her. He didn't intend to, but he is. And she is both being used and using him right back for acceptance, power, praise, a lot of it, actually, more than she's ever had for anything else. I know it's a little bit generalizing the male-female stereotype, but there's a reason that it's a stereotype, because it's mostly true that it's the men who do this and the women who get that. You have any doubt about this almost universal generalization? Well, let's look. Let's look at the evidence. Women dress, wear makeup, go to the gym, starve themselves, throw up, put themselves on Facebook, look at each other on Facebook, and on and on. Why? To be seen as attractive. In their defense, often they actually do think that they're doing it to be cute. They say so. But it's to sexually attract guys. I know I'm doing the male-female thing. And there are guys who are gay who do it to attract other gay. But see, if I had to pause and go do all the genders and gender preferences and then all the sexual preferences, I'd never get another word out. It would just take me a minute just to go through it. So I'm doing the stereotype and make it fit yourself. Is to sexually attract guys. And that is what men are attracted to, like that man I quoted just minutes ago. Ironically, it's men who are most accurately described as cheap and easy, when we tend to apply that term to women. Men are really cheap and easy, really simple to understand. I've talked with thousands and thousands of both men and women. It's a generalization, but not for no reason. Men tend to say this, and it's been written many times, I'm not guessing. Men go, I'd have sex with her, not her. You see it on dating websites. You actually swipe to the side. I've never seen it, but men will just do this. They'll see a woman, no kidding, turn to another man and go. Because they're swiping pictures. 2 pictures of women appear, and they swipe one away. They wipe her off the face of their mind because she's not attractive. Yeah, I'd rather have sex with this one. Her, not her, her, not her. I wish I was exaggerating. Women tend to say, oh, I'd be in a relationship with him, not him, not him. And I would have sex to do it because that's what works. The real point is, once you've had sex, you're absolutely distracted from what your relationship really is. 2 metaphors to prove that. You and I are friends at work. Every day I give you $100. Every time I see you, $100. Now let's ask a question. After a couple of weeks, would you like me? Or do you like me after a couple of weeks? You might say yes. Yeah, but why? You could not separate whether you like me because of the $100 or because, well, I also have a really winning personality. Of course you'd think of me as having a winning personality. I just won you over with $100. Second metaphor, Pavlov's dog and the bell. He would train dogs that every time he rang a bell, he would give them, it was meat powder. We'll just say food. We'll say meat. He gave him meat. Ring a bell, give him meat. Ring a bell, give him meat. So after he did this, I can't remember how many times, not very many, he would ring a bell. Oh, and then they had a tube or something that tested how much saliva they were producing. So when they saw the meat, the saliva started before they ate. So they did this over and over. Bell, meat, saliva, bell, meat, saliva. Then after a few times, they rang the bell, but no meat. The dog salivated. The dog learned to associate the bell with being fed and salivated in preparation for it. Well, that's men and sex. They may like the particular ring of your bell, your personality, intelligence, and all, like the pitch and tonality of a real bell. But once you associate meat with it, sex with it, forgive the potentially crude cultural reference, but it works. You do not know now, you can't know whether he likes the ring of your bell, meaning who you are, or the meat that you offer. You can't know. Or the meat that he's looking for. Solution, don't keep giving everybody $100. Don't serve up meat on your first date, or you and he will be just utterly confused. And this is what we teach our children. All of this that I've been talking about, porn, sex, if our children aren't prepared, the world will teach them. And the world will teach them whatever's the norm. Go ahead. And they never finish the movie. Here's what happens after you do that. Am I saying people shouldn't have sex? Oh, stop. That's not what I said. I'm saying you don't have sex till you're absolutely committed to each other for a lifetime. When you know who the other person is and you know that you can have a relationship. Not till then. Otherwise, you don't know what you got. If in your belief system that means get married, fine. I'm not telling you to do that. If a couple's been living together for 3 years, because people have called me and after I said no sex before marriage, and they say, well, we've been living together for 3 years, or one couple, 20 years. They said, so should we stop having sex? Functionally, they're married. So you think I tell them to stop having sex till they're married? Yeah, pretty much none of my business what they think about marriage. And they've been having sex for 20 years. So no, I don't. They're married. Yeah, I know. There's still some people who would object and say, well, they're living in sin. That's up to your moral values, and I'm not imposing them on anybody else. I'm also not insulting anybody who has those standards, not insulting anybody's religion. I'm just describing what works. So remember, I'm giving this talk to you. This would be useful for you, and showing you how you would teach a child. You'll vary it according to age and your kid. And we talked about disadvantages of early sex. Next one, it's conditional. You sell yourself. That's the nature of conditionality. If, one word, if. If you give me this, I'll give you that. We've been talking about that all along, if you hadn't noticed. It's called trading. I'll give you sex if you give me this, whatever. Walmart gives me things if I give them something of a relatively equal value. Money, trade, conditional. Sounds like I'm selling Walmart twice in one chapter. Everybody understands trading. And everybody knows that in sex, there's a trade. We do. We know that. We're just willing to do it because it's exciting. Women sell their bodies and their free will for some approval, power, pleasure, in roughly that order. And men sell their free will, praise, and power for some sex and some approval. Remember what the guy said anonymously in his quote earlier. Lots, but at the end he said, if you're female and you don't relish the idea of being alone, then throw every last dollar you have at your physical appearance. I'm serious. Personal trainer, porcelain veneers, high-end boob job. Get scared and get her done. The last group I southernized. He said, and it's generally true, sell yourself and men will buy it. Ooh. Do you want to sell yourself? There are women who do it obviously on the street corner, but we do it out in public all the time. Teach your children this. Do you want to grow up to be a prostitute? They're going to understand that. Yes or no, and I'm not joking. Because if you trade for sex, that's what you are. Do you want to solicit prostitutes? No, that's actually a crime. Because once you start, that's how people will see you. And how you will see yourself, that matters most. And that's true for your kids. I recently saw a guy from high school. And, a guy that I'd known in high school. And we had the usual, exchange. You remember this person and that person, and remember how Mr. who taught English said this, and we laughed. And then he said, you remember Connie? And I said, yeah. He said, yeah, man, she sold herself to everybody, which was true. I remembered it after he said it. And he said, and she still does. End quote. Of course she still does. She got a real big hit from doing it in high school, so she's still doing it, gone from guy to guy to guy and marriage to marriage. And that's how she was seen when she was young. That was her first experience with cocaine. It's how she saw herself. And the only role she knew how to continue filling was to offer sex to men. I get to see the adults later in life who initially thought it was cute and fun to have indiscriminate sex as teenagers, and now their self-worth is, subterranean. I tell women all of this. And men are never surprised by this. Everything I've said to this point, they go, yeah, that's us. Women are actually often surprised. Many of them actually believe that they dress up to be cute for each other and attractive. But what they do is to highlight. I've said this to a woman who comes up and says, I don't understand this. And I go, well, look at how you're dressed. And they say, like what? Now, normally I would never do this, but I say, well, look at your dress, look at your top, look at how I said, baby, you're saying sex for sale. And that's what people see. I said, now, I don't see you that way, but that's how everybody else is going to see you. A woman came to me at a seminar and she said, I just don't understand why all men are dogs. I said, well, you dress like a piece of meat. She was mildly offended, but she never heard that before. She was not a young woman, but she was still having sex without marriage or firm commitment. She was probably 40. A year later, I did a seminar at the same place. She came up to me at the end of the seminar and she said, all men are not dogs. I'm meeting an entirely different class of men. Don't forget the phrase, class of men. The difference, she told me. I dress differently. I behave differently. I don't offer myself. I am not for sale. Oh, if somebody had taught her that when she was 11, before she went into puberty, or these days 9, whatever age, this wouldn't have happened. But nobody taught her the life course. They didn't. Another disadvantage of early sex, it's brief and it's superficial pain reduction. We sell ourselves cheap. The thrill, the physical pleasure, the praise, it's gone. Like moments. A woman attended a seminar, and toward the end, she said she was meeting a guy from out of town. She'd met him only on a couple of occasions previously. She said, I don't know what we're going to talk about after dinner and sex, just like that. She was 35 maybe. And I said, how well do you know this guy? She said, well, a little. We've had sex a couple of times before. I said, what else do you do together? She said, well, we eat and then drink and then we have sex. So eat, drink, sex. I said, do you really want to have sex with this guy? He's not here now. He's not looking you up and down and smiling and leering at you. I don't boss people. I just asked her, do you want to have sex with him? She said, not really. I said, well, then don't. You're the one that said you don't want to, so don't. And she said, well, and call it a flash of intuition, because I don't ask people this question. I said, have you ever been out with a guy, any guy, and not had sex? She paused. She looked at the floor and said, no, never. This is what happens. With sex, we do get a brief thrill, brief reduction of pain, but then what? Then you do it again and again, and before long, you don't know how to do anything else. If you don't teach your children about sex, all of its disadvantages and the advantages it can have in a committed relationship, well, they'll fall for this pattern of the world. They will. So back to the woman who had had sex with every guy she'd ever dated. She asked me, because the guy hadn't arrived yet, what she could say to the guy if she didn't want sex. She had no clue. So I just provide options to people who have no clue. I'm not telling her what to say. I said, well, you could say, I've enjoyed our dinner, but I don't feel like anything more. How simple is that? If somebody offers you dinner and then says, well, now you got to go and shovel out the barn, wouldn't you say, well, I'm grateful for the dinner, but the barn is not so appealing to me, keeping in mind you hadn't offered that beforehand. So she had dinner, and she spent the rest of the evening talking with other people at this seminar. The next day, she comes up to me and she says, that was amazing. I said, what? She said, instead of a few minutes of pleasure and feeling powerful, because, man, you want to feel powerful, you make a guy do anything to have sex with you. She said, I had an entire evening of connecting with real people. She said to him exactly, word for word, what I'd suggested. And she said he was a little disappointed, but he said, well, it's nice seeing you again. And she could hardly believe that she actually had a choice. You know why? Because I loved and taught her. Her parents had never loved and taught her, so she just learned that if you want to get somebody's interest, well, have sex with them. And then you really will have all of their attention for a really short period of time. Sex is fast and predictable, but it's superficial and can't even touch the lasting effects of real love. Hence, finding a committed relationship based on real love is the first step. Then you have sex. Another disadvantage, it's addictive, obviously. As great as sex is, the first time it takes more and more excitement, more partners, more variations, and that's the definition of an addiction. There, poof. The biggest problem, though, is not that it wears off. We notice that. It's not that it doesn't work. The problem is that it does in the short term. Any kid who comes up to me and says, so is sex exciting? Yeah. So do you like sex? Yeah. So I'm not saying, oh, it's just, I'm never going to tell a kid, no, it's not what it's cracked up to be. It's awful. You just endure it. You just do it because you have to. No, it works because it is fun. As long as sex is available to reduce our pain, it's so powerful that we won't do the work to find real happiness. It's that distracting, like money. People who have the most are so distracted, can buy imitation love in such abundance that they move from one distraction to another and never do the work necessary to tell the truth about themselves, feel accepted, feel loved, and learn to love others. A man sat in my living room one day. He had billions of dollars with a B, billions. And he said, I'll never forget him, quote, I am the loneliest man on the face of the earth. But see, all of his life, he'd bought fun and distractions with money. If he had an argument with his wife, in order to make up, he didn't know how to just be loving, so he would buy her a building. I'm not making this up. Sex is like money. The rewards are big in the moment, but they never produce happiness. And then it's enormously disappointing. It's so pleasurable, or at least successful in eliminating pain, that expectations go through the roof with sex. You have sex with somebody and you go, oh, I want you to make me feel like that again. It must be love. Best experience ever. Must be happiness. And then the crash, because it wears off. There's nothing worse than disappointment and betrayal. It's worse than nothing to start with. That's been proven with studies. Pain is much worse if people are promised something and lose it than if they were never promised anything at all. We hate losing, and sex always ends up in losing if we start early on in the relationship. And obviously it never produces the happiness we want. And that's the kiss of death. It substitutes for the real thing, distracts us, makes us lose our focus. We can't do both. We can't be having indiscriminate sex, selling our souls for garbage, and at the same time find real love that we want. You got to choose. It's A or B. It's not A, B. We have to teach our children that so they have enough information. We're not beating them. We have to love and teach our kids so they can make a real choice instead of letting the distractions of the world choose for them. What are we doing? We're teaching our children to be human beings instead of rocks. There's that metaphor again. To guys, you want a woman to really love and support you. Really, I'm asking. I'm asking the guys who are watching, and I'm suggesting you ask your boys the same question. Well, yeah, of course. Every guy wants this. All of them. Now, some have kind of given up, but that's what they want. Then you say, like I'm saying to you, such a woman will know whether you genuinely respect women. The kind of woman you're looking for is looking for a guy who would respect women. That is the woman who won't have sex with you cheaply. The woman who can truly love you won't sell herself to you. Let me make it real blunt. Any woman who would easily have sex with you is not the one you're looking for to be a partner for the rest of your life. How's that for clear? And you tell your boys that. You want to find somebody who will have sex with you? That's just easy. And that's not the person who's going to be your partner. And eventually you'll train yourself right out of looking for somebody who can. To girls, you want a guy to respect you and be a partner to you for the rest of your life? Earlier, we talked about how you can't avoid paying the price for what you choose. Choose an item off the shelf, that's the price you pay. Choose somebody who would easily offer you sex. Oh, that's what's off the shelf. That's fun. Grab ice cream out of the freezer at the store. You can eat it right then. But if you have no money on you and you get to the checkout counter, you're going to have a problem. Do the rest of the film. tell the rest of the story. So find a woman who will easily have sex with you. Not tough. Now play out the rest of the story. What will it be like to live with that woman for the rest of your life? You're really not going to like paying the rest of that price. That's a guarantee. Take it to the bank and tell your kids that. I'm going to talk about my daughters just for a second. When they were younger, they wanted to dress like their girlfriends at school, of course. And they would be walking out the door to get in the car and go to school. And sometimes I was there and I'd go, just like this. Exactly like this. Because it's me. I would say, you're kidding. That's all I'd say. They knew exactly what I was talking about. They knew what they were doing. I didn't say, don't do something. I just went, you're kidding. And then the daughter, it's usually one at a time, would say, well, but everybody dresses like this. Yeah. And I told you earlier, one of the responses would be, well, but I'm not raising everybody. But I would tend to say this. And I did. On one occasion, I specifically remember saying to my daughter, you know, I believe you. Probably true that they do dress like this. Now, here's your job. Bring me one friend who is happy in their relationship with a guy after 3 weeks. Dressing like this, just one. Bring me one friend who has attracted a guy you'd want to be a partner with or help raise your children. In other words, the price, the rest of the story. And they would go, ugh. But it wasn't like resentful. Oh, he's such a, it was like, oh, I hate the truth sometimes. So they'd go back up and change clothes. With sex, just ask yourself, with your choice, what will you attract? Now, is it possible that you could play around with sex occasionally and be okay? Maybe. While dating. Let's suppose that you're just 1 in 100 who could do that, because it isn't any better than that. I'm not exaggerating. I told you, 1,000 people were in the room when I said, anybody turned great sex into a great relationship? 0. So I'm being kind. Let's say it's 1 in 100. Would you be willing to play Russian roulette with just one bullet in a really big revolver? They don't make them this big. That had 100 chambers. So the chances are only 1 in 100 that if you put the gun to your head, Russian roulette, and pulled the trigger, you'd kill yourself. Only 1 in 100 would you play. Real bullet. You're joking. Why would I even take a 1 in 100 chance of killing myself? So would you teach your child to play with such a revolver? Only 1 in 100? Well, what's the big deal? Yeah, that's the effect of not teaching your kids the rules, the risks, the disadvantages, what sex really is. They're playing Russian roulette, though, in this case, with a revolver that has 100 chambers and there are 99 bullets. Now, would you teach your child to play that game? Yeah, pretty much don't think so. Would you teach your 12-year-old child to drive on a busy interstate highway just on a whim one day? No. But see, your kid might be the 1 in 100 that could handle the traffic. 1 in 100, and you do it? Is it possible for some people to use cocaine and not get addicted? Yes, it's possible. But would you teach your child to do that? You know, just to see if they were the 1 in 100. Could they use cocaine once and not have their minds affected much in the short term? No. I've never seen it. With porn and sex, it affects your mind. Would you get away with cocaine in the long term if you used it once? Maybe. I've never personally seen people just try cocaine and then go, I like real life better. There's a low chance, but why would you take the chance? Same with porn and sex. Why take a chance on any behavior that is known to have a very high incidence of negatively affecting or ruining your life. Sometimes people say, well, it's natural. Like I said, so is anger. And how does that work out? Sex is natural. So is snake venom. And used correctly, you can actually use snake venom to develop the anti-venom to prevent death from snake bites. But you're going to send your kid out and hope that it works out that way? No, it takes considerable wisdom and processing to turn snake venom into something good. Same with indiscriminate sex. It's just too dangerous. Would you buy a car that was advertised that when you get in the car and you turn on the car, only 50% of the time do people die? That would be like stand-up comedy. So why would you hope that your kids would just figure these dangerous things out on their own? You wouldn't. I believe you wouldn't do that. I believe you care too much about your kids. And that's why we're talking about this. Let's summarize what we've learned in this chapter. We've talked about screen addiction, its possible, utter, devastating effects, and how we can respond to it in our kids. We've talked about video games, same problems, harmful effects, and how we can help our children. We've talked about the age of entitlement, how it happened, and its effects on everything else, as well as how we can approach it, how we can avoid it, how we can treat it. We've talked about ADHD, how it's overdiagnosed, how the characteristics are the same as the responses to pain, and how we could possibly treat it without medications. We've talked about how to love our children, very specifically what it looks like. We've talked about responsibility, why our children tend to lack responsibility, and how to teach that. And then we talked about the addictions to alcohol, drugs, porn, early and indiscriminate sex, and how to love and teach our children, which will help them not be addicts and miserable. That's a lot of stuff, and you'll probably want to see it and hear it again.